If one were to find themselves in another world with the ability to form contracts with creatures, the possibilities would be vast. Would they choose to bond with adorable pets for companionship, or would they seek out formidable beasts for protection? Perhaps in a different approach, they might attempt to build a following, gathering a group of individuals bound by contract. However, the reality of another world is seldom as simple as the imagination would suggest. In this world, the protagonist finds himself mocked and ridiculed, possessing what is widely considered the most worthless ability. The rumors spread quickly, alleging that his contracts require the creatures to willingly consume a special stone. This alone would be a severe limitation, but the reality is even worse. Even the lowest-ranked beasts refuse to submit to such an arrangement. The people laugh at him, mockingly claiming that he retrieves the gem from an unthinkable place. Yet the protagonist has no time to dwell on their derision. He cannot understand why they all act as though nothing is wrong. Does no one else see it? Pearl City is nothing more than an unprotected hunting ground, where humans are nothing but prey for the monsters lurking beyond its borders. His journey has not even truly begun, and yet it feels as though it is already coming to an end. This cannot be his fate. If no creature is willing to contract with him, then he will walk an unprecedented path. He will become his own summoned beast, forging a pact with himself. From this moment onward, those who seek to bring destruction to the world, whether they be monstrous creatures from the void or an endless swarm of the undead, will no longer be allowed to run rampant. In his previous life, he had been a lifeguard, dedicated to saving others, only to meet his end in an accident. That life was over. Now, in this strange and dangerous world filled with awakened beings and alien creatures, he has been given another chance. His power, on the surface, seems extraordinary: the ability to dominate the life, soul, and consciousness of any entity that willingly consumes his contract gem. But the catch is undeniable. The very requirement that should make his ability powerful renders it practically useless. As he stood there, the crystal held firmly in his grasp, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Su Jingyao, a girl he knew well. Smiling, he offered her the crystal as if it were nothing more than a sweet treat, a joke meant to lighten the mood. She only frowned, irritated by the suggestion, making it clear that she had no interest in being bound by his ability. Who in their right mind would? With a sigh, he collapsed onto the steps, dismissing it all as a meaningless jest. His ability required full awareness and consent. A creature had to not only eat the gem but understand and eighth person speak the terms of the contract. If they consumed it under false pretenses or unwillingly, nothing would happen. It was an inherent flaw, one that had nearly cost the previous owner of this body his life. Fortunately, he was different. Drawing from the mental fortitude of his past life, he had managed to endure where the original soul had failed. Su Jingyao, ever the optimist, was unwilling to eighth person speed his resignation. The world was vast, and surely, somewhere within it, there existed a creature willing to submit to him. Seizing him by the head in frustration, she chastised him for giving up so easily. He could only respond bitterly. It was easy for her to say such things. Who, besides himself, would ever make such a choice? Then, a thought struck him. Why had he not considered this before? As he opened his eyes, a realization dawned upon him, prompting Su Jingyao to question his actions. Without hesitation, he swallowed the crystal. A surge of energy coursed through his body as a vibrant green aura enveloped him. Su Jingyao and the others looked on, uncertain of what had just happened. Concern flashed in her eyes as she asked if he was all right. He assured her he was, and she let out a relieved sigh, scolding him for startling her. The evening was drawing to a close, and it was time to return to the dormitory. Tomorrow morning, she would be joining the patrol, a long-awaited dream of hers. She had spent years mastering every piece of knowledge the academy had to offer, but true growth required real battle experience. Protecting their home was her goal, and now, she finally had the chance to make it a reality. She encouraged him not to lose hope. If he continued to grow stronger, perhaps one day, they could stand side by side in battle. He could only laugh, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. With an ability as ineffective as his, most assumed he was destined for a life of farming. The best career he could expect was that of a simple villager, living out his days in obscurity. He muttered something about how he might as well retreat to the countryside and tend to crops, but deep down, he knew the truth: they were unlikely to cross paths again. Despite everything, she had been a part of his life, even if only as a childhood friend of the body's former owner. Saying goodbye was not as easy as he had expected. For a moment he hesitated, longing to hold on to the last familiar presence in his life. Then, before he could consciously decide, his body moved of its own accord. The green energy swirled, guiding his actions as he gently embraced her. A brief silence followed as confusion flickered in his mind. Why had he done that? Had he unwittingly given himself an order? Before he could fully process it, she stepped away. an awkward air settling between them. With a final farewell, she turned and walked away. He called out to her, telling her to take care of herself. She glanced back, offering him the same words in return. Then, she was gone. Staring down at his own hands, he contemplated what had just transpired. Had he truly lost control of his own body? Was this the result of the contract he had just formed with himself? What exactly had he become? The answers would come in time. For now, one thing was certain: his journey was just beginning, and with new abilities awakening within him, he needed to test their limits. The next morning, he awoke in the dining hall, confused and sore. His legs ached terribly, and the realization struck him before falling asleep. He had ordered himself to go for a morning run. His body had obeyed even while unconscious. A grin spread across his face as he slammed his fists onto the table. His ability worked. If his body could act without his conscious awareness, the potential was limitless. But before he could dwell on this revelation, chaos erupted. The school goddess, Luo Shiyu, arrived, but something was wrong. Instead of the admired figure he remembered, she was a horrifying creature, a monstrous puppet manipulated by unseen strings. Terror gripped him as he realized he was the only one who could see it. Ping's physical strength measured at 11 points, with his agility at the same level, while his overall strength stood at 12 points. However, his mental strength appeared to have no limit. The crystal he had obtained was known as the Gem of the First-Level Contract, an item created through the consumption of both physical and mental energy. The gem's purpose was clear: if the target voluntarily chose to leave, then their life, soul, and consciousness would be placed under the control of the summoner. Ping pondered over the gem's nature, wondering if it had a level, and how he could confirm that its effects were working as intended. Then, as if in response to his curiosity, knowledge surfaced in his mind: absolute command. The summoner possessed complete and undeniable authority over their summoned beast. The summoned beast would never be able to resist an order. Absolute obedience. Every command issued by the summoner would be executed without hesitation or deviation. Beginner identification technique. This ability allowed the user to assess their own stats and those of others, with the Suthi person's rate of identification being influenced by the difference in power between the two sides. As this new ability materialized within him, Ping suspected it was related to the fact that he had consumed the gem. With this realization, he decided to analyze his current situation further. He had, in essence, become both the summoner and the summoned beast, meaning that he was now under his own control and no one else's. His body and spirit were completely isolated from any external interference. Because of this, illusions had no effect on him. He saw things as they truly were. The discovery was both a blessing and a curse. While others were deceived by fabricated appearances, Ping could see the horrifying truth. The beasts around him, which were disguised as ordinary people, were in fact celestial foxes, and their levels were extremely high. His own level was only at 1, making him no match for them in direct combat. One of the most terrifying aspects of these creatures was the nature of their illusion. Even if a celestial fox devoured a person right in front of an audience, onlookers would see nothing out of the ordinary: just two students engaged in normal conversation. The true horror was hidden from the world. This ability, which controlled perception and manipulated the mind, reminded Ping of Jing Yao's powers. Since her abilities were also spirit-based, perhaps she could find a way to counter the illusion. Later that day, after school, Ping returned home deep in thought. Until now, he hadn't known that such creatures existed outside the school. As he walked through the city, he glanced at the people moving around him. But now, he no longer saw them as humans. Instead, he saw them as monsters. A disturbing question lingered in his mind: how many of them were there? As he approached the patrol headquarters, he took a moment to survey the building from the ground up. It was a place known for housing elite awakeners, those who were supposed to be the strongest protectors of the city. Gathering his resolve, he stepped inside, where he was greeted by a receptionist. The young woman smiled at him and asked how she could assist him. Ping hesitated before responding. With some awkwardness, he told her that he was looking for Jing Yao, who was supposed to arrive today. The girl at the reception nodded calmly, then told him to wait a moment while she checked. Something about her made Ping uneasy. His heart pounded in his chest. She, too, was a celestial fox. Trying to keep his composure, Ping stepped aside and sat on a nearby sofa. He glanced around cautiously. If even a celestial fox was working here, then how deep did this deception go? Were these creatures truly so advanced that even high-level awakeners couldn't see through their illusions? Just then, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. He looked up to see Jing Yao approaching him. Surprised, he blinked and studied her face. She looked happy to see him. Scratching his head, he awkwardly admitted, "I was just worried that you wouldn't fit in here, so I came to check on you." She smiled warmly before motioning to the people standing behind her. "Don't worry about me," she said. "Everyone here is taking care of me. I'll introduce you to my new colleagues." Ping stared at her. He wanted to believe her, but the truth he saw with his own eyes told a different story. "That's great," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. Jing Yao clenched her fist determinedly, declaring that she would train hard to become stronger. Her goal was clear: she wanted to avenge her parents' deaths and fight against the monsters that plagued the city. Then, with an excited expression, she asked, "Would you like to join the patrol? We're still short on people." Ping hesitated, then forced a smile before waving his hand dismissively. "No, I don't think I can help with anything. Farming is more suitable for me." Jing Yao looked a little disappointed, but she nodded in understanding. "I see. That's a shame." After exchanging a few more words, Ping turned to leave. But the moment he walked out of the building, his smile vanished. His heart felt heavy. He knew the truth: Jing Yao was surrounded by celestial foxes. As he stepped onto the street, his thoughts raced. What kind of joke is this? Isn't the patrol team supposed to be the strongest force in Pearl City? How could it have fallen to them? Jing Yao had only arrived today, yet she was already surrounded. Was it too late for her? Ping came to a horrifying realization: the celestial foxes were not just infiltrating the school, they were everywhere. He stopped in the middle of the street and took a deep breath, looking around. The illusion had kept everyone oblivious to the truth, but he could see past it now. These creatures didn't just control a few locations, they controlled the entire city. Every human in this city was nothing more than livestock for them. Through his beginner identification technique, Ping had gathered some useful information. The celestial fox hierarchy was structured into different levels: level 1 to 9 beginner foxes, level 10 to 19 medium level foxes, level 20 to 29 high level foxes, level 30 to 39 the highest level foxes. Even though the patrol force included many high level awakeners, they had still fallen under the celestial fox's influence. The situation was worse than he had ever imagined. The one who had taken Luo Shiyu's life was far stronger than any ordinary opponent. An existence so powerful that Ping instinctively knew any attempt to identify them through magic would be futile. The level would undoubtedly be blocked, hidden from prying eyes, shrouded in an aura of complete dominance. This realization led him to an unsettling truth. This enemy was not just any high-level entity, but perhaps one of the royal foxes, beings that surpassed level 40 and beyond. These creatures were at the pinnacle of the celestial fox hierarchy, more terrifying than even the highest-level heavenly foxes that lurked in the shadows of human society. The other celestial foxes, despite their terrifying abilities, had likely only been able to overcome the alienated beasts by reaching a high enough level. Unlike the feral, mindless alienated ones, the celestial foxes possessed an intelligence that rivaled humanity's. They disguised themselves with flawless precision, blending seamlessly into human civilization, wearing faces of ordinary people, pretending to be friends, colleagues, and even loved ones. Yet beneath this illusion, they were monsters, and their harmonious existence with humanity was nothing but an elaborate facade. At first glance, they appeared to live alongside humans, but their true nature was far more insidious. Their preferred prey were those who held power, individuals who mattered in society: politicians, celebrities, wealthy elites, or those in positions of influence. These were their first targets, their chosen meals, their conquests to take control of the world from within. The rest of the population, mere livestock, a reserve of flesh, kept alive as food for when the stronger foxes hungered. To oppose them outright was suicidal. To engage in battle against such creatures meant stepping into certain death. And yet Ping knew he could not stand by and watch innocent people be slaughtered. He had seen too much, learned too much to ignore the truth. No matter how hopeless the fight seemed, he could not allow himself to remain weak. If only he could become stronger. A week passed, and Ping's training continued with relentless intensity. Every morning, he found himself waking earlier and earlier, his body requiring less sleep as his physical conditioning improved. By now, he was waking as early as 4:00 a.m., and instead of feeling fatigued, his body felt more alive than ever before. The stronger he became, the less he needed to rest. For the past few days, he had dedicated himself entirely to training, pushing his physical limits as much as possible. Every morning, he exercised relentlessly, conditioning his strength, speed, and reflexes. He had already surpassed his previous limits, his level slowly but surely rising. But that alone wasn't enough. In addition to his brutal training regimen, he continued experimenting with creating gems. Every day, he would forge and consume them, hoping to unlock new powers and abilities, just as he had before. Yet ever since he had awakened the identification ability, something had changed. The gems he created were all colorless. No matter how many he ate, there was no effect. It was as if his own abilities had reached an invisible wall, preventing him from gaining any more power. But today, for the first time in days, something was different. In his hand, he tossed a new crystal, watching as it glimmered under the dim light. Unlike the empty, transparent stones he had seen before, This one had regained its color a deep, ominous purple. There was something unnerving about it, something almost forbidding. It looked powerful, but also dangerous. Despite the strange foreboding feeling, he knew there was only one way to find out. Without hesitation, he swallowed the gem. The moment he did, something stirred inside him. A wave of unfamiliar energy surged through his body, altering him on a fundamental level. His vision darkened momentarily, then sharpened, as if the very fabric of reality had shifted around him. A system panel appeared before his eyes. Level 2, Growth Potential, 4 stars. New skill acquired. Nightwalker. A new power had awakened. His abilities had expanded. He could now see clearly in complete darkness. His presence had become practically invisible at night. His speed had increased. His footsteps grew lighter, and in the shadows, he would be completely undetectable. The Night Walker skill would allow him to move unseen, making nighttime his new domain. But that wasn't all. The gem of the first level contract had also evolved. With his level increase, it had been enhanced, its potential unlocked further. If every new level granted him a new ability, then his path to power had just begun. His excitement burned within him. If he could continue growing, he could turn the tide. He could finally fight back. Under the cloak of darkness, he left his home to put his new abilities to the test. As he sprinted through the city streets, he noticed how different everything felt. The world was crisper, clearer than ever before. His night vision allowed him to see more detail than even during the day. His body moved with a lightness that made him feel weightless, his speed increasing as he became one with the shadows. Then, as he moved along the deserted road, something on the ground caught his attention. A ring, abandoned in the middle of the street. Bending down, he picked it up, turning it over in his fingers. There was something special about it. A few attempts at identification later, and the system finally revealed its true nature. Killer's ring. Effect when worn, all living beings subconsciously ignore the wearer. However, higher-level celestial foxes are immune to its effect. A ring that granted him invisibility in the eyes of others, a perfect tool for someone like him. But why was it here? Curious, he activated playback to trace back the ring's history. The vision played out before his eyes. He saw a celestial fox disguised as Shu, standing in the very spot where the ring had fallen. Before her stood a masked man, a warrior preparing for battle. The masked man charged at the fox, sword in hand. But in one swift motion, she cut him down effortlessly, her claws slicing through him as if he were nothing. The ring slipped from his hand, rolling onto the ground. The scene vanished, leaving Ping staring at the ring in silence. His mind raced. If the man had attacked a celestial fox, then he wasn't an ordinary human. Someone else was fighting against these monsters. Just then, a shout rang out from the darkness. A celestial fox was nearby. It had noticed something. The ring was gone. Scanning the area, the fox sensed that someone had been there, yet found no traces. It knew that whoever had taken the ring was likely an awakened being of considerable strength. Ping remained perfectly still, hidden in the shadows, his presence completely erased by the combined effect of Nightwalker and the killer's ring. The fox muttered something about reporting to His Highness, then eventually left. Ping remained in hiding, deep in thought. The ring had been left behind, but why? Was it bait? Was it evidence of another battle? He couldn't return it now. It would only arouse suspicion. The only choice was to keep it. As dawn approached, he returned home. Thanks to his new powers, he had remained completely undetected, and now, he knew one thing for certain: he was not the only one fighting back. Ping's existence was not merely defined by his personal strength alone, but was also influenced by the equipment he possessed. The realization settled into his mind as he remained ever aware of his surroundings. Somewhere nearby, foxes were moving through the shadows, their presence lingering in the air like an ominous warning. In the stillness of dawn, he suddenly heard a voice call his name. His instincts sharpened as he swiftly turned to look around, yet there was no visible figure in sight. The voice, however, persisted, whispering an urgent command for him to hide. His heart pounded as he finally recognized the voice. It was Jing Yao's spirit. She approached him, her ethereal presence both familiar and foreign. She moved swiftly, wrapping her arms around him in a protective embrace. Her words sent a chilling realization through his body. They were already here. The clock on the wall read 5:40 a.m., and Ping found himself lying in his bed, completely still. Surrounded. His breathing remained steady, his body frozen under the covers as his senses heightened. Several celestial foxes stood around him, their predatory eyes fixed upon him. A fox named Sh smiled, his expression unreadable, before turning his gaze toward Ping with amused curiosity. The fox gathered energy in his palm, the power condensing into a glowing aura, and then, without hesitation, he waved his hand, issuing a silent command for Ping to die. The air crackled with the sheer force of the energy. In a split second, a paw lunged toward Ping's face, ready to tear him apart. But then, something unexpected happened. The foxes hesitated. They expected fear, expected him to flinch, to desperately react, but there was nothing. Not even a hint of emotion crossed his face. His heartbeat remained unnaturally calm, his breathing steady. If this brat had any valuable information, they expected him to leap up and beg for his life. But his response, or rather the lack of one, confused them. One of the foxes, Tian Chong, turned to His Highness and questioned why they didn't just kill him outright. It was odd that he ran every morning without fail, and yet, today, he remained in bed. Something wasn't right. Shu, however, remained unimpressed. With a casual wave of his hand, he dismissed the concern. This wasn't the right person. This human was nothing but a useless piece of food, unworthy of their time. There was no scent of the ring on him. The other foxes fell to their knees before their leader, acknowledging his judgment without question. Their loyalty was absolute. Without another word, they departed, disappearing as swiftly as they had arrived. Ping's eyes snapped open the moment they were gone. A cold sweat clung to his skin as he sat up, his heart racing. The proximity of danger had been too close, too real. He had felt it, he had barely escaped death. His gaze lowered, landing on the ring that had just slipped from his mouth. He had hidden it within himself at the last moment, ensuring it would not give him away. He had even gone as far as commanding his own body to mimic the deep state of sleep, ensuring that he showed no reactions to their intrusion. He exhaled slowly, his mind replaying the events. He could have sworn he heard Jing's voice again, but was it truly her, or was it simply an illusion? He sat on the edge of his bed, turning the ring over in his hands. Was he sentimental? Perhaps. But his goal had never changed. He needed to get stronger for her, for vengeance, for survival. There was no room for hesitation. The celestial foxes were watching. If he wanted to remain hidden, he had to continue living as usual, keeping up the facade of ignorance and normalcy. At school, the atmosphere was tense. The whispers among the students carried an unmistakable air of fear. Something had happened. Ping listened closely, piecing together their hushed conversations. A body had been discovered. Not just any body, but one that belonged to the infamous Black Death Star, the most notorious killer in the city. This man had once wounded the last city lord, causing injuries that had ultimately led to his death. He was feared by all, a true nightmare of an assassin, and yet even he had been killed effortlessly. His headless corpse had been found near the school, put on public display for all to see. The message was clear. This was a warning to anyone who dared oppose the foxes. The realization sent a chill through Ping's body. The man in white, it had to be him. Even the #1 killer had been slain with laughable ease. The strength of the celestial foxes was beyond comprehension. Luo Shiyu's power was monstrous. If the foxes had no issue displaying the corpse so openly, it meant they were confident in their dominance. They knew there was no one left who could challenge them. Ping clenched his fists. He needed a weapon. He needed something to defend himself, something that would allow him to fight back. He decided that after class, he would visit a workshop to see if he could obtain one. Walking through the city, he noticed Tian Chong standing with a megaphone in his hand. A quick identification revealed that he was a level 15 alienated fox, with a growth potential of only 1 star. His talent was perceptual impairment, an ability that allowed him to manipulate the cognitive perception of others, preventing them from detecting anomalies around them. Ping kept his distance, choosing to move past him without drawing attention. His priority was to find a store that was not under the control of the foxes. He continued on, eventually stopping before a blacksmith shop, Iron Soul Forge. Inside, he heard the sharp ring of steel as a man examined a sword. The metallic gleam of the blade reflected the dim light of the workshop. The man swung the weapon, testing its balance and sharpness, his smug expression suggesting he was impressed. He declared that this sword was of the highest quality and considered purchasing it, even offering a discount. An elderly blacksmith, however, seemed unimpressed. Blowing a thick cloud of smoke, he nonchalantly commented that his daughter was calling for lunch. The younger man, clearly irritated, slammed the sword back onto the table, his temper flaring. He barked an insult at the old man, accusing him of being completely deaf. His frustration was evident, but before the argument could escalate further, something caught his attention. Ping had walked into the forge. Without a word, he picked up the sword from the table, turning it over in his hands as he activated his analysis skill. The air around him grew still. The young man's irritation morphed into outrage. With narrowed eyes, he stepped forward, demanding to know who Ping was and who had given him permission to touch his things. A system window flashed before Ping's eyes, displaying the details of the sword he had just picked up. The text read, "Magnificent one-handed sword, ordinary rank. Visually appealing but structurally compromised due to frequent breakdowns and repairs. Effectiveness significantly reduced." Ping's brows furrowed in mild surprise as he processed the information. This weapon, despite its once pristine appearance, was essentially worthless. He muttered to himself, confirming aloud that the sword was broken. Before he could react further, the man who had been arguing with the old blacksmith suddenly grabbed the sword and, with little effort, snapped the blade in half. A flicker of recognition crossed his face as he realized that Ping was right. But rather than admitting defeat, his anger flared violently. A surge of lightning energy crackled across his body, sending bright streaks through the dimly lit forge. His muscles bulged, his clothes tore at the seams, and his eyes burned with fury. The transformation happened so suddenly that even the other bystanders stepped back instinctively. He loomed over Ping with a predatory stance, and in a booming voice, he demanded if Ping had any idea who he was. His rage seemed to fuel his power, his very presence exuding an oppressive force. He was a disciple of Master Ma from the Shingi Martial Arts Academy. That alone would have been enough to intimidate most people, but Ping merely stood in place, unfazed. The disciple launched into motion, his incredible speed creating afterimages that lingered in the air as he dashed around Ping in circles, leaving a blur of movement wherever he went. He moved so swiftly that his true position became nearly indiscernible, turning into a streak of phantom-like illusions. Yet Ping remained calm, his expression unchanged. Just as the fighter prepared to strike, Ping raised his palm with calculated precision, delivering a single effortless blow to his opponent's face. A dull impact echoed through the forge. The man's momentum halted instantly, his body collapsing onto the ground. The speed he had once boasted meant nothing. Ping had countered him with ease. Before the fallen man could fully grasp what had happened, Ping activated his analysis skill. His eyes briefly glowing as the status window appeared before him. Name, Lu Be Good, race human, potential 1-star. Skills mighty invincible, pure energy that enhances the visual spectacle of any skill, but provides no actual combat improvement. Overuse induces delusions of invincibility. The information was laughable. Lu Be Good, still lying on the ground, muttered accusations of unfair play, gritting his teeth in frustration. He had been completely overpowered, and yet he refused to eighth-person speak the reality of his defeat. Struggling to his feet, he gritted his teeth and declared that he would take this opportunity to retreat while he still could. Ping merely glanced at his own hand, mildly intrigued by the sensation of the strike he had just delivered. He wondered if Lu Be Good was even real, considering how pitifully weak he had turned out to be. However, as soon as Ping turned his back, his opponent's expression twisted into a sly grin. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Be Good lunged forward, intending to deliver a surprise attack. The fight ended in an instant. With a simple clenching of his fist, Ping delivered another devastating strike. The impact sent Lu Be Good crashing back down, his body sprawled across the floor once more. Smoke rose from Ping's knuckles. This time, there was no room for complaints. Before Ping could process anything further, a woman entered the forge, her presence radiating authority. She surveyed the scene before her with an exasperated sigh. Her tone carried a mixture of irritation and amusement as she commented on how she had only been gone for 5 minutes, yet chaos had already ensued. Cracking her knuckles, she approached with a threatening demeanor, warning Lu Be Good that he should understand the situation by now. He was given a choice: leave on his own or face the consequences. Faced with an undeniable difference in power, Lu Be Good wasted no time in fleeing, hastily offering apologies as he disappeared into the streets. Ping observed her in silence, preparing to move on and find another shop. But just as he was about to leave, the woman suddenly placed her hand in front of him, halting his movements. Her gaze was calm yet intense as she informed him that they had something to discuss. Her directness caught him off guard. He eyed her warily, wondering what exactly she wanted from him. She leaned closer, her expression unreadable, and introduced herself as a hard-working woman, one who struggled daily to support herself. More than that, she looked after her uncle, a man left devastated after his daughter went missing. Her sudden shift in tone left Ping momentarily confused. Then, without warning, she wrapped an arm around his shoulders, pulling him into a firm embrace. Her next words stunned him. She offered him a job. She wanted him to work as a blacksmith under her guidance. In addition to that, he would also look after her uncle, who had fallen into despair. In exchange, she would provide food, shelter, and a salary. Ping, who had never expected such an offer, found himself momentarily overwhelmed. After processing the situation, he considered the benefits. If he could learn to forge weapons, he could save on equipment costs, something that would be invaluable in the fight against the Celestial Foxes. More importantly, this particular forge was not under their control. It was a safe place, a rare opportunity in a city crawling with enemies. Determined, he steeled himself, flexing his muscles dramatically. Declaring himself monkey to Ping, the future king of blacksmiths, he eighth-person sped the offer with conviction. His newfound employer laughed joyfully, but the force of her enthusiastic pat on his shoulder was so overwhelming that it sent him flying, nearly knocking him unconscious. The sheer power of the impact left him questioning whether he would even survive working here. Days passed, and Ping's training as a blacksmith apprentice began. The work was physically demanding, and he quickly learned that forging was not as simple as it seemed. His employer, Chong's sister, was a strict yet effective mentor. She ensured that he understood every aspect of the craft. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, Ping questioned whether this was truly the right path. She reassured him that no one would come here to bother them and that so far his progress was decent. Despite the intense labor, he was not bad at forging. She introduced him to a special technique known as test forging, a method where materials were mixed like dough, ensuring proper composition before crafting a weapon. Leaving momentarily to retrieve a uniform, she instructed him to not let the forge's fire die out. Ping turned toward the buckets she had left behind. One contained coal. The other, to his surprise, contained the scales of a scarlet snake, a rare and potent material. As he stared at the contents, he realized that his journey as a blacksmith was only beginning. Ping stood before the furnace, realizing that the fire was about to die out. The flames flickered weakly, their once intense glow fading into embers. He furrowed his brow and questioned whether the bucket contained all the fuel he had. However, he quickly dismissed the thought it didn't really matter right now. He simply needed to keep the fire going. Without thinking much of it, he grabbed something from the bucket and tossed it into the furnace, hoping to sustain the heat. The moment the object made contact with the flames, a violent reaction erupted. A surge of fire exploded outward, engulfing Ping in a blazing inferno. The sheer intensity of the heat knocked him backward, sending waves of scorching energy through the air. For a brief moment, he found himself surrounded by fire and thick black smoke, the world consumed in an overwhelming glow of red and orange. The heat was suffocating, and for a second he wondered if he had died. Then something even more horrifying happened. A small creature's head emerged from his chest, its presence both foreign and unnerving. The tiny monster opened its mouth, and as if driven by some insatiable hunger, it began absorbing everything around it. The fire, the smoke, even the heat itself, all of it was being sucked into the creature, vanishing into the abyss within it. The pain was unbearable. Ping let out a shout of agony, his entire body racked with searing pain as the creature fed. His muscles tightened, his breath ragged as he struggled to control whatever was happening to him. His limbs shook violently, and his vision blurred under the sheer pressure of the force overwhelming him. With a sharp gasp, his eyes snapped open, revealing fire burning within them. His breath came in shaky, uneven bursts, his chest heaving as he tried to process what had just happened. The room around him had grown eerily silent. His mind raced with questions. Why had the fire gone out? His heart pounded furiously, a sharp pain radiating through his entire body, his limbs still trembling from the sensation of absorption. Clutching his chest, he activated his analysis skill, desperate for answers. A system window flickered into existence before him, displaying detailed information on his current state. His potential had increased again. Looking back at previous instances, he realized a pattern. Each time his level rose, his potential expanded. Yet if he invested in skill development, his potential would decrease. This meant that as long as he continued unlocking new abilities, his potential could grow infinitely. That alone defied logic. Everyone should have a growth limit, a cap to their power. But for him, there seemed to be no restrictions. His newest ability, Fire Eater, had consumed all the flames that had escaped into the forge. The realization sent a chill through him. This skill had activated on its own, yet he had barely understood what had happened. He had already reached level 3, yet it seemed this ability had required special conditions before it could properly manifest. Just as he was trying to make sense of everything, Chan returned. Her footsteps halted abruptly as she took in the scene before her. The entire forge was covered in soot, a mess unlike anything she had expected to find. Her expression turned to one of alarm as she rushed over to him, grabbing his hand with genuine concern. She immediately demanded to know if he had thrown the scales of the scarlet snake into the fire. The weight of her reaction hit him. She explained those scales explode upon ignition. She blamed herself, realizing she had never warned him about this critical detail. Ping, still recovering, tried to explain what had happened, but she quickly cut him off, waving away his concerns. The most important thing was that no one had been injured. However, her mind lingered on a curious detail. How had the fire been extinguished so quickly? Scarlet snake flames were not easily controlled. Ping hesitated before answering. It was too complicated to explain. Chan, noticing something nearby, gasped in surprise. The alloy he had accidentally created had turned out remarkably well. She inspected it closely, marveling at its unexpected quality. The temperatures required to produce such a refined metal were immense, far beyond what ordinary flames could achieve. It was a rare stuff persons, achieved purely by accident. She praised him, her tone laced with genuine admiration. Given his skills, he could have easily joined any of the 3 major organizations in Pearl City. Ping's mind immediately latched onto that thought, the 3 organizations. He knew about 2 of them, the patrol and the investigation team. However, he had never heard anything concrete about the third one. When asked, Chan confirmed that the third organization existed, but its name and purpose remained a mystery. No one knew exactly what they did or who was involved. Their secrecy was absolute. Before Ping could dwell on it, she suddenly handed him a dagger. The system window identified it as the Tear of Beauty, a high-quality weapon specifically effective against monsters between levels 10 and 19. The sight of it stunned him. Weapons of this grade were insanely expensive. When he asked if it was too valuable, Chan casually informed him that its market price was around $100,000. Ping froze, his mind struggling to process the ridiculous amount. That was 3 years' worth of salary for him. Holding it in his hands, he was almost afraid to breathe. How could a man earning only $3,000 a month possibly afford to even touch such a weapon? Chan merely chuckled at his reaction. She told him to keep it as a reward for his efforts. With that, she turned away, stating that she had other tasks to take care of. Before leaving, she reminded him that if he wasn't going to school, he should take care of the old man. Under no circumstances should he let him work. Ping remained standing there, deep in thought. This forge had remained untouched by the foxes, but the explosion could have drawn unwanted attention. He needed to be careful. Tonight, he would have to conduct a reconnaissance mission. Sometime later, under the cover of night, Ping ventured into a desolate area. In the midst of debris, a small girl sat on a swing, a joyful expression on her face. The moonlight cast an eerie glow over her, highlighting her strangely unnatural presence. Something about her felt off. As Ping activated his system scan, a notification popped up: Mutant Heavenly Fox, a variant of the celestial fox race. Level 3. This startled him. It was the first time he had ever encountered a fox with such a low level. His mind raced with questions. What exactly was he looking at? Why was this fox so different from the others? Was it a threat? Or did its low level indicate something else entirely? One thing was certain: he needed to find out more. Although Ping was on the same level as the strange girl, he knew that the equipment he possessed gave him an advantage in a fight. That alone was enough to make him believe that he should at least try and test whether he could stand against her. Despite the guards within the city falling one by one, the investigation team stationed outside the city was still unaccounted for, and he doubted that they had been completely wiped out like the others. If he could somehow bring them a corpse, evidence of the mutated monsters, perhaps they would finally be forced to pay attention to the threat that was growing unchecked. Just as he was about to make his move, a sudden and overwhelming coldness spread across his hand, sending an icy chill throughout his entire body. Before he could react, an ominous and terrifying voice whispered from behind him, filled with authority and unshakable confidence. The voice questioned him, almost mocking, as if testing his morality. Was he seriously considering attacking a child? The statement struck like a dagger, as if the mere thought of harming the girl would result in instant execution. Ping froze on the spot, his body no longer under his own control, as the weight of the voice pressed against him with an invisible force. The entity behind him made it crystal clear that even the slightest movement would be enough reason to kill him on the spot. The suffocating pressure made him fully aware that he had no chance of resistance. He wasn't even allowed to think about an attack. The unseen figure placed a firm grip on his shoulder, sending a message without words: he was powerless here. Ping remained silent, standing completely still, his mind racing with the realization that this woman was far beyond him. She was not just stronger than him, she was on a completely different level, one that rendered all of his abilities and advantages meaningless. His killer's ring, the Fire Eater skill, and even his heightened awareness, none of it mattered against her overwhelming presence. The translucent girl slowly bent forward, lowering herself closer to him, making her presence impossible to ignore. Even though he couldn't see her directly, he could feel her piercing gaze burning into him, as if she could see straight into his soul. With an eerily calm and composed tone, she left him with a cryptic instruction. If he valued his life, he should meet her at the orphanage's training ground. Before he could even turn to get a glimpse of her face, the suffocating pressure lifted all at once, as if she had never been there to begin with. Ping spun around abruptly, but she had already vanished. Her presence, her chilling aura, and the eyes that had surrounded him moments ago were completely gone. It was as if she had stepped out of existence, leaving behind only a lingering sense of unease. For several long seconds, Ping remained motionless, absorbing everything that had just happened. His heart pounded against his ribs, his breath coming in short and uneven bursts. One thing was clear: if she had been in league with the celestial foxes, he would already be dead. The fact that she had let him live meant that she had no connection to them. But that only raised more questions. What did she want from him? And more importantly, how did she know about the orphanage? The moment he arrived at the training ground, he was hit with an overwhelming wave of nostalgia. This was the place where he had grown up, where he had spent countless hours practicing all of his ridiculous moves as a child. In reality, it was nothing more than a small abandoned park. But in his younger years, he had dubbed it a training ground in his own imagination. Yet now, someone else knew about it. The girl, whoever she was, had deliberately chosen this place for their meeting. That meant only one thing: she had brought him here for a reason. Standing at the edge of the park, Ping couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of being watched. His instincts screamed that someone's eyes were locked onto him at every moment, hidden within the shadows of the night. Then, from the dense darkness of the surrounding forest, something moved. A creature emerged from the undergrowth, its slender frame shifting unnaturally as it stepped onto the open ground. Ping's muscles tensed, his mind instantly switching to combat mode. Without hesitation, he activated his analysis skill. A system window appeared, providing immediate details on the unknown entity before him. SPC Shell Poisonous Rat. Classification Mutant Rodent. Level 5, Potential 2 stars. Ability Venomous Tail. Stores poison in a sac and releases it through sharpened bone growths. Ping's expression darkened as he processed the information. This wasn't just a random wild creature. This was a fully mutated beast, one that had reached level 5, making it far more dangerous than any normal monster he had encountered. If he was careless, a single mistake could cost him dearly. Despite his growing concern, he knew one thing: he couldn't just walk away. The orphanage wasn't far from here, and if a mutant like this was lurking in the area, the children would be in grave danger. He had to eliminate it before it found its way into the orphanage's grounds. Drawing his dagger, he lowered his stance, his body shifting into an offensive position. There was no room for hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he charged forward, his blade gleaming under the moonlight as he closed the distance between himself and the rat. At that moment, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. In all the novels he had read in his past life, the moment characters gained power, they instantly became martial artists capable of defeating enemies with perfect skill and precision, but reality was nothing like that. Ping was not a master fighter. He had no legendary battle techniques, no inborn mastery of the blade, but what he did have was the ability to command his own body. And right now, he commanded himself to fight. As he rushed in, the mutant suddenly reacted, spinning its entire body at an unnatural speed, launching itself at him like a spinning projectile. Ping's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected this. Before he could fully react, the rat's bone-like armor clashed against his dagger, sending a tremor through his arms as he struggled to hold his ground. The creature's defenses were too strong. He couldn't break through its armor with brute force alone. He needed to wait for an opening. With incredible agility, the mutant suddenly leapt backward, landing on a high stone formation. Then, its tail lifted. A second later, poisonous spikes shot toward him in rapid succession. Ping's instincts kicked in immediately. Ducking low, he dodged the first barrage, his body twisting as he narrowly avoided the second wave. This was a battle unlike anything he had ever faced before. But then, he noticed something: only the creature's eyes were exposed. That was its one weakness. If he could find a way to force it closer, he could strike a decisive blow. A new system window appeared, displaying an update on his Fire Eater skill. He grinned. It was time to add some fire to the fight. Ping focused all his energy, channeling the accumulated fire into his dagger until it glowed like molten steel, radiating heat that shimmered in the air. He could feel the sheer power coursing through the blade, its edge pulsing with dangerous intensity. The opportunity before him was fleeting, but it was a chance he could not afford to miss. The monster had exposed itself just enough, and he had to take advantage of that moment. His mind issued the command, and his body obeyed instantly, moving with ruthless precision toward the weak points of the creature. With an explosion of motion, he surged forward, closing the distance in a blink. His dagger struck with unrelenting force, burying itself deep into the mutant rat's skull at point-blank range. The release of fire energy ignited on impact, sending waves of heat through the monster's body, flames bursting outward as its insides were incinerated. The creature let out a final, gurgling screech, its limbs spasming uncontrollably before going limp. The charred remains collapsed onto the ground, the fight ending as quickly as it had begun. A system notification flickered into his vision, confirming what he already knew. His level had risen again. The increase in strength, endurance, and dexterity coursed through his body, a rush of new power flooding his limbs. He could feel it in his movements, in the way his muscles responded, faster, sharper, and more efficient than before. It was a reminder that real combat yielded far greater results than mere training. Fighting with his life on the line forced growth in ways that repetition and drills never could. As the adrenaline faded, a lingering question took its place in his thoughts. The presence of the rat was unnatural. The city walls were meant to keep creatures like this out. There was no way something of this level could have appeared on its own. The only ones capable of bringing such a beast inside undetected were the celestial foxes. The realization sent a cold luo shiyuder through him, a sharp contrast to the lingering warmth of the flames he had just unleashed. Before he could dwell further on the implications, a strange force wrapped around him, a sensation unlike anything he had ever felt before. The ground beneath him shifted, and without warning, he was pulled downward by an unseen energy. A sinking sensation overwhelmed him as he was swallowed into darkness, his surroundings vanishing in an instant. The moment his senses adjusted, he realized he was no longer in the forest. The space around him was vast and empty, an eerie void where the very air felt thick with unseen pressure. There was no sound, no light, only the suffocating presence of something powerful. A shadow shifted ahead of him, materializing into a figure. The girl from before stood there, expression unreadable, her posture exuding absolute control. An unseen force restrained his body, locking his limbs in place as if he had been ensnared by invisible chains. The energy surrounding him was unlike anything he had encountered before, pressing against his skin with the weight of an ocean. He struggled instinctively, but his body refused to move, entirely bound by her power. She raised her hand, and an aura of energy condensed around her fingers, taking on the form of a blade. The weapon hovered in place, glistening with an otherworldly sheen, before she pointed it directly at him. The weight of her gaze bore down on him like a silent demand. The unspoken expectation was clear: he had to prove himself. He processed the situation rapidly, considering every possible response. The fact that she was testing him meant that she knew about the existence of the foxes, yet she had no surefire method to distinguish them from humans. That much was evident from her actions. From her perspective, his attempt to attack what had appeared to be a child had raised suspicion, making him a potential enemy. He closed his eyes, exhaling slowly, forcing himself to stay calm despite the unnatural energy wrapping around him. There was no clear way to prove his humanity, no obvious answer. The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit together. Was the mutant rat part of this test? The thought lingered in his mind as he considered his options. Time was slipping away, and he needed to act. He activated his analysis skill, attempting to gather information that could help him escape this situation. The system returned nothing. He tried again, failure, again, another failure. Over and over, he forced the skill to analyze, but no results surfaced. The failures continued relentlessly until, at the final moments of desperation, a new system notification appeared before him. The skill had reached an advanced level. A new feature had unlocked, granting him the ability to determine a person's affiliation to an organization. The change was instant. As the ability activated, the system provided him with the information he had sought. The girl standing before him was not just a random enforcer. Her name was Lei Shan, a high-ranking awakener of the cleanup team, an organization he had never even heard of until this moment. The name carried weight, but its purpose remained a mystery. If there was a secret third faction operating in this city, then she was undoubtedly connected to it. She remained silent, watching him with the same unreadable expression, but he could sense that time was running out. His mind worked faster than ever, piecing together everything he had learned. She had referred to the forest as the training ground, meaning she had to have known the place well. That could only mean one thing: she had grown up in the same orphanage as he had, yet no memory surfaced. He could not recall anyone named Lei Shan from his past. Either she had changed her name, or there was something else at play. He reached into his mind, pulling at old memories, grasping for something familiar. A name, a moment, anything. The realization struck when he least expected it. A memory from childhood, a faint recollection of a girl raising her fists, boasting about an unbeatable technique she had created. A ridiculous fighting stance, a declaration that it was invincible. He had laughed at her back then, copying her movements with exaggerated gestures, repeating her words in mock admiration. Now in the present he did the same. His body moved instinctively, recreating the stance, mimicking her old self with near-perfect accuracy. It was childish, it was ridiculous, but it was unmistakable. The connection was undeniable. A flicker of recognition crossed her face. A brief shift in expression, barely perceptible, but it was enough. For the first time since this encounter began, uncertainty flickered in her eyes. She lowered her blade slightly, but her test was not yet over. There was another question. According to the records at the academy, his contract stone skill had been deemed useless, a failed ability that was impossible to activate. And yet here he stood, possessing abilities far beyond what should have been possible. She wanted to know how he had done it. He recalled the past, the moment everything had changed. 2 weeks ago, when he had made the decision to consume his own contract stone, a reckless and unthinkable act that had fundamentally altered his existence. He had become both the summoner and the summoned beast, breaking the natural order, severing the control that illusions had over him. As a result, he had been able to see through the deceptions of the celestial foxes, recognizing the monstrous reality hidden behind their disguises. As the weight of his words settled, she moved. Her grip tightened on his collar, her energy fluctuating as she processed his claim. It was clear that she had never heard such an idea before, and yet she could sense the certainty in his voice. The implications of what he had just said were staggering. An entire Celestial Fox clan had infiltrated the city. He had proof. The owner of Wanan Cafe, the furniture store on L Street, they were not human. Ping's expression remained calm as he listed off additional locations, naming the 3 blacksmiths on L and IT Street, adding to the growing list of potential Celestial Fox infiltrators. He didn't stop there. His thoughts drifted back to the small girl he had encountered earlier, the one who had stopped him from attacking the so-called child. He realized now that she too was one of them, a fox hidden in plain sight, using her appearance and innocent demeanor to manipulate those around her. Unlike the foxes who had taken important social roles, she was a low-level entity, but that didn't mean she was harmless. If anything, it made her even more dangerous, as her disguise was nearly impenetrable without his abilities. He knew this information needed to be acted upon quickly. Lei Shan, or the girl, as he now recalled from his childhood, took a moment to process everything he had said. Without wasting any more time, she turned on her heel and informed him that she was going to verify his claims immediately. She left him with a stern command to stay where he was, promising to return soon. Without hesitation, she pulled out a magic crystal, its faint glow pulsating as she established a connection with her team. She wasted no time in contacting Jinbo, one of her higher-ranking allies, relaying the information she had just received. Jinbo, a seasoned operative, stood alongside 2 others as he listened to her summary of events, his expression unreadable yet calculating. The first thing he noted was that, until now, their organization had never encountered fox-type beasts within the city itself. Though they had known about their existence, the idea that they had managed to infiltrate society at such a scale was deeply unsettling. He confirmed that they had already sent a team to investigate 2 of the shops mentioned by Ping, preparing to detain the suspected foxes for further examination. Before any further conversation could take place, a deafening explosion erupted near their location, shaking the ground and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The entire group's attention snapped toward the blast. Their instincts heightened as they observed 2 individuals in matching attire sprinting toward them, frantically escaping from something. Their faces were filled with terror, and their heavy breathing suggested that they had just barely escaped with their lives. As the 2 men approached, one of them shouted desperately toward Jinbo, informing him that the saleswoman from one of the shops had lost control, attacking them the moment they attempted to leave the city. The words had barely settled before a figure leaped through the air, her movements inhumanly swift, launching herself directly at Jinbo, her clawed hands reaching for his throat. Jinbo remained completely still, showing no signs of panic or hesitation as his sharp gaze met hers. Without flinching, he calmly raised his fist, gathering energy into his knuckles, the power crackling around him like an unseen force of destruction. In one explosive motion, he swung forward, the sheer force of the strike colliding directly into the fox's chest, sending a shockwave through her entire body. The impact was so devastating that it sent the creature hurtling backward, her body skidding across the ground before collapsing in a heap. Dark energy seeped from her form, a sign that her transformation was fading, her disguise failing as death overtook her. Jinbo simply stood over her motionless body, his expression devoid of any emotion. He coldly remarked that she should have thought twice before attacking them so recklessly. The remaining magical energy dissipated into the air, signaling that the illusion spell she had used to blend into society had been undone upon her death. With this confirmation, the entire team now knew the truth. The informant had not been lying. This was proof that they had real enemies among them, and the foxes were likely even more widespread than they had originally feared. Jinbo wasted no time in issuing his next orders. With a wave of his hand, he commanded that the other teams be warned immediately so they could prepare for further encounters. His subordinates bowed respectfully, acknowledging his orders before quickly moving to relay the message to the rest of their forces. At the same time, back at Pearl Academy, a different kind of tension filled the air. On the balcony of a secluded rooftop, Zhu lounged lazily, her body stretched across the railing, while a female companion stood beside her, quietly keeping watch. Suddenly, an odd sensation coursed through her, something unnatural that caused her to sit up abruptly, her previously relaxed expression morphing into one of surprise and realization. Her companion, alarmed by her sudden change in demeanor, addressed her hesitantly, confused by the unexpected shift. Zhu didn't need to hesitate. Without a word, she launched herself from the balcony, her body moving with unnatural grace as she landed effortlessly atop the roof of a nearby building, her movements eerily precise. She could feel it. One of their own had been killed. Not just one, but 2. One had died outside the city, the other had been slain just moments ago on Elnit Street. Both deaths had happened so swiftly, so unexpectedly, that even she had failed to catch a glimpse of the culprit responsible. Her frustration simmered beneath the surface as a spirit-like entity emerged beside her, an ethereal manifestation of monstrous energy. With narrowed eyes, she let out a sharp breath, questioning who these people were. What kind of force had suddenly begun hunting them down so efficiently? Sometime later, back in the city, Ping stood waiting, his patience wearing thin as he glanced around for any sign of the girl's return. His gaze hardened as he processed everything that had happened, his mind cycling through the events that had unfolded. When the girl finally returned, she carried with her a confirmation of his claims, but with one critical concern. Although his ability to see through the illusions of the foxes was undeniably useful, she still considered the possibility that this could be a trap. It was difficult to fully trust a power that had surfaced so suddenly, especially when deception was the fox's primary strength. For now, she made the decision that he would act as their eyes and ears, but she would continue to monitor him from the shadows. If he discovered anything new, he would be required to report directly to her. At night, Ping stretched his shoulders, rolling his neck as he adjusted to the reality of his new role. He understood the necessity of this arrangement, and if it meant helping them eliminate the foxes, then he had no issues playing along. He agreed to the terms, fully prepared to work until the situation was resolved. As a precaution, the girl tossed him a small object, a jade pendant that carried a distinct coolness to the touch. She explained its function. It was paired with a matching warm pendant in her possession. If he ever found himself in danger, all he had to do was set the pendant on fire, and she would immediately be alerted to his distress, allowing her to reach him as quickly as possible. Even with her protection, she reminded him that survival depended on his own strength, encouraging him to keep developing his skills. Ping's gaze shifted as he considered her words. He had already been thinking about martial arts training, but the steep tuition costs had deterred him. When he mentioned this, the girl dismissed the concern, informing him that she would secure a scholarship through the organization, but he would still need to choose a school for himself. Later, as he wandered through the streets, he noticed a marked decrease in the number of foxes in the area. It was clear that the cleanup team had begun their operations, thinning their numbers in a methodical, calculated manner. Despite this, the group remained cautious, never revealing their true identity to him. He understood why. Trust was not easily given, and had it not been for his ability to analyze the illusions, he might have already been killed by now. While walking, his attention was drawn to a girl distributing leaflets, advertising the Fist of the King of Beasts martial arts school. The pricing ranged from basic lessons to secret techniques, with costs ranging from 500 to 10,000 coins. He took one look and immediately felt the sting of reality learning wouldn't come cheap. Ping remained skeptical about whether this particular martial arts style would even suit him, as not every technique was compatible with every fighter. Some styles required a specific body type, flexibility, or brute strength, and without testing it firsthand, he couldn't be certain if it would work for him. However, before he could voice his doubts, Zenon, the enthusiastic girl promoting the school, confidently assured him that the techniques were well worth the price. She seemed absolutely certain of the value her school provided, her energy radiating an unshakable enthusiasm as she spoke about the Beast Fist techniques. The martial arts school she represented, Fist of the King of Beasts, was well known throughout Pearl City, famous for its bestial-inspired combat techniques, designed to mimic the natural predatory instincts of different creatures. As if to prove her point, she handed him all the promotional flyers, practically shoving them into his arms before stepping back and demonstrating several basic stances. She smoothly transitioned into a fighter's stance, her posture shifting with practiced ease as she began demonstrating the initial movements of the Beast Fist style. She explained that these were the foundational forms, drawn from the Monkey King's agile fist, the ferocity of the crocodile monster, and the razor-sharp talons of the phoenix claw. Ping observed her movements intently, his analytical mind breaking down every step, every strike, every shift in balance. His eyes followed the fluid transitions, noting how each stance allowed for a different kind of offensive and defensive maneuvering. His body, conditioned to learn rapidly through observation, instinctively began internalizing the techniques without conscious effort. He issued a silent command to himself: learn. His muscles twitched as he instinctively absorbed the forms, storing them within his memory and adjusting his posture to replicate them. The techniques she demonstrated were clearly superior to the Pro Fist technique he had used before. The strikes were sharper, the movements more efficient, and the transitions between attacks much smoother. He could already tell that this was a far more refined martial art, one that could elevate his combat ability significantly. Zenon, seemingly eager to prove her school's superiority, continued her demonstration, shifting into a high kick designed to strike down airborne enemies. However, in her overconfidence, she lost her balance mid-spin and stumbled, crashing to the ground with an awkward thud. Ping watched her fall, resisting the urge to sigh. Though her form had been impressive, it was clear she hadn't fully mastered the techniques she was promoting. Still, Despite the misstep, he couldn't deny that the style itself was solid, offering a strong foundation for anyone willing to put in the effort to master it. Before he could dwell further, two men approached, their heavy footsteps disrupting the moment. One of them spoke loudly, his voice dripping with contempt, questioning who had given the so-called clowns from the Fist of the King of Beasts school permission to distribute leaflets here. Zenon, startled, scrambled back to her feet and immediately apologized, admitting that she hadn't known that distributing flyers in this area was prohibited. The tension thickened as another figure stepped forward. Bit, an arrogant fighter from the rival Shi art school, strode up to them, eyeing Ping with mild interest before shifting his gaze to Zenon. His tone was dismissive as he mocked the beast fist techniques, scoffing at the idea that they were anything more than wild, reckless movements. Instead, he boasted about his own school, attempting to lure Ping away by inviting him to study at their prestigious academy instead. Ping, uninterested in pointless debate, simply pointed at him, his expression filled with amusement as he asked whether this was the same school that taught the infamous five-fold lightning from the knees technique. Bit's face turned red with fury, his frustration boiling over at the misnaming of the technique. He loudly corrected Ping, clarifying that it was five-fold lightning attack, bringing the opponent to their knees, not what Ping had just said. Recognition sparked in Ping's mind. He had seen this guy before. He had been present at the forge that day, meaning he was now a target. Without hesitation, Bit ordered his allies, Shang Haiyong and Day, to capture Ping immediately. Zenon, despite her earlier display of clumsiness, quickly positioned herself between Ping and the approaching fighters, her stance resolute. She declared that she wouldn't allow them to harm him, standing firm as if preparing for a fight. Ping, however, remained unfazed. Instead of reacting with panic, he activated his analysis skill, allowing the system to display detailed information about the two fighters preparing to engage him. A system window appeared before his eyes named Xiong Hin, race human, faction Shingi Martial School, potential 1 point, level 4, skill flesh enrichment, exchanges 70% of intelligence for a 30% increase in awakener strength. His gaze flickered to the second opponent, and the information was exactly the same. Their skills sacrificed intelligence for power, making them physically stronger, but at the cost of severely lowering their reasoning ability. Ping's expression shifted into one of pure disbelief. Were these guys seriously willing to trade their brain power for muscle strength? He had encountered a lot of strange skills, but this was something else entirely. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to Zenon, allowing the system to scan her potential as well. Name Xenon, race human, faction Fist of the King of Beasts, potential 7 points, skill diligence, reduces initial learning speed by 90%, but increases practical mastery rate between 10% to 10,000%. His eyes widened slightly as he absorbed the information. She was highly talented, possessing an ability that slowed her initial learning, but 8th accelerated her growth exponentially through real combat experience. With enough effort, she could easily surpass most fighters, potentially reaching the highest ranks among awakeners in the future. Seeing her potential, he made a decision. He handed her the flyers back, his expression calm yet firm, and motioned for her to step aside. This was his fight now. Zenon, clearly worried, voiced her concern. There were 3 of them against 1, and even though Ping had proven himself strong, she feared they would overpower him with numbers. Ping responded with nothing but a chilling smile, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. The first 2 charged at him immediately, but before they could react, Ping moved like lightning, slipping behind one of them in an instant. Without hesitation, he executed the first form, striking with a precise hit to the back of the fighter's neck, sending him stumbling forward. He followed up seamlessly with an elbow strike to the stomach, activating the second form, knocking the air from his opponent's lungs. Bit, watching his allies fall so easily, snarled in frustration and launched his own attack, attempting to land a powerful martial technique on Ping. Ping didn't hesitate. He went low, driving his fist directly between Bit's legs with cruel efficiency, using the third form with pinpoint accuracy. The resulting impact was devastating, sending the arrogant fighter collapsing to the ground, groaning in agony. As the dust settled, Ping stood victorious. He smirked at the fallen fighters and declared that they should have brought more people if they wanted a real challenge. Without looking back, he turned to Zenon and told her that it was time to take him to her school he wanted to enroll immediately. Zenon, her previous worries forgotten, beamed with excitement, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. She eagerly agreed, thrilled to have someone like Ping joining her school. She then asked him something unexpected: if he could teach her how to perform the techniques as effortlessly as he had just done. Ping, considering her potential, agreed. After all, someone with her talent would become an invaluable ally in the future. The tension in the martial arts school escalated quickly as the word spread like wildfire the instructor had been spotted on the street. Panic erupted among the students, their expressions filled with sheer horror. One boy clutched his head with both hands. his face twisted in despair as he shouted that the instructor was supposed to be gone for a few more days. The reality of his sudden return sent shockwaves through the group, triggering an immediate sense of dread. The entire courtyard was thrown into chaos. Some students groaned in frustration, while others screamed in horror, their voices blending into a cacophony of despair. One particularly nervous student frantically pointed at another, laughing nervously as he suggested that the instructor should punish the slacker who hadn't even managed to learn half of the Monkey King's style. Meanwhile, a more dramatic scene unfolded nearby. A young student was cradling his unconscious friend, shaking him violently, pleading for him to wake up before the instructor arrived. Ping, who had just joined the school, stood amid the madness, confused by everyone's reaction. He turned to Zenon, questioning why the mere return of their instructor had thrown everyone into such a state of terror. She swallowed hard before explaining, her voice quivering with fear. Their instructor, Ba, was extremely strict. His training methods were ruthless, and anyone who failed to complete their assigned tasks would be subjected to severe punishment. Even the most determined students had learned to fear his discipline. Curious, Ping asked whether she herself had been punished before. Instead of looking embarrassed or worried, Zenon struck a proud stance, puffing out her chest as she confidently declared that she had been punished the most. She boasted that, despite having been at the school for over a month, she had still not mastered the basics of kung fu, making her the recipient of frequent discipline from the instructor. Ping blinked at her, trying to process what he had just heard. Was she proud of being the most punished student in the school? Her enthusiasm for her own incompetence made no sense to him, but before he could question it further, the massive wooden doors of the building creaked open. A dark figure emerged from the entrance, his silhouette exuding an aura of authority that immediately silenced the courtyard. Every student in the area stood at attention, their bodies going rigid as they snapped into formation. Fear and reverence filled the air as they shouted their greeting in perfect unison. Zenon whispered excitedly to Ping, urging him to stand up straight because the instructor had arrived. Ping observed as Ba strode forward with confidence, his sharp eyes scanning the students with an intensity that made them all shift uncomfortably. With a single booming voice, he barked his first order. Incorrect posture meant punishment. 50 laps. His tone was sharp, his expectations clear, and without hesitation, the students immediately began running, knowing better than to argue. Curious about the man's abilities, Ping activated his identification skill, allowing a system window to appear before him. Name Ba, race human. Faction School of Martial Arts of Animal Hunters, talent body morphing, consumes food to alter body shape. The number of stored forms depends on the level. Current forms stored wolf form, berserk lion form. Ping's thoughts raced as he analyzed the information. Despite the instructor's gruff demeanor, his abilities were no joke. At level 25, he was nearly as strong as the girl, making him one of the most formidable figures in the school. His talent was particularly interesting, eating food to change his body's shape and capabilities. Right now, he had 8th persons as to 2 stored transformations, the wolf form and the berserk lion form, both of which likely enhanced his speed and strength significantly. As Ba approached, he scanned the gathered students before his sharp gaze landed directly on Ping. There was a moment of silence before the instructor spoke, his tone filled with curiosity and mild amusement. He had heard about what happened at the Shingi Martial School the previous day, and wanted to see if the rumors were true. Ping met his gaze calmly, responding without hesitation. Ba's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly as he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with slow deliberation. The air grew heavier, a clear sign that he was about to test Ping firsthand. Without warning, he threw a sudden punch, his fist hurtling toward Ping's face with blazing speed. Instinct took over. Ping's body moved reflexively, dodging the attack at the last second, barely avoiding the impact. He barely had time to react before Ba came at him again, throwing another series of strikes in quick South-person Sean. Ping twisted and sidestepped, barely managing to evade each blow, his movements becoming more fluid with every dodge. The students watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock. Their instructor, known for his unforgiving training style, was attacking a new recruit with full force, and yet Ping was managing to keep up. Ba, however, showed no signs of slowing down. His movements became sharper, his fists now coated in fire, leaving trails of heat in the air as he closed the distance once more. This time, he aimed directly for Ping's face, his attack unavoidable. Ping braced himself, readying his stance, knowing that this one he couldn't dodge. But at the last moment, the instructor halted his attack, his fiery fist stopping inches away from Ping's face. A deep, booming laugh echoed through the air as Ba pulled back, his expression now filled with genuine amusement. He admitted that he hadn't believed the rumors at first, but now he understood Ping truly had managed to learn the Monkey King style simply by watching a demonstration. The revelation sent a ripple of whispers through the other students. Zenon, standing nearby, bit her tongue awkwardly, linking her fingers together as if trying to disappear into the background. The reason for her embarrassment was clear. While Ping had memorized and executed the techniques effortlessly, she, despite all her effort, still hadn't even mastered the basics. Ba placed a firm hand on Ping's shoulder, his expression one of grudging respect. He told Ping that he would personally congratulate him later, but for now there was work to be done. With a sharp turn, Ba's eyes burned with fiery intensity as he faced the gathered students. The once anxious atmosphere turned tense as his aura flared up, his voice booming across the courtyard. It was time to test the students' dedication. His training method was simple one-on-one fights. Anyone who failed to meet the school's physical standards would have to complete 500 push-ups and run 10 kilometers with weighted restraints. The students visibly trembled, realizing that their fate had just been sealed. Ping, watching the chaos unfold, smiled awkwardly, noting that training under someone with physical enhancement abilities meant that their regimen was going to be nothing short of brutal. As he observed the instructor preparing for combat, Xenon suddenly poked him in the back. When he turned to face her, she looked nervous yet determined. She hesitated for a moment before finally gathering the courage to speak. She admitted that Ba hadn't wanted to train her seriously, meaning she still lacked proper instruction. After seeing what Ping could do, she wanted him to train her personally. Ping, seeing her potential, agreed without hesitation. Zenon's eyes lit up with excitement, her confidence soaring as she clenched her fists, vowing to become even stronger. As Ping glanced at her system panel, he saw clear potential. She was a 7-star talent with the ability to become a top-tier fighter in the future. And with that, his journey at the Animal Hunters Martial School had officially begun. Over the past few days, Ping had been focusing on his training in the Spirit of Iron, breaking down the Monkey King style into smaller, digestible movements, allowing Zenon to focus on mastering one step at a time. However, despite his efforts, she struggled constantly, her talent making her learning process agonizingly slow. It was no mystery now why Instructor Ba had refused to personally train her. Her diligence talent, while powerful in the long run, required her to practice something endlessly before it showed results. She was undoubtedly determined, but that same determination had probably driven all her previous mentors to exhaustion. Her talent was categorized as Level 3 Diligence, which, according to the system, reduced her learning ability by 90%, but allowed unlimited improvement in any skill as long as she continued consistent training. Each consecutive day of practice increased her growth rate by 10%, up to a maximum of 100%. Ping understood that given enough time, she could eventually surpass even geniuses, but in the short term, it meant frustratingly slow progress for both of them. Zenon, however, remained unwavering in her excitement. She had just failed another movement when she suddenly bowed deeply, begging him to keep teaching her. Ping sighed, realizing once again why Ba had given up on her. Sometime later, as he continued guiding her through the broken-down movements, she once again lost control of her stance and fell straight to the ground, groaning in frustration and pain. Ping observed her from above, rubbing his forehead as he mentally calculated the best way to approach her training. Despite her struggles, he had to admit that the Beastman fist was unique. Having practiced it for several days himself, he could already feel himself getting faster, stronger, and more adaptable. Before he could continue, a voice called out to him. Chio Chang had returned. Turning around, he informed Xenon that she should continue practicing alone, and he would return to check on her later. She muttered in agreement, rubbing the sore spots where she had fallen, before nodding and getting back to her stance. Meanwhile, Chang leaned her elbows against the counter, her face betraying visible exhaustion. She grumbled, mentioning that she had nearly lost her temper this time. Something felt off lately, and she couldn't put her finger on it. The number of beasts roaming the area had noticeably decreased, forcing her to go deeper into the northern forest to track anything worthwhile. Ping, sensing something was wrong, immediately asked whether she was all right. Chang pulled a small item from her bag, as she explained that she and her team had unexpectedly run into storm wolves, an extremely territorial and aggressive pack. Thankfully, they had managed to dig into the ground and hide themselves, allowing the wolves to lose interest and target another prey instead, the nearby savage clans. Seizing the opportunity, she had managed to extract something valuable from the wolves. She extended her hand, revealing a shimmering gemstone. A system window flashed in front of Ping's eyes. Analyzing the object, immediately wind gemstone, rare quality, a crystal extracted from a living creature that naturally accumulates wind elemental energy, can be used to form wind blades, storms, and other elemental attacks through controlled spiritual force. Ping's eyes narrowed slightly, impressed by the rarity of the find. He reached out, taking the wind gemstone into his hands, testing its weight and energy flow. He asked Chang if this was indeed what he thought it was, a wind gem. She smirked knowingly, confirming his suspicion. Even a child could use this gem to create wind-based attacks, as long as they had basic control over their spiritual force. Before he could further examine the gemstone, something unexpected happened. A strange noise echoed in his mind. layered with multiple overlapping voices, speaking words that made no sense to him. At first he thought it was just his imagination, but as the voices grew louder, he realized that this was something new, something unnatural. The voices spoke in disjointed phrases, their words carrying an eerie tone. Ping's breath hitched as he realized what was happening. The system window updated once more, flashing an urgent notification. Owner Jiang Ping, race human, faction Spirit of Iron Forge, potential 4 stars, physical strength 18, mental strength infinite, dexterity 21. Rank Beginner Awakener Level 4, 4th level contract gem bonus effect activated. New talent unlocked. Wind Whisper Beginner talent allows the user to hear loud emotional thoughts within a 10-meter radius. The effect is passive but can be actively controlled. Ping's hands tightened around the wind gemstone, a smile creeping onto his face as he realized that, once again, the contract gem had triggered another unexpected evolution. Just like how he had awakened Fire Eater previously, this new talent, Wind Whisper, had been activated by his interaction with the Wind Gemstone, but there was something far more pressing than his new power. The voices he had just heard, they were from the Celestial Foxes. He quickly turned around, his heartbeat eighth person slurrating as his mind raced through the implications. The Celestial Foxes were watching them. One of the foxes spoke in an almost casual tone, mentioning that the Spirit of Iron Forge had an additional visitor, Wang Zhen. Another voice agreed, but then something far more chilling followed. They were planning to eat them. One fox suggested that Ping should be their next meal, while the other expressed interest in keeping Wang Zhen alive for himself. Ping's blood ran cold. His new Wind Whisper talent had unknowingly revealed enemy plans to him, allowing him to hear their malicious intentions before they could act. These monsters weren't just lurking in the city, they were actively hunting people, selecting targets like a farmer choosing livestock for slaughter. His fingers clenched into a tight fist, his breathing steadying as he processed the reality of his situation. They weren't just being watched, they were being hunted. At that exact moment, Lu Shishan emerged from the back, stepping out of the shower without any idea that danger was already closing in around them. Shishan stepped forward, her expression cold and unyielding, the ice weapon in her grip dripping with frozen blood as the bodies of the foxes collapsed into lifeless heaps. The air in the dark space was thick with tension, the aftermath of the battle settling in like an unshakable weight pressing down on everyone present. Zenin, her body trembling, staggered forward, her eyes wide in disbelief, as she stared at the corpses of the 2 foxes that had once worn the faces of her mother and father. Her lips parted, but for a moment no sound came out, only a raw, suffocating silence that seemed to stretch endlessly. She clutched onto him desperately, shaking her head over and over, refusing to believe, refusing to eighth person repeat what had just happened. Her voice cracked, her breath hitching as she buried her face into his stomach, denying everything, clinging to the last remnants of her past. Ping tightened his arms around her, holding her firmly in place, his voice calm but unyielding as he asked her if they were really her parents. Then why didn't they show their true forms? Her sobs muffled into his chest, her torn expression hidden from view. The girl stood off to the side, her expression grim as she analyzed the situation with a calculating gaze. There was only one possibility, and the moment she voiced it, the weight of the revelation settled heavily over them all. If even a low-level celestial fox was capable of hiding its true form from a high-level awakened, then that could only mean one thing: there was a royal celestial fox in Pearl City, enhancing the entire pack's ability to create illusions. That would explain why the ones they had been hunting before had only been found outside the city. The illusion within Pearl City itself was stronger, making them nearly undetectable. Ping's thoughts raced. If that were true, then he might be the only person who could truly see through their disguises. He gritted his teeth, his fingers tightening into fists as he reached down and tore the leather from the fox's face, revealing its grotesque, monstrous features beneath. Zenin, her eyes still swollen with tears, jerked back in horror as the reality hit her like a storm. She had seen them as her parents, had believed in their warmth, their kindness, their care. But the truth was undeniable: the faces she had trusted were masks, disguises worn by beasts that had infiltrated her life from the very beginning. The girl confirmed his words, her voice heavy with certainty. The illusion had been so complete, so meticulously crafted, that even a talented martial artist like Zenon hadn't noticed. Zenon's vision blurred, her heart pounding as she collapsed onto the floor, staring blankly at the blood-stained ground. The truth was a nightmare, an inescapable reality that had been forced upon her all at once. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a different conversation was unfolding in a dimly lit chamber, where the true masterminds behind the invasion were already adjusting their strategy. A voice, filled with quiet amusement, echoed through the space: a fox concealed in the body of an elderly man, speaking in a calm, calculating manner. He acknowledged what had been happening over the past week. 9 of their comrades had already died. Someone had figured out how to break the illusion, and it was only a matter of time before their entire operation in Pearl City unraveled. Another fox, sitting idly on the floor, lazily folded its paws and tilted its head, questioning why they didn't simply eliminate all the humans and take over the city entirely. But a sharp, dominant voice cut through the conversation, silencing the room immediately. Luo Shiyu, the true power among the celestial foxes, raised a hand, her patience clearly wearing thin. Her expression was one of annoyance, as if the suggestion was too simple-minded to even entertain. Killing all the humans was a waste of resources. They weren't interested in wanton destruction. They were interested in sustaining their existence, controlling the city while keeping their food supply intact. If they eliminated everyone, then who would be left to feed them? Instead, she declared that it was time to lure out the true hunters hiding in the shadows, the ones responsible for exposing them. She wanted them dead. Zhang Ping, a loyal strategist among their ranks, stepped forward and bowed deeply, presenting a new plan. Rather than simply reacting to the humans' discovery, they could stir the waters even further by luring other dangerous races into Pearl City. If they turned Pearl City into a battleground, making it a place of unrest and chaos, then the strongest humans would be forced to reveal themselves. Only then would the foxes strike, eliminating the biggest threats first. A fox wearing the body of a nobleman questioned whether the strongest humans were even still in the city. Zhang Ping responded confidently there were 3 primary organizations within Pearl City, and aside from the patrol and investigation teams, there was a third group, one that even the foxes had trouble identifying. It was this organization that concerned him the most. Their lord, the king of the celestial foxes, had been injured and forced to flee after clashing with a powerful opponent. Zhang Ping believed that the one who had wounded him was still somewhere in the city, biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. If they wanted to eliminate this hidden threat, then they needed to force him into the open. Luo Shiyu considered his words for a moment before finally speaking. The king was still asleep, recovering from his wounds, but she had no intention of blindly following his will. Even if he had helped strengthen her bloodline, she made it clear if he ever became a threat to her rule, she would kill him without hesitation. The others bowed their heads, showing deference to her authority. Zhang Ping, still kneeling, spoke with determined conviction. He had dedicated his entire life to Pearl City, but unfortunately, their former lord had proven incompetent. The city was weak, and it needed a true ruler to steer it into a new future. Meanwhile, back in the dark alley where Zenon still shook from the weight of her loss, her trembling hand reached out. Brushing against the blood that had pooled on the floor, she whispered softly, calling out to her parents one last time. She closed her eyes, her voice breaking as she begged for their forgiveness, her fingers staining red as she finally eighth person sped the truth. Shishan, watching from the side, sighed and asked what it would have changed, even if she had realized it earlier. Ping, however, stepped forward, his expression unreadable. He had seen this kind of pain before, the kind that consumed people from the inside. Zenon suddenly screamed, her voice raw with self-hatred. She blamed herself, her weakness, her inability to even master the basics of martial arts. If she had been stronger, would her parents have lived? Would she have been able to save them? Ping didn't hesitate. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her against him, holding her close as her body trembled uncontrollably. He told her the words he had once struggled to eighth person's pet himself. It wasn't her fault. Just like he had lost someone dear to him, someone he had wanted to protect, but even if he could turn back time, he couldn't have stopped what happened. What mattered now was the future. What mattered now was becoming strong enough to never let it happen again. Zenon's fingers clenched against his clothes, her body shaking as the tears finally stopped flowing. She whispered, her voice hoarse, but full of resolve. She was ready. She was going to fight back. But before anything else could be said, Ping suddenly staggered forward, blood gushing from his mouth. Shishan's eyes widened, and Zenon's heart dropped into her stomach. His body had been holding on far longer than he realized, and now it was finally giving out. After some time, he slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred as he tried to make sense of his surroundings. The figures before him gradually became clearer, and he saw the girls looking at him with concern. Zon's expression shifted into one of relief and happiness, a bright smile forming as she observed his awakening. Still groggy, Ping pushed himself up from the bed, feeling a dull pain radiate through his body. He placed a hand on his forehead, trying to recall what had happened and how long he had been unconscious. The sensation of exhaustion still clung to him, but his mind gradually sharpened as he became aware of his situation. Shishan immediately cautioned him against moving too much, reminding him that his wounds had not fully healed. The risk of reopening them was high, and he needed to be careful. Zon, standing beside him, grasped his hand with determination, a resolute expression on her face. Her stance was unwavering, her resolve firm as she silently conveyed her decision to become stronger. Without hesitation, she turned and walked away, pausing briefly before striking a confident pose, her mind already set on the path ahead. She was prepared to take on the celestial fox alongside him, unwavering in her conviction. A small smile appeared on Ping's face as he acknowledged her determination. He had no doubt in her abilities, his belief in her unwavering. She was capable, and if she had set her sights on something, she would find a way to achieve it. Shishan, observing the scene with folded arms, turned her attention to Miss Wang. Given the current circumstances, Wang's home was no longer safe. The dangers lurking outside were too great, and remaining in an unprotected location would only put her at risk. The only logical course of action was for her to stay here, where she would be under their protection. The combined strength of the group would ensure her safety, and there would be no need to worry about external threats if they stood together. Just as these thoughts settled, the protagonist became aware of distant voices. The words drifted toward him, fragmented but unmistakable. Wang's name was mentioned, followed by an assertion that he was still asleep and that it was necessary to determine his location. The mention of Hang Xing, described as a subordinate, hinted at a sense of hesitation, as if he lacked the courage to act on his own. The voice was familiar, instantly recognizable as Lucia's. A surge of alertness coursed through the protagonist as he processed this revelation. Turning to the girl, he noted her expression of surprise, the sudden shift in her demeanor reflecting her confusion. The realization struck that something was happening with the fox, an event that could not be ignored. Moments later, Shishan provided crucial information. Tuang Zhen had risen to the position of Vice Lord of Pearl City. His recent actions revealed his allegiance. He had engaged in discussions with the fox and had willingly assumed the role of a subordinate. This revelation indicated a clear defection to the opposing side. Beyond this betrayal, the abilities of the king loomed as a pressing concern. The power to enhance pack illusions was formidable, capable of deceiving even the higher awakened ones. The implications were severe. If even the most perceptive individuals could not see through these illusions, then the Celestial Fox King's influence was immense. However, the current state of affairs presented an opportunity. With their king in slumber, a chance to counterattack had emerged. A strategy began forming. John Ping's cooperation was necessary for the plan to sue the person said. His skills and knowledge would be invaluable in locating the celestial foxes, and his willingness to assist was met with immediate agreement. There was no hesitation. He would do whatever was required to bring the enemy down. Meanwhile, Lu Ting exhaled a stream of smoke, his demeanor calm despite the tension that filled the air. Hunger gnawed at him, an issue he voiced with casual ease. Zhang, standing nearby, reassured him that they only needed to wait a little longer. Zhang Ping would return soon, bringing the necessary supplies to replenish their strength. Elsewhere at the base of the sweep group, Manny stepped forward with purpose. She raised her hands, signaling her readiness. It was time to unlock the secret room, a task she had been instructed to carry out. With the canopy about to be reopened, preparations had to be precise. Pulling herself up, she acknowledged the effectiveness of her ability to persuade others. Chenavia, watching from a short distance away, took a measured sip from her glass, the liquid within reflecting the dim lighting of the room. Their journey deeper into the room continued. Suya, addressing Manny, inquired about her preferences. Coffee was an option, though it would require some time. Manny declined, a faint smile playing on her lips, noting that she had already satisfied her thirst. With firm steps, Su-Kei moved toward the designated area. Her foot met the magic symbol etched onto the ground, and as her hands extended outward, an invocation followed. The enrichment of light began, a powerful force welcoming their efforts. A radiant glow illuminated the surroundings, its brilliance spreading rapidly. Dark matter surged forth from the center, its presence manifesting in several locations across the intricate symbol inscribed on the floor. The energy pulsed, forming patterns that responded to the call. Manny, lifting her hand with steady confidence, marked the end of the blackout. The transition was swift, the shift in energy unmistakable. Chimmy, witnessing the culmination of their efforts, acknowledged the balance of light and shadow. With this, the consecrated canopy was fully activated, its protective veil extending to cover the entire city. The protagonist observed the unfolding events with deep contemplation. The collaboration of these individuals signified a pivotal moment. The cleanup team, long shrouded in secrecy, was finally unveiling some of its guarded knowledge. Within Pearl City, no organization was as enigmatic as the cleanup team. Their existence was rooted in the mission to safeguard the city, stepping forward when destruction loomed. They were the force that worked in the shadows, eradicating threats and cleansing the taint that threatened to consume the city. As the backbone of Pearl City, the sweep team operated under extreme secrecy. Their actions, often unseen by the public, were crucial in maintaining order. Among them, a specialized division known as the Border Team played an essential role. According to the information gathered, the Border Team comprised 3 key members. At its helm was Manny, a figure whose power lay in the black curtain. She was the one who had created the dark space, an ability that had shaped the protagonist's previous encounters. Su, another member of the team, wielded the power of enriching sunlight. This ability absorbed solar energy, channeling it into a resource that sustained her comrades in battle. It was more than just an advantage, it was a treasure, an endless well of strength that ensured they could continue fighting. Shin Love, the third member, commanded the force of light and shadow. This ability granted invisibility, altering the perception of objects by manipulating their light and shadow. Together, the three could activate the illuminated curtain, a force capable of drawing creatures below the royal level into the depths of the dark space. Beyond that, they possessed another crucial ability. The landscape of the inner world could be shifted at will, a technique designed to confuse opponents. This power was the strongest weapon in the border team's arsenal, a method to counter the celestial foxes, who thrived on distorting reality to claim their victims. By using similar tactics, they could turn the tables on the enemy. Through the bustling streets, a conversation unfolded. Ming, glancing at the surroundings, questioned the necessity of their caution. If needed, they could simply take a few individuals and bring them home. The response was swift. The city was not safe. The looming threats were too great, and carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Taking risks was unwise, and vigilance was essential. Ming, processing this reality, considered the implications. The dangers were real, and for the first time, a sense of unease crept in. Perhaps, despite her usual confidence, a flicker of fear had finally found its way into her thoughts. After a brief moment of silence, he turned to look at her, his expression filled with surprise. Her gaze met his as she lifted her head, a sense of urgency in her eyes. Something felt off, but he dismissed her concerns, brushing them away as mere paranoia. He had no reason to believe that anything was wrong. However, as he looked ahead, he noticed the eerie emptiness surrounding them. It was unusual. At this time, the streets should have been livelier, yet there was no one in sight. Meanwhile, Gambo stood with an immense force of energy gathering in his fist. With a swift and powerful motion, he launched a devastating attack aimed directly at the fox's back. The impact sent shockwaves through the area, dust surging into the air as the force of the strike created a massive crater in the ground. A brilliant pillar of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the battlefield. Despite the overwhelming strength behind the attack, he expressed his disappointment, regretting that he had not been able to eliminate all of them in a single strike. Mingi, reacting to the situation, voiced his frustration. His voice echoed with anger as he identified the attacker. He had been the one responsible for the previous attempt on his life in Pearl City. The realization sent a surge of fury through him. Leaning forward, he demanded answers. The sheer audacity of attacking them so directly was baffling. Did Ganbo not fear retaliation? If necessary, reinforcements could be summoned at any moment. Gambo, unshaken by the threat, clenched his fists tightly. The energy radiating from them intensified. He entertained the thought of calling for help, but dismissed it just as quickly. According to the information provided by Zhanping, the two before him were approximately at level 25. He was confident that he could handle them without assistance. Without hesitation, Mingi launched himself forward, shouting as he charged. His movements were swift, fueled by determination. Just as his attack was about to land, Jianbu intercepted it, blocking the punch with his hand. A brief moment of silence followed as Bu examined the mark on his chest, surprise flickering across his face. Min, seizing the opportunity, lunged forward. Her attack was reckless, her body throwing itself into the moment without hesitation. Bu's eyes locked onto the mark on his arm, confusion evident in his expression. The attack had been deflected. The realization struck him, but there was no time to process it. Mingi continued his assault, unleashing a series of rapid punches, demanding to know how he was faring. He seemed uncertain about how they disposed of their own kind. With a sharp movement, Bu retaliated, his fist connecting with Mingi's face. The force of the punch sent him staggering. The impact was immediate. Meanwhile, R's voice rang out in fear. The situation had escalated too quickly. Min swung her hand aggressively, her intent clear: she was going to end this fight. Bu, understanding the gravity of the battle, shifted his stance. His grip tightened as he seized the fox's arm. Though he couldn't see it directly, he had gained an understanding of its size and movement. With practiced precision, he twisted her arm, causing her to cry out in pain. The fox's expertise in sneak attacks was evident, but when it came to direct combat, she fell short. Desperation seeped into her voice as she called out for Mingi's assistance. Responding instantly, Mingi leapt toward Bu, his arm swinging forward in an attempt to land a decisive blow. Bu turned in time to acknowledge the attack. His voice remained calm as he countered the assault. In one swift motion, he launched AR toward the fox, releasing his grip as he shouted for them to let go. The fox's body was propelled into the air, caught in the force of Bu's attack. Without giving it a chance to recover, he executed a powerful kick, sending it soaring once more. His voice rang out as he demanded one final strike. Below, the lifeless bodies of monsters littered the ground, the cracked asphalt beneath them serving as evidence of the battle's ferocity. Among the fallen, one of the remaining foxes struggled to comprehend the situation. There was something wrong. He could not feel anything, his senses were dulled. They were trapped. Boo, his stance unwavering, pulled back for another devastating strike. His voice cut through the air, his determination unshaken. The fox, overwhelmed by rage, declared his hatred once more. A surge of powerful energy radiated from Boo, engulfing the entire area. The force of it was undeniable. His command was clear, he wanted them gone. From the rooftop of a nearby building, Pin observed the scene unfold. The strength on display was awe-inspiring. The sheer force of Boo's abilities left an impression on him. Sishan, standing beside him, placed a hand on her hip. Her expression remained composed as she acknowledged the power before them. It was to be expected. Hang Jane was the leader of their battle group. The protagonist folded his arms, his thoughts lingering on what he had witnessed. The presence before him evoked a sense of familiarity. It was reminiscent of the heroes he had encountered in games. Shishan, curious about his thoughts, posed a question. However, his attention was soon drawn to a pressing matter. Reports had surfaced regarding an uprising among the alienated beasts outside the city. The creatures were beginning to gather and rebel for reasons unknown. If they managed to infiltrate Pearl City at such a critical moment, the situation could become disastrous. The strain on the lighted canopy would increase, putting the city at risk. A course of action was decided. A team needed to be sent to the outskirts to investigate. Shishan adjusted the earpiece in her ear, receiving further instructions. There was concern regarding Jiang Ping, but reassurances were given. He could accompany them. It would be an opportunity for him to refine his martial skills. The suggestion was eighth-person SPID without hesitation. Information regarding the Celestial Fox had already been documented, and responsibility for handling the matter would be delegated to the battle group. Shishan acknowledged the orders, signaling her understanding. Ping's mind raced as he considered past encounters. The storm wolves that Chang had faced earlier were likely connected to this ongoing situation. Shishan confirmed this connection before urging Jiang Ping to follow. A guard would be stationed at the forge to ensure its protection. As they departed, Ping found himself venturing beyond the city limits for the first time. The landscape before him was unfamiliar. Taking in the sight of the plants around him, curiosity overtook him. He had never encountered such vegetation before. He turned his attention to one of the plants before him, its structure unlike anything he had seen. Shishan, recognizing his interest, warned him to keep his distance. His expression shifted to surprise, but before he could react, the plant expelled its contents, scattering them across the area. Shishan identified the plant as hydrochloric acid grass, a species known for its high hydrogen peroxide content. The plant's properties were highly corrosive, and now was the time for them to mature. Upon ripening, the fruit would explode like fireworks, releasing its dangerous compounds into the air. The hydrochloric acid grass spread aggressively, making it a hazard. Caution was necessary. In addition to the hazardous flora, alien creatures had adapted to this environment. Some fed directly on the grass, drawing sustenance from its chemical properties. The surroundings were teeming with life, each organism a potential threat. Shishan motioned ahead, directing Ping's attention to their next challenge. The first opponent awaited them. While she conducted her investigation into the alien beast rebellion, Ping was to remain within a designated area. The protagonist prepared himself, focusing his thoughts. This would be his first test outside the safety of the city. His gaze locked onto the approaching presence. It was time for an identification. Ping studied the information, his eyes narrowing as he gripped his flame-coated dagger. At first glance, the rabbit appeared harmless, its small frame deceptive. However, its strength exceeded that of the poison-tail rat, a creature he had previously encountered. Realizing the threat, he reacted instinctively, launching his dagger forward in a surprise attack, his voice echoing across the field. The preemptive strike was meant to catch the rabbit off guard, but it reacted swiftly, leaping aside just in time to evade the projectile. Wasting no time, Ping surged forward, his fists engulfed in flames as he swung at the creature, determined to land a decisive blow. The fire roared in his hands as he attacked, but the rabbit proved agile, dodging effortlessly before countering. Its ears twitched, releasing concentrated acid bullets that hurtled toward him. He raised his arms, instinctively shielding himself. The burning heat surrounding his hands deflected the attack, the corrosive liquid sizzling and evaporating upon contact with the flames. He analyzed the situation quickly, realizing the problem at hand. The hydrochloric acid grass around him had begun to react. Clumps of acidic mist lifted into the air, spreading across the battlefield. The ground beneath him became hazardous, every step needing precision to avoid triggering an eruption. His mind raced, considering his options. Observing the rabbit's movements, he noted 3 key factors. First, it possessed a sharp nose and quick reflexes, making straightforward techniques ineffective. Second, its ranged acid attacks were deadly, and it held an advantage over the terrain, being immune to the corrosive environment. Third, it exhibited tactical intelligence, deliberately using acid to block his approach before luring him toward the volatile fruits of the acid grass. Spinning his dagger between his fingers, Ping assessed the challenge ahead. This would not be an easy opponent to defeat. A realization struck him. Despite being drenched in the acidic mist, he remained unaffected. He glanced down at his hands, where droplets of the liquid had landed earlier. The flames coating his skin had nullified the acid. The reason was clear now. Fire countered the rabbit's attacks. The rabbit, seemingly unfazed, responded in its own language, its voice carrying an eerie, unnatural tone. With a twisted expression, it screeched something incomprehensible, but the intent was clear. It was frustrated, its acidic projectiles proving ineffective against its opponent. It launched another acid bullet, shouting its strange battle cry, which roughly translated to "drink my soup." Ping swung his fire-cloaked arm, dispersing the attack instantly. The acidic liquid vaporized on contact. He understood now the girl had remained calm about him challenging a creature of this level because of this advantage. The rabbit's expression contorted into something terrifying. Its voice grew more deranged as it shouted again, this time lamenting the waste of its acid attacks. Growing desperate, it lunged forward, determined to close the distance. Ping braced himself, crossing his arms defensively. Sensing a familiar shift in energy, the creature was changing, a second stage of transformation was beginning. He tightened his grip on the dagger. As the rabbit's movements grew more erratic, he recognized another trait: its claws also carried a corrosive effect. It wasn't just its ranged attacks that posed a danger, even direct combat could be lethal. A glance at his shoulder revealed a fresh wound, where the rabbit had clawed through his defenses. The injury stung, blood seeping through his torn sleeve. His mind pieced together the rabbit's strategy. It realized that ranged attacks were futile against him, and had switched to melee combat instead. This battle had to end quickly. Summoning his Fire Eater ability, Ping activated Flame Entanglement, releasing waves of fire that surrounded the battlefield. A ring of searing heat enclosed them, leaving the rabbit trapped within. If the creature wanted to play strategically, he would do the same. Fire spread across his entire body as he absorbed energy from his reserves. His Fire Eater Flame Reserve displayed 43 1/100ths, meaning he had limited time before exhausting his flames completely. He needed to finish this before his energy depleted. He dashed forward, his flames burning fiercely. If the rabbit wanted him to consume acid, then he would do the opposite, consume it with fire instead. His dagger struck, missing its target as the rabbit dodged once again. However, he was prepared for this. Anticipating its movements, he swiftly redirected his attack. The battlefield had already turned into a fiery prison, limiting its escape routes, nowhere to run. Seizing the moment, he launched himself toward the creature, his dagger gleaming with intense flames. The fire danced along the blade as he drove it forward, determined to end the fight. At the last second, the rabbit twisted its body, evading the direct strike. Ping gritted his teeth. This was exactly what he wanted. He activated his Fire Eater ability once more, commanding the flames around him to converge. The fire surged toward the rabbit, its body catching a flame in midair. As it crashed to the ground, flames engulfed its form, its body writhing as it struggled. Ping exhaled, his energy almost completely drained. His Fire Eater Flame Reserve flashed a critical warning 3 1/100ths. His flame supply had reached 0. Despite this, the rabbit remained alive. Ping sighed in frustration. Its value had not increased, indicating that it still clung to life. There was no time to hesitate, he needed to finish the job. Dashing forward, he struck swiftly, his dagger piercing through the weakened creature multiple times until its body finally stilled. As he stood over the fallen beast, another system window appeared. Lines of text scrolled across the interface, notifying him of his gains. All values increased by 2. Current personal stats: physical strength 20, mental power infinite, strength 19, dexterity 23. For comparison, the average human stat level was 10. He considered the implications. This was decent growth for a level 9 monster. Slaying such creatures provided stat increases, but not direct level ups. Higher level opponents would require more effort to defeat. Experience was gained through combat and training, rather than simple progression through the system. A final message flickered on the screen, revealing a new threshold for his abilities. When the total amount of flames consumed reaches 1,000, the Fire Eater ability will evolve. He clenched his fist, determination settling in. If he wanted to grow stronger, he would have to push himself further. This battle had been just the beginning. As the system window flickered, A new message appeared before him, signaling the upgrade beginner fire eater had advanced to medium fire eater, and the flame capacity had increased to 300. Ping stared at the notification, the realization sinking in. A wide smile formed on his face as he processed the implications. His ability had evolved, granting him greater reserves and a more potent flame supply. However, before he could fully relish his newfound power, his gaze shifted forward, and his excitement quickly turned to horror. A huge horde of furious rabbits had appeared before him, their eyes filled with hostility. His breath caught in his throat as the sheer number of enemies registered in his mind. In that moment, Jiang Ping instinctively ordered himself to say the word run. He glanced at his flaming hand, then back at the system window. His fire eater's flame supply was now 2/100ths. Panic set in. He had exhausted nearly all his reserves in the last battle. The realization sent a chill down his spine. His body was still covered in residual flames, but with such little energy left, he wouldn't be able to sustain another full fight. His eyes darted between the swarm of rabbits, calculating his chances. There were too many. Even if he fought with everything he had, the sheer numbers meant that he would be overwhelmed. His mind raced for a solution, and then it hit him: the Jade Token. With his remaining fire energy, he could activate the token and call for reinforcements. Without hesitation, he grabbed the token, turned around, and bolted in the opposite direction. He had no time for heroics. Escaping was his only option. Shouting at the top of his lungs, he activated the token, its surface glowing with a faint light. Before the flames could fully envelop it, the rabbits were already ahead of him. His escape route was blocked. Turning back, he saw even more rabbits behind him. His heart pounded. He was completely surrounded. Dropping low to shield himself, he braced for impact. The bullet rabbits released a barrage of acid from their ears, the deadly projectiles whizzing through the air toward him. His body tensed. He needed a plan fast. Before he could react, a massive wall of ice materialized in front of him, blocking the incoming attack. His eyes widened in recognition. He had seen this ability before. His gaze shifted to the side, and there she was, a familiar figure standing confidently, her hand covered in water energy. Without hesitation, she commanded him to move aside as she assessed the situation. The bullet rabbits were in a frenzy, their numbers seemingly endless. Without waiting for a response, she raised her hands, summoning a powerful torrent of water. The massive wave swept across the battlefield, pulling dozens of rabbits into its grasp. With a simple flick of her fingers, the entire wave froze, encasing the creatures in solid ice. Ping stood there, awestruck. He had struggled to take down a single rabbit, but she had just eliminated an entire horde in seconds. Shishan, observing the frozen battlefield, frowned. She had only been gone for a short time, yet the number of enemies had multiplied drastically. She turned to Ping, but he could only shrug, completely clueless as to why the rabbits had suddenly appeared in such overwhelming numbers. Her eyes scanned the area, and she quickly came to a conclusion: this wasn't normal. Something was drawing them in. Summoning an ice sword, she prepared for the next wave. More rabbits charged forward, but she hesitated for a moment. Something about their movements was off. They weren't attacking mindlessly, they were drawn to something. Lowering her stance, she prepared to strike, deciding to take a risk and uncover the truth. Leaping forward, she unleashed a flurry of attacks, her ice blade cutting through the swarm. Wounded rabbits flew in all directions, their bodies crashing into the ground. Despite her relentless assault, the rabbits kept coming. She pushed forward, aiming for the last remaining target. If her suspicion was correct, the answer lay within their leader. With precise movements, she reached the frozen mass where the largest rabbit had been trapped. Placing her hand on the ice, she murmured a command. The frozen structure shattered, the shards scattering across the battlefield. As the fragments settled, her fingers curled around a small glowing orb that had been hidden within the ice. Holding it up, she examined it carefully before making an announcement: the soul-attracting pill. Ping, catching sight of the orb, blinked in surprise. He had never heard of such an item before. A strange fragrance wafted through the air. His instincts screamed that this was no ordinary object. Shishan explained it was a device crafted by an unknown organization to manipulate alienated beasts. The Serpentine faction, tied to the Zhu family, was suspected to be involved. The soul-attracting pill emitted a unique scent, one that only beginner and intermediate-level alienated beasts could detect. Once consumed, the beasts lost control of their instincts and became domesticated. However, the exact method by which the Zhu family controlled them remained a mystery. Unlike spirit gems, the pill was not digested. If not properly managed, it would continue to manipulate the affected beasts indefinitely. If left unchecked, this could escalate into something far more dangerous. Crushing the pill in her palm, Shishan let the dust scatter in the wind. This confirmed her suspicions: the rebellion of the alienated beasts was directly linked to the soul-attracting pill. She would report this immediately to headquarters. As for whether or not this was truly the Zhu family's doing, further investigation was necessary. Turning to Ping, she issued a command. Until this was resolved, he would continue training outside the city. This wasn't a request, it was an order. With a formal salute, Ping acknowledged her authority. His voice rang with determination as he agreed without hesitation. Shishan smirked, noting his enthusiasm. Her mood lightened slightly. But as the wind shifted, a shadowed figure loomed in the distance. A creature, cloaked in black robes, watched them from behind a massive tree. A sudden chill ran down Ping's spine. He turned to Jishan, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Before he could say anything, she reacted instantly. With a sharp movement, her ice blade sliced cleanly through the massive tree, splitting it in half in a single strike. The massive trunk collapsed, sending tremors through the ground. Ping took a step back, his breath quickening. His voice trembled as he asked what just happened. Shishan, her eyes locked onto the fallen tree, remained still. Her expression darkened as she muttered under her breath. There was no one there. Her fingers tightened around the hilt of her sword. Had she imagined it? Or was someone truly watching them? A week had passed, and tension had only grown heavier. The fox, standing before the gathered figures, addressed Yu with a title that carried both reverence and weight, His Majesty. There was something different in the way she spoke, as if the circumstances surrounding them had shifted in ways they could not yet fully comprehend. She explained that the foxes who had once taken refuge around Tinker Street had always gathered in this place, but now something was amiss. The air outside was heavy, the wind howling unnaturally, carrying with it strange sounds that seemed to echo from the depths of the unseen. Luo Shiyu sat in deep contemplation, her mind racing through the past few weeks, observing how the frequency of aloof beast revolts had increased at an alarming rate. It was almost as if someone or something was orchestrating these attacks from the shadows, pulling strings in ways that remained beyond their immediate understanding. The thought of Hang Xing's involvement lingered in her mind, a possibility she could not ignore, but she knew they could not afford to rely entirely on a single individual. If they did, they would only weaken themselves further. That would not do. If no one else would take action, then she would. Rising from her seat, her body pulsed with a sudden surge of magical energy, the sheer force of it rippling through the room as if to solidify her resolve. She knew, without a doubt, that the enemy was already aware of their movements, or at the very least, had gathered enough intelligence to suspect them of knowing something. Over the past week, her investigations had uncovered something far more dire than she initially imagined. More than half of their numbers had been slain in and around Tinker Street, and those who remained were likely to be the next targets. Their enemy was relentless, methodical in its approach, picking them off without hesitation or mercy. If they sat idly by, they would only wait for their turn to be eliminated. That could not happen. She needed to force the enemy's hand. She wanted her people to create a distraction, something significant enough to make their enemies think they had uncovered something crucial. If they acted as though they had gained vital intelligence and planned to flee en masse, then their enemies would believe their plan had been exposed and would be forced to act early, revealing themselves in the process. It was the perfect bait. One Leaf, standing nearby, quickly pieced together what she intended and silently acknowledged her strategy. But Luo Shiyu, frustration seething beneath her composure, would not be satisfied until she found out exactly who was responsible for the massacre of their people. She wanted to see them with her own eyes, to destroy them with her own hands. The foxes surrounding her agreed, their expressions hardened with the same fierce determination. Meanwhile, far from the foxes' gathering, in the depths of a secluded woodland, a different battle was already unfolding. The rabbits that inhabited the clearing moved idly, their small bodies bouncing through the grass as they nibbled on the vegetation, blissfully unaware that they had already been marked for death. The peace of the scene was shattered in an instant. The protagonist struck first, launching himself from the shadows with deadly precision. His dagger, coated in roaring flames, plunged deep into the nearest creature, the heat of the fire searing through fur and flesh alike. The beast did not even have time to react before the flames consumed it, its body writhing as it fell limp. A sudden notification appeared in his vision, the familiar glow of a system alert window flashing before him. Nightwalker has been stopped. The words were simple, but their meaning was clear. His target was down. But the battle was far from over. The moment the first rabbit fell, the others erupted into chaos. Panic spread through the clearing, the once docile creatures scattering in every direction, their instincts screaming at them to flee. But there was no escape. The moment they realized what had happened, their panic turned into rage. Their bodies tensed, their previously round eyes narrowing into something almost feral. Angry rabbits now surrounded him, their bodies coiling, preparing to attack. He took a steady stance, flames crackling around him as he analyzed the battlefield. It had been a week since he started hunting these creatures, and in that time, he had grown stronger, both in skill and in level. He had now reached level 6. His combat instincts had sharpened, and through repeated battle, he had come to understand their attack patterns and weaknesses. He watched them closely, noting their movements. The corrosive green acid that dripped from their mouths was a clear warning, and as expected, they moved first, launching a barrage of acidic projectiles directly toward him. Anticipating the strike, he leaped into action, dodging their attacks with practiced ease before retaliating with a well-placed fire strike, sending one of the beasts tumbling backward. His mind worked quickly, processing the unfolding fight. If provoked, these creatures had a defensive mechanism. They would coat their own bodies in acid, making it dangerous to engage them directly in close combat. That in itself was not the problem. Fire was effective against them, but the acid did not burn intensely enough to kill them outright. That meant prolonged fights, and prolonged fights meant wasted energy. He needed a solution. That was when an idea formed. Digging into his pouch, he retrieved the scales of the red snake, something he had collected and hoarded over time. The properties of these scales were unique. They acted as a fuel source that could make fire burn indefinitely. If he wanted to wipe them out quickly, this was his best chance. Without hesitation, he tossed the scales into the flames, watching as the fire around the battlefield changed instantly. The results were immediate. The flames surged higher, engulfing one of the already burning rabbits, and in an instant, its entire body was consumed by an unrelenting inferno. The scream it let out was unlike anything he had ever heard before, a twisted, piercing sound of a creature truly knowing it was going to die. The others froze, their instincts warning them to stay back. But it was too late. The flames had already spread, catching on to more of the creatures, turning the clearing into an infernal vortex. The Fire Eater ability activated fully, and watching the destruction unfold, he named the technique Fire Eater, 3 flavors of real flame. The flames burned in 3 variations, consuming both flesh and spirit alike. His breathing was heavy, his reserves draining, but the outcome was worth it. Then, a system notification appeared. Level up 7. A second message followed. All values increased by 1 point. Because he had eliminated multiple enemies, he was rewarded with an additional bonus stat point. His stats updated accordingly. Physical strength 24, mental power infinite, strength 25, dexterity 29. His contract gem had also advanced to level 5, its color deepening into a more refined blue. He felt the increase in power, though the full extent of its new abilities remained unknown. But just as he was about to check his status, a strange energy pulsed nearby. His gaze snapped to a burnt rabbit carcass, now emitting a deep, ominous dark aura. His breath caught in his throat. This was not normal. His instincts warned him, but before he could react, the corpse twitched. The air grew thick with something unnatural. Then its eyes snapped open. A low, guttural sound erupted from its throat. The creature which should have been dead was alive once more. It began to move, slowly at first, then all at once. Dark purple energy coiled around its body, its gaze locking onto Ping with something far more sinister than before. His heartbeat quickened. This was no ordinary rabbit. He turned to shout in alarm, but before he could finish, the creature lunged. Flames erupted from Ping's hands as he activated the Fire Eater's skill Flame Entanglement, the heat surging outward in a brilliant display of power. His stance was unwavering, his expression filled with confidence. No matter how many times he fought, no matter how many creatures he had slain, he was not the same weak fighter he had once been. The evil rabbit, now pulsing with dark energy, lunged at him, its form a blur of motion as it aimed to strike. Ping did not move. Instead, he watched carefully, preparing to absorb the impact of the attack. As the rabbit drew closer, its energy fluctuated, distorting the air around it. At the last second, Ping flicked his dagger, spinning it between his fingers as he aimed a precise counterattack. The blade sliced cleanly through the air and missed. A split second later, his instincts screamed at him. Something was wrong. The rabbit had no body. His weapon had passed through thin air, leaving no wound, no resistance, nothing. His opponent stood before him, unscathed, its body flickering like an illusion. Ping's brows furrowed as he instinctively shifted the dagger to his other hand, maintaining his balance as he studied the creature. What the hell was this? He had fought countless rabbits over the past week. Had he somehow created a ghost? His grip tightened around the dagger, his confidence unwavering despite the uncertainty. If it was a spirit or ghost, then it needed to be put to rest. Without hesitation, he struck again, the flames of his blade roaring as he delivered a decisive swipe. The rabbit collapsed instantly, its form crumpling as the dark energy surrounding it vanished. It lay motionless, no longer pulsing with its eerie power. Ping stared down at the fallen creature, his mind racing. When did this rabbit develop an ability like that? He had faced plenty of corrupted beasts before, but this was something entirely new. His thoughts drifted to the soul-attracting pill. Was this rabbit also under its influence? Deciding not to leave any questions unanswered, Ping unsheathed his dagger and cut open the rabbit's corpse, digging into its flesh. His fingers brushed against something unusual, a deep purple object nestled within the beast's body. He retrieved it carefully, holding it up to the light. This wasn't the same pill as before. It was something different, something worse. He activated his identification skill, but a system window appeared, flashing an error item could not be identified. He frowned. It had been a long time since he had encountered something so difficult to classify. Moments later, a second system window appeared, this time displaying partial Suth person's S in identification. Item dark mist essence, quality unknown. Description: the essence of power stored in the ovaries of the black goat. Consumption may lead to unexpected consequences. Ping felt his stomach drop. A goat's treasure? What the hell was something like that doing inside a rabbit? Another system window appeared almost immediately, once again flashing an error. Item cannot be fully identified. He frowned, setting the object beside him before lighting a small flame next to it. If identification through the system wouldn't work, perhaps external testing would. As the fire crackled, he watched the essence carefully, waiting for any kind of reaction. A few tense seconds passed. Then, suddenly, another system notification popped up. Suth person's full identification, dark mist essence, quality unknown. Description: the essence of power stored in the black goat's ovaries. Consumption may lead to unexpected consequences. The words replayed in his mind, each repetition making him feel more uneasy. He wasn't given much time to dwell on it. A vision surged through his mind. Before him, a majestic goat emerged, its form shrouded in dark purple energy. Surrounding it was a gathering of beasts, their movements both restless and chaotic. The goat did not hesitate. It charged forward, meeting the swarm of creatures head-on. The battle unfolded in rapid Suth person's scene. The goat's body flickered like an illusion, moving unpredictably as it weaved through its enemies. At one point, it phased directly into a massive pig, bypassing its defenses entirely before delivering a devastating bite to its side. The pig let out a horrific scream, writhing in pain as a dark energy seeped into its body. The very essence of corruption oozed from the wound, spreading throughout the pig's veins like poison. Ping gritted his teeth as the vision faded. What the hell was that? Everything about the essence screamed danger. Yet there was no denying its value. He could feel it. This thing was powerful. But how did it compare to the pink gem? He pondered this, staring at the object with uncertainty. If it truly was as rare as a wind gem, then consuming it could awaken a completely new ability. However, this wasn't just some stone, it was something taken from the black goat. It was biological. He Luoshi yuttered at the realization. It was essentially a piece of flesh. His mind drifted, thinking of Sue. He remembered her voice, her presence, and her strength. He had to survive. If this item could make him stronger, then he would take the risk. There was no room for hesitation. He swallowed the dark mist essence whole. Pain erupted through his body immediately. His eyes snapped open, his vision blurring from the intensity of the sensation. He barely had time to scream before he collapsed onto the ground, writhing. Fire and darkness clashed within him, his body convulsing as if trying to tear itself apart. His hands clawed at the dirt, his breath ragged, his skin burning as if it had been lit ablaze from the inside out. Then he saw her. Sue's figure appeared before him, but something was wrong. Her eyes were filled with tears, tears of blood. She was smiling. Her voice trembled as she spoke, calling his name. She pleaded with him, begging him to promise that no matter what happened, he would live. Ping clenched his teeth, his body trembling under the weight of the vision. He could barely think, barely breathe, but he forced himself to speak. He would not die. Not until every last fox had been destroyed. The system window flashed violently before his eyes. Suthi person's full identification, properties updated, rank beginner awakened, level 7, growth potential 6 stars, physical strength 26, mental power infinite strength 25, dexterity 29. His contract gem activated, triggering a new effect. Another system window appeared. New talent acquired, Stygian mist body beginner ability, absorbs a creature's fear and converts it into mist that can be manipulated. Fog supply 2100ths. The pain began to subside, but his body felt different. There was something else inside him now. He exhaled sharply, his breath visible as a faint, eerie mist. Something had awakened, something dangerous. Power surged through Ping's body as the Stygian mist fully integrated into his system, the realization crashing over him like a tidal wave. The ability allowed him to generate a solid mist with 10% attack and defense power, scaling up to 1000%, an overwhelming potential that made his previous abilities seem almost insignificant in comparison. His breath came in ragged gasps as he crouched down, sweat trickling down his face, his muscles trembling with the weight of newfound strength. This was no ordinary skill, it was both offensive and defensive, a rare balance that made it one of the most versatile abilities he had ever obtained. The strength of the mist depended entirely on the amount of mist consumed. meaning his endurance and adaptability in battle would be directly tied to his ability to gather, absorb, and manipulate fear. More than that, his growth potential had increased by 3 stars, making him stronger than he ever anticipated. But as his mind settled, emotions surged wildly, conflicting in ways he could barely comprehend. Laughter and sorrow mixed within him, the absurdity of his situation overwhelming every rational thought. This was both a blessing and a curse, a power unlike any he had wielded before. It felt unnatural, foreign, as though something had latched onto his very essence and refused to let go. What was this strange feeling? Was it shame, happiness, anxiety, relief? He could not tell, and the uncertainty gnawed at him like an open wound. He could only move forward, letting the power settle into him, because stopping now meant stagnation, and stagnation meant failure. He was too close to gaining the strength he needed to avenge Sue, and nothing, no fear, no hesitation, no regret could stand in his way. Behind him, 5 figures approached, their steps cautious, their voices hesitant. He could hear the murmurs of concern, the uneasy discussions of whether they should engage or ignore him. One of them, bolder than the rest, finally decided to step forward and ask if he was all right, but the uncertainty was clear in his voice. Before he could respond, another man interjected, advising that they should leave immediately and avoid getting involved in something beyond their understanding. The logic was sound, and others in the group quickly agreed, stating that their main goal was to reach the city before nightfall, as long as no alienated beasts appeared in the area. But before they could turn away, something terrifying happened. Without conscious effort, the mist within Ping responded, a dark energy surging from his body, lifting him slowly into the air. The ground beneath him seemed to lose its hold, and within moments he was hovering above them, his form surrounded by an ominous, swirling presence. The man standing closest to him froze in fear, his entire expression twisting into one of absolute horror as he tried to comprehend what he was witnessing. A human rising into the air, drenched in unfamiliar dark power, was something beyond the natural world, something he had never seen before. The moment Ping turned his gaze towards them, his eyes burning with unnatural intensity, a wave of panic ripped through the group. Their instincts screamed at them to run. Chaos erupted as the men dropped everything they were carrying, their bags and weapons clattering to the ground as sheer terror took over their minds. Without hesitation, they bolted, screaming at the top of their lungs as they sprinted away, yelling about ghosts, curses, and unnatural phenomena. Their fear was so intense that it became palpable, feeding directly into the mist surrounding Ping, increasing his reserves without him lifting a finger. He sighed internally, lowering himself back onto the ground, realizing that he had unintentionally frightened them. This ability, it was not just powerful, it was something that terrified those who witnessed it. A system window appeared before him, confirming that the energy had grown stronger. His fog supply had increased steadily 23 100ths, 30 100ths, 35 100ths, gaining power simply from absorbing the terror of others. He held out his hand, watching as a swirling blue mist formed within his palm, solidifying with an eerie, shifting presence. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. This was not ordinary energy. It was not mana, fire, or spirit power. It was fear given form, something that transcended traditional combat skills. He could mold it, shape it, make it an extension of his own will. His mind raced with possibilities, and he immediately put his theory to the test. Closing his eyes, he visualized a monstrous hand in place of his own, something massive and clawed, something inhuman. Instantly, the mist obeyed, shifting, morphing, becoming the very image he had imagined. He stared in awe at his own transformed hand, the dark claws flexing in response to his thoughts. His next experiment was even more ambitious. He focused on shaping a weapon from the mist, visualizing a blade that could cut through anything in its path. The mist twisted once more, forming a sleek, deadly sword, pulsing with raw energy. Curious about its strength, he tested it against a nearby tree, swinging the mist blade with a controlled motion. The moment the weapon made contact, the tree split cleanly in half, the sheer sharpness of the cut making it appear as though it had been sliced by an expertly honed sword. A second later, the trunk tilted and collapsed, the weight of it sending a dull thud through the air. His breath caught in his throat. This much power from just a single point of mist reserve? What if he used 10? Without hesitation, he activated 10 points of mist energy, this time forming a defensive shield around himself. Just as the shield materialized, the falling tree crashed down upon him, but instead of being crushed, the impact was absorbed entirely. The force dispersed into nothing, as though the tree had struck an immovable, untouchable void. He was completely unharmed. His mind reeled at the sheer versatility of the ability he could cut. He could defend. He could reshape the battlefield at will. This skill wasn't just useful, it was his trump card, his ultimate weapon against high-level, alienated beasts. Before he could continue testing the extent of his new power, a sudden shout from behind him shattered his focus. He turned sharply, immediately recognizing the voice Cece. She sprinted toward him, her posture tense, her eyes scanning the area frantically, her body primed for combat. She seemed convinced he had just survived a deadly battle, expecting to see a monster in the vicinity. The instant she laid eyes on him, however, her expression shifted dramatically, her gaze locking onto him with an intensity that made his stomach drop. Then, without warning, her face twisted into shock and fury. He barely had time to process what was happening before she stormed toward him, her movements sharp, demanding an explanation. His mind scrambled to respond, but the realization hit him too late. She had noticed something was different about him. Cece's body tensed, and her eyes filled with undisguised horror as she came to a sudden, terrible conclusion. She had seen what he had done, the mist, the unnatural power radiating from him. Her realization only took seconds, but the weight of it was devastating. She knew, she understood exactly what had happened, and the truth of it made her furious. Her shoulders squared, her breathing uneven, and in that moment Ping knew something was seriously wrong. Then, the final blow came, the one sentence that shattered everything. The Stygian mist was not an ability he had gained. It was a parasite, a sickness lurking within him, waiting to take complete control. The intense pain that had consumed Ping when he first swallowed the dark mist essence had not been the result of mere transformation, but rather the parasite's attempt to take control of his body. The realization sent a cold shiver down his spine. If that was the case, then had he simply overpowered it? Or was there something deeper at play? He thought about the implications, his mind racing to connect the pieces. If he was fine now, did that mean the parasite had failed to take root in him? Cece, still eyeing him carefully, did not provide an answer, her expression unreadable. She only mused that he was special, different from others who had fallen to similar afflictions. Maybe, she considered, the monster that had destroyed the misty aloof beast still lingered inside him, suppressing the parasite's control. Or perhaps, she suggested, the reason it did not take control of him was because he was already someone who possessed complete control over himself. A sharp, almost wicked smile crossed her face, her expression darkening as she exuded a dangerous aura, stepping toward him with deadly intent. The tension in the air thickened as shards of ice materialized above her hand, a silent warning of what would happen if her suspicions proved correct. Ping's confidence faltered as he instinctively took a step back, sensing her serious intent. If anything went wrong, if even the slightest hint of corruption surfaced within him, she would not hesitate to put him down. He felt an uneasy chill wash over him. Had he miscalculated? He wasn't sure, but one thing was certain: Cece was not going to take any chances. Just as she closed the distance between them, something unexpected happened. A large spider suddenly descended between them, hanging in the air by a single thin thread. The shift in atmosphere was instant. Cece's entire demeanor shattered in an instant, the cold determination in her eyes replaced by sheer panic. Her gaze landed on the spider, and for the first time since Ping had met her again, she screamed in terror. She stumbled backward, flailing wildly as the fear overtook her instincts. Her voice rose, trembling, filled with panic. She conjured a weapon in her hands, waving it around frantically, her movements erratic as she tried to fend off the creature. The once imposing warrior who had just been ready to kill him was now reduced to a helpless mess, utterly terrified of a tiny, harmless creature. The spider, equally startled, scuttled away in an attempt to escape her aggression, but the damage was already done. Cece had completely lost her composure. Watching this unfold, Ping was utterly speechless. A girl like her, someone who had faced alienated beasts, high-level combatants, and some of the deadliest threats in the world, was still afraid of spiders. He could hardly believe it. The absurdity of the moment left him momentarily stunned before a nostalgic warmth filled his chest. She hadn't changed at all. As she panicked and clung on to him, desperately begging him to get rid of the spider, memories from their childhood flooded back to him. He remembered the orphanage, the way they had spent their days together, and the moment he had discovered this exact fear of hers. He saw himself as a child again, running toward her, shouting excitedly as he held something in his hands. Cece had been sitting beneath a tree, calmly reading a book, when he had interrupted her. She had looked up at him with a mix of curiosity and annoyance, asking what he wanted to show her. Without hesitation, he had thrust a small beetle in front of her face, grinning widely, his childish joy boundless. The reaction had been immediate. Cece had squealed in terror, flinching away as she tried to shove him back, demanding that he remove the disgusting bug from her sight. But fate had been cruel. The beetle, startled by the commotion, had slipped from his hands and taken flight, escaping into the air. Ping had been devastated, staring after it in disappointment. That had been his new friend, and she had scared it away. Cece, noticing his dejection, had softened slightly, patting his head with a sigh. She had called him stupid, wondering aloud why, out of all the children in the shelter, he wanted to befriend a bug. Didn't he want real friends? He had responded simply, his small voice laced with sadness. The other children would leave the orphanage one day. If that happened, what would he do then? For a moment, Cece had fallen silent. Then, after a brief hesitation, she had pulled him into a hug, whispering a promise. No matter what happened, she would always be his friend. The memory faded as he found himself once again holding on to her, the present and past intertwining for just a moment. Cece, realizing what was happening, instantly stiffened. A sudden surge of embarrassment overtook her, and in a fit of flustered frustration, she shoved him away and retaliated by freezing him in place. Ping let out a breath as he struggled to break free, watching as she turned her back to him, arms crossed, muttering under her breath. She spoke again, her tone distant but laced with meaning. In the wild, she said, anything of unknown origin was dangerous. There was no such thing as free fortune-free cheese, only existed in a mousetrap, though he had avoided the worst consequences this time. He could not afford to let his guard down when dealing with similar situations in the future. Her voice softened slightly, a small smile playing at her lips as she smoothed down her hair. This was something he needed to remember, something he could not afford to forget. Ping nodded, eighth person sping her words. For a long time, he had thought that Cece had changed, that she had become distant, cold, untouchable after joining the sweep team. But now, seeing her like this, he realized she was still the same. She still cared, still worried about him, still carried the same warmth beneath her carefully guarded walls. She just didn't want to show it. The moment of reflection was short-lived. The amulet on her arm suddenly beeped, the glow intensifying as a signal flashed across its surface. She grabbed it instinctively, her expression darkening as she processed the information. Something had happened. Without hesitation, she turned to Ping, urgency in her gaze. The investigation was over. His training was over. It was time to return to Pearl City. Ping, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quickly followed, asking what had happened. Cece didn't hesitate. Group leader B had been seriously injured by a fox, and they needed to return immediately to provide support. The situation had escalated beyond what they initially expected. Ping fell into step behind her, processing the news. If things had gotten this bad, why hadn't they called for an investigation team from another city? Cece remained firm in her explanation. Bringing in outside forces would attract too much attention, and the world beyond the city was more complicated than he realized. She would explain on the way back. As they traveled, she told him what she knew about the world beyond the walls of Pearl City. No one knew exactly when it had begun, but at some point, the alienated beasts had gone wild, their numbers increasing at an uncontrollable rate. The surviving humans, unable to face the onslaught, had been forced to build massive walls around their cities, cutting themselves off from the outside world. Because of the blockade, transportation between cities had become difficult, and they had no choice but to rely on investigation teams and independent activists to map out the land. These teams had discovered that some savage villages and settlements still existed outside the city walls, surviving in areas where the number of alienated beasts was lower. Beyond those settlements, there was a vast sea, but few ventured there. The reason was simple: the ocean was home to some of the highest-level alienated beasts ever recorded. Whatever lurked in the depths was far beyond what humans could handle. The world outside was far larger and deadlier than Ping had ever imagined, and now he was stepping directly into its chaos. The unknown stretched endlessly beyond the borders of Pearl City. The investigation teams had done what they could, but no one truly knew if there were other cities beyond the sea. Humanity had been pushed into corners of the world, fortifying themselves behind walls. But what lay beyond the vast ocean? That mystery remained unsolved, an enigma that even the most daring explorers had never returned from. There was only survival, and for now, survival meant returning to Pearl City and dealing with the immediate crisis at hand. When Ping and Cece finally reached the city, the tension in the air was palpable. Something had happened. The first thing Ping asked was about the current situation, and the answer he received only deepened his concern. The lighted canopy, the protective surveillance system monitoring Pearl City, had been active all night, scanning for abnormalities among the celestial foxes. Until yesterday, they had found nothing. But now, the foxes lurking beneath Tinker Street, both intermediate and beginner level, had come to the surface. The sweep team had engaged them in battle, only to realize too late that it had been a trap. The enemy's leader had been waiting for them, and in the chaos, team leader Bo had been heavily wounded while covering the retreat. Now, with him incapacitated, the responsibility of guarding the city had fallen onto them. The captain wanted Ping and Cece to step in and take command. Ping followed them around the city, watching as they regrouped and reinforced their defenses. Cece understood him well, but when Ping offered his help, she dismissed the notion for now. They didn't need additional assistance yet. His priority should be to return to the Iron Spirit, where she would find him later. Ping complied, though he watched them disappear into the bustling streets with a strange feeling in his chest. It would be best if Bo and Cece remained safe. He stretched, exhaling deeply, feeling the exhaustion settle in. The past few days had been relentless, with non-stop combat in the desert, and finally, he had a moment to breathe. Strolling through the streets of Pearl City, his hands tucked in his pockets, he let his mind wander. He thought about Jamin and the hunter's fist, wondering how things had progressed on that front. He was about to check the food stalls when a strange feeling washed over him. Something was off. Something was wrong. He turned back toward the food stall, his eyes scanning his surroundings, and it dawned on him the people weren't moving. The entire street had frozen in place. His heartbeat quickened. His eyes darted from face to face. Every single person stood motionless, trapped in an unnatural stillness. It was as if time itself had stopped. The vendor behind the counter, the customers mid-bite, the passerby mid-step, all of them were frozen. His fingers tensed, instinctively readying for a fight. Then, a voice called out to him. Ping whirled around, his body immediately reacting with a rush of adrenaline. His gaze locked onto a figure, standing a short distance away, a man clad in a jacket, an unreadable expression on his face. Something about him sent chills down Ping's spine. His first instinct was to use his identification ability, but the moment he activated it, the system failed to process. The window popped up in front of him, cannot be identified. Ping frowned. He tried again. Failure. He tried again. Failure. Again. Failure. The results were the same every time. The system window kept rejecting the scan, failing to display anything about this man. 6 more times failure. 6 more times failure. He could not see a single piece of information about this person. His breath grew unsteady. The man in the jacket finally spoke again, addressing him with unsettling calm. He commented on Ping's ability to use identification indefinitely. Even intermediate-level awakened beings could only use the technique a limited number of times per day, but Ping's ability allowed him to perform it endlessly. The words sent a wave of unease through Ping. How did he know that? Ping's stance shifted slightly, his grip tightening around his dagger. His thoughts raced. This man looked peaceful, his demeanor almost casual, but there was something about him, an aura that made Ping's skin crawl. A presence that was unnatural. Goosebumps ran down his arms. His instincts screamed at him this was no ordinary person. But was he a friend or an enemy? The man's next words carried a mocking weight, as though he were toying with Ping. Ping's mind sharpened instantly, his stance lowering, preparing for combat. His grip on the dagger steadied. Maybe this man was simply testing him, waiting to see how he would react. His first instinct was to defend, but before he could decide on his next move, the man spoke again. This time his words hit like a blade to the heart. The mention of Su Ping's mind snapped. Every rational thought evaporated as his emotions took control. His body moved on instinct, his rage propelling him forward. If this man wanted a fight, then he would get one. His dagger ignited with roaring flames, the heat crackling in the air as he lunged toward the target, aiming directly for his head. The blade struck glass, shattered. The world around him fractured, a time rift. The moment he realized what had happened, he reacted immediately, gripping his dagger in one hand and conjuring fire in the other. Spatial skill it had to be. He had seen something like this before. His opponent had manipulated the space around him, dodging without even moving. Before he could recalculate his attack, the man appeared behind him. Ping swung around, unleashing a fiery punch, but his fist was caught effortlessly. The man's grip was unshakable, and in a calm tone, he stated that Ping needed to improve his speed. Ping's mind spun. This wasn't just a regular opponent, but he was far from finished. His other hand, still wreathed in flame, was already moving before the man had finished speaking. Ping grabbed his opponent's arm and activated his Fire Eater skill flame entanglement. The fire wrapped around the man from all sides, tightening into a crushing force meant to consume anything in its grasp. For a moment, it seemed like he had landed a hit, but then something felt wrong. The man's form flickered. Ping's eyes widened as his opponent turned translucent, his body no longer bound by the flames. He spoke again, his tone almost amused, stating that since Ping had been attacking for so long, it was his turn now. A silhouette emerged from behind him. Ping's thoughts raced. A doppelganger? A clone? Before he could react, a sudden force erupted from his opponent. A water arrow shot toward him with blinding speed, piercing through the translucent figure in front of him. Ping barely dodged, rolling to the side, but before he could catch his breath, another water arrow came. Then another and another. The attack did not stop. The arrows rained down on him relentlessly, forcing him to dodge repeatedly with no room to counter. Each shot was precise, aimed to corner him, and the more he evaded, the more it became clear this man was toying with him. Ping gritted his teeth, realization dawning. How many abilities did this monster have? Fire? Space? Water? Was he even human? His mind raced for a strategy, But there was one undeniable truth: he was up against something far beyond him. A system window flickered before Ping, the glowing text displaying something unexpected: Stigen Mist Supply, 800 100ths. The absurdity of the numbers made his breath hitch, and before he could process it, a surge of dark energy formed in his hands. The sheer weight of the mist energy coiled around him, pulsating as though responding to his emotions. He had never amassed so much of it at once. This power, it was something beyond his initial understanding. The sheer overload of mist energy gave his abilities an even greater force than before. He had to use it. He had to strike first. His opponent was too powerful to be allowed another attack. Aiming for a decisive assault, he immediately erected a shield of mist energy before him, its dark tendrils twisting into a dense, semi-solid barrier. The water arrows that had been relentlessly raining toward him struck the shield with force, dispersing upon impact. Even as he ran, pushing forward, the projectiles kept coming, but they did not break through. His shield held firm. Ping's mind worked quickly. If he could create an opening, a gap in his opponent's defenses, then he could end this battle now. He funneled 13 points of Stigen Mist, his body surging with power, and unleashed a powerful dark energy attack, hurling it at the man in the jacket. The impact of the attack sent a ripple through the air, but his opponent dodged effortlessly. The attack dissipated into nothingness, leaving no sign of damage. Ping's mind raced. If his attack had failed, then he had to shift tactics. He moved swiftly, activating the Nightwalker ability, attempting to phase into the shadows and attack from behind. But before he could execute his plan, the man in the jacket spoke calmly, his voice cutting through the battle like a blade. The words made Ping's stomach drop. Smart, but not particularly effective. The moment the sentence ended, a blinding explosion of light filled the space. The entire battlefield was swallowed in radiance. Ping's vision burned white. His mind barely had time to register what was happening before his balance was thrown off completely. He staggered, unable to see anything beyond the suffocating light that washed over him, filling every crevice of his senses. His footing slipped, his instincts screamed at him, but his body couldn't react in time. The overwhelming brightness rendered him defenseless, and before he could steady himself, he felt his body collide with the pavement below. A rush of impact shot through him, and for the first time in this battle, he had been completely overpowered. The voice of his opponent came again, measured and certain, stating that it was rare to find someone like Ping, someone with such potential and power. Ping, still on the ground, tried to push himself up, but his body refused to obey. He had been paralyzed, not by magic, but by sheer sensory overload. His muscles twitched, his breathing shallow, as he fought to break free. But nothing happened. His body had Luo Shi shut down temporarily, overwhelmed by the intensity of the attack. A realization crept into his mind. This man, he wasn't just strong, he was on an entirely different level. His opponent continued speaking, but this time, the words stabbed deeper than any physical blow. He spoke of mind reading, of knowing his thoughts, and for the first time, Ping felt a sliver of true fear. His mind had been wide open this entire time. Every strategy, every hesitation, every calculation, all of it had been seen. He had never fought against someone who could not only predict his actions, but read his very mind. His opponent asked if Ping had been talking to him. The words carried a dangerous undertone, and Ping realized that his struggle had already been decided before it even began. Time blurred. The next thing he knew, he was kneeling before a wooden table, his hands resting against its smooth surface. Across from him, the man in the jacket sat with an air of amusement, his posture relaxed. The battle had ended. Ping had lost. He had no idea how much time had passed. His surroundings had changed, and he was now in what appeared to be a quiet room, secluded from the city. He instinctively bowed his head, recognizing that, for now, he was at this man's mercy. The tension in the air was suffocating. Ping asked how he should address him, his voice steady despite the storm inside him. The man smiled faintly, telling him that he could call him whatever he wanted. He himself didn't even know his real name. Ping's mind reeled. It was clear that the sweep team had uncovered everything about him, but the greater question remained: why had this man decided to meet him like this? Why had he gone to such lengths to test his strength? Ping turned to Cece, questioning what this entire ordeal had been for. But before he could dwell on the thought, his opponent spoke again, directly addressing him by his first name. The words that followed sent a shock through Ping's core. There hadn't been another limitless ability holder in Pearl City for 200 years. Until him. Ping's heart skipped a beat. Limitless? What did that even mean? Wasn't the highest level of human rank and talent supposed to be a fixed ceiling? How could there be something beyond that? His opponent explained with unnerving calmness. An ordinary awakened person could only gain one talent in their lifetime. Even those who achieved the strongest talent possible were bound by this singular limit. But the limitless level? That was something else entirely. It removed the restriction on the number of talents one could possess. It allowed for endless evolution, constant awakening, limitless abilities. The weight of it settled into Ping's bones. Before he could process it, the man's gaze sharpened. He stated that he was interested in one thing. Could Ping's limitless talent the way of man copy his contract gem? He assured him that he wasn't planning on forcing the attempt, and regardless of the result, he would answer all of Ping's questions. Ping hesitated. Could he refuse? The man simply smiled, sliding an open box toward him. Inside, a glittering bracelet rested against the velvet lining. He told him that he could refuse, but first, he should see what was being offered in return. This bracelet, called the Golden Vault, had once been his main equipment in his early years. It contained the storage skill and ability that would allow Ping to store weapons, supplies, and more within a separate spatial dimension. Ping's hesitation vanished. This was exactly what he needed. Reaching for the bracelet, he extended his hand as instructed. A pulse of energy spread from the man's palm, enveloping Ping's arm in a strange glow. The moment their connection ended, the man exhaled slowly. The answer had become clear. Ping's abilities could not be copied. Even his arbitrary talents, those that should have been theoretically possible to steal, were beyond replication. The man closed the box and pushed it toward Ping. The bracelet was his now. Just as he picked it up, a system window opened before him. Soothe the person's full identification. A vision overtook him, a girl, bound by ropes, writhing in agony. Figures in dark raincoats surrounded her, pouring a strange yellow liquid onto her body as she screamed in pain. Ping's blood ran cold. The bracelet, it had been made through human lives. His hands tightened around it. How much of the world was built on sacrifices like these? He turned to Cece, his voice quiet but heavy, questioning if all special equipment was created this way. The man's response was solemn. 200 years ago, it had been common practice. Now, it was outlawed. But there were still those who defied the rules, those who continued to make sacrifices. Ping stared at the bracelet. His grip did not loosen. The weight of the past and present sat in his hands. Some things could not be undone. Ping's first instinct was to destroy the Golden Vault, to shatter it into pieces so that no trace of its dark history remained. But as he stared at the bracelet in his hands, he hesitated. If he used it properly, if he carried it with a sense of responsibility, then perhaps the spirits of those who had suffered for its creation could find peace through his actions. The dead could not be brought back, but their suffering did not have to be in vain. He tightened his grip around the artifact, resolving to honor them through its use rather than erase their existence entirely. His mind, however, drifted to a more pressing question: the history of Pearl City. What had the city been like 200 years ago? Was it always filled with betrayal, bloodshed, and oppression like this? C2, who had been silent for a moment, placed his mug on the table with a soft thud, his eyes distant as though he were looking into the past itself. His answer came without hesitation. 200 years ago, Pearl City was ruled by the Luo Shiyu family. Under their iron grip, every citizen was a slave. There was no future, no hope. Men worked endless hours in the fields, in the forges, in the mines, and in return they received only scraps to keep them barely alive. Women, deemed playthings, were chosen as personal slaves by the Zhu family, forced into a life of torment and submission, and the children, they were broken early. Indoctrinated from birth, their minds were shaped to be obedient, ensuring their loyalty to the ruling elite. But perhaps the worst fate of all was reserved for the elderly. Those who could no longer work were not allowed to live out the rest of their lives in peace. They became food. Their bodies were fed to domesticated, alienated beasts, their existence reduced to nothing more than sustenance for creatures trained by the Luo Shiyu family. The horror of those days was unimaginable, but even in the depths of despair, resistance had quietly taken root. Some individuals, those who had managed to accumulate their strength in secret, finally rose up together against the Luo Shiyu family's rule. They had no choice. There was no more patience left for survival, only revolution. And when the uprising began, it was merciless. The Zhu clan, who had been responsible for some of the greatest atrocities, were finally overthrown. But the scars they had left on the city never truly faded. Ping silently poured more tea from the teapot into C2's mug, processing everything he had just heard. It all made sense now. The deep-rooted corruption, the constant battles, the betrayals, Pearl City was still fighting the ghosts of its past. C2's gaze sharpened slightly as he asked if Ping had any other questions. Without hesitation, Ping met his eyes and asked why, despite his overwhelming strength. He had not simply dealt with the Moon Prince and liberated the city again. The answer was immediate. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He just couldn't. A system window appeared before Ping. Talent launch, encrypted communication. The atmosphere shifted as Captain continued, explaining what many outsiders failed to understand. At first glance, Pearl City's defenses seemed weak. especially with how easily the celestial faces had infiltrated it. But the truth was far more complex. The city's defenses were, in fact, perfect. There were layers of protection that ensured its survival. The investigation team, which patrolled the city gates and monitored alienated beasts, kept external threats at bay. The mopping up group, working in the shadows, removed internal threats before they could spread. And above all, there was a royal-level artifact, the Sun and Moon Pearl. This artifact, when activated, had the ability to downgrade any creature within its range to level 40 or below. In other words, even if a royal-class alien beast invaded the city, it would be forcibly demoted, making it vulnerable to attack. At full power, Captain was undoubtedly the strongest fighter within those limits. Then, Captain stood up, his presence looming over the room. The shift in energy made Ping's body tense. Something wasn't right. He stood up as well, his instincts screaming at him to be on guard. Was there a traitor within Pearl City? The thought alone made his blood boil. The answer came as a crushing realization. The only ones with the ability to deactivate the Sun and Moon Pearl were the remaining members of the Shu family. They had been the only ones with knowledge of how to operate the artifact. And yet, somehow, the Celestial Fox had entered the city. The implications hit Ping like a hammer. The Shu family had betrayed Pearl City. They had knowingly deactivated the Sun and Moon Pearl, allowing the enemy to wreak havoc on their own people. They were also likely responsible for the recent gatherings and riots of alienated beasts. The sheer scope of their betrayal was staggering. Ping's hands clenched into fists. His heart pounded with indignation. If this was true, then why hadn't Captain already wiped them out? C2's answer was grim. After the overthrow of the Zhu clan, efforts had been made to purge their remnants, but they had been rooted too deeply within the city. They had hundreds of years of influence, making it impossible to remove them completely. No matter how many were eliminated, others remained hidden, waiting for the right moment to strike again. They had never truly been eradicated. Ping's mind was racing. Everything that had happened, the Celestial Fox invasion, the alien beast uprisings, the hidden machinations in the city, it all connected back to this. But there were still too many unanswered questions. What was the true goal of the Shu family? Was Lord City alive or dead? What was the real purpose of the alien beast rebellion? And perhaps most importantly, what was the true power of the Fox King? C2's voice was sharp as he warned Ping that without answers, rushing in blindly would only lead to disaster. If he acted recklessly and fell into the enemy's trap, Pearl City would lose any remaining hope for survival. Nuclear weapons, he explained, were only a last resort, a means of deterrence, never something to be used without absolute necessity. Even though the Moon Prince continued his provocations, his murders, even though it was infuriating to watch, they could not afford to be reckless. Anyone could give in to anger, but not Ping. Then the conversation shifted. Captain admitted that while he could not copy Ping's abilities, the sweep group needed him. His limitless talent was something unprecedented, something essential to their cause. He extended his hand, waiting for Ping's decision. Ping didn't hesitate. He firmly grasped C2's hand, sealing his fate. He would join the sweep group. Far from their meeting at the Iron Forge, the spirit of iron, Simon, watched as the blacksmith shop roared back to life. Equipment that had long been left untouched was suddenly being repaired again. Xiao Cheng, standing at the forge, worked tirelessly, striking a knife against the anvil with measured precision. The sound of metal clashing filled the air, echoing through the shop. Simon, watching her, murmured to herself. It had been days. She had no idea when Ping would return. The air in the forge carried the lingering scent of heated metal and the sharp tang of cooling water, but the steady rhythm of work had been disrupted by a conversation that had veered unexpectedly into personal territory. Shifting from the usual topics of battle, training, and survival to something far more delicate, as Zan, usually composed and focused, found herself suddenly thrown into the middle of Qiu Cheng's teasing, who had quickly picked up on her distracted state and wasted no time in prodding her about whether she had been missing Ping, her words striking with pinpoint accuracy as if she had anticipated this very moment, leaving Zan flustered, embarrassed, and utterly unprepared to handle the situation. Her face turning an undeniable shade of red as she scrambled for an excuse, claiming that she simply had no one to teach her kung fu lately, and that was the only reason she had been acting differently. But even as she spoke, her voice wavered ever so slightly, betraying the internal turmoil she refused to acknowledge, because deep down, she knew that wasn't the real reason, and despite trying to maintain an air of nonchalance, her concern had already been exposed. Her curiosity about Ping's well-being laid bare for everyone in the room to see, yet Qiu Cheng, rather than letting it go, only leaned in further, pushing the matter with a mischievous smirk, remarking that Zan was behaving like a worried daughter-in-law waiting for her husband's return from war, a statement that struck Zan like a bolt of lightning, causing her entire body to react before her mind could even catch up, her hands flying to cover her ears. her head shaking furiously as she desperately tried to drown out the words, her voice rising in protest as she denied everything with all the energy she could muster. But it was already too late. The teasing had taken root, and her reaction only confirmed what had been so blatantly obvious to everyone except, perhaps, herself. And meanwhile, as Chiu Chang continued to laugh at her expense, Zeman, who had been watching the exchange from the sidelines, now sat slumped over the table, looking utterly defeated, as if she had given up trying to make sense of the situation entirely, the weight of the absurdity too much for her to bear, while in the background the forge continued to glow with embers, the steady hiss of cooling metal providing the only constant in a room filled with rising tension and restless emotions. The conversation soon drifted away from Zon's embarrassment, shifting toward more serious matters as Chiu Chang, wiping the sweat from her brow, returned her attention to the blade she had been working on, lifting the red-hot metal over a barrel of water before dipping it inside, allowing steam to rise in thick waves as she explained that while Ping had been away, the villages outside Pearl City had already been mapped, and as long as he avoided wandering too far into unmarked territories, he should be perfectly safe, which immediately piqued Zon's interest, causing her to ask if these villages truly existed, and with a measured nod, Chiu Chang confirmed that they did. But these were not places that welcomed outsiders, rather they were often isolated settlements, detached from the world beyond their own borders, their people clinging to traditions that had long since been abandoned by the cities, some of them so deeply entrenched in superstition that they had turned to worshipping alienated beasts as gods, offering sacrifices, and seeing strangers not as fellow humans, but as either threats, offerings, or future slaves, and the very thought of it sent a chill down Zon's spine as she hesitated before speaking, still unwilling to believe that every person in these villages could be so far removed from reason, wondering aloud if they couldn't simply be approached diplomatically, convinced to see the world beyond their twisted beliefs. But her words were immediately met with an unexpected shift in Chiu Chang's demeanor, the warmth in her tone vanishing as her eyes darkened and her voice took on a sharp, almost dangerous edge, warning Zon that these people were not human anymore, that the greatest threat in the wild was not the alienated beasts, but them, because unlike beasts, who acted purely on instinct, these villagers made choices, and their choices had led them to a point of no return, their minds warped beyond salvation, their very existence a testament to the horrors that lurked beyond civilization. And before Zon could argue further, Chiu Chang, as if setting the stage for a ghost story, whispered that some of them liked to wear masks, appearing silently behind their victims before they even realized they were being watched. And just as those ominous words left her lips, a dark blue mist began to coil behind her, taking form, twisting into a shadowy, featureless figure, its presence growing more defined with every passing second as it loomed over the unsuspecting girls. A grotesque face gradually emerging from the void, its hollow eyes locking onto them with an unnatural hunger. And before Zyman could even process what she was seeing, a shriek of pure terror tore from her throat, her body trembling as she pointed with a shaking hand, her voice breaking as she struggled to warn Chiu Chang, who, upon noticing her reaction, froze, her breath caught in her chest as she turned ever so slowly, her mind racing through the possibilities of what could be lurking just inches behind her. And then, in the very instant she laid eyes on the monstrous visage, it lunged. A piercing, horrific scream erupted from the mist, sending a jolt of primal fear through the room. And in that instant, Zon's fight-or-flight instincts kicked in as she immediately chose flight, turning on her heels and sprinting away without a second thought, driven purely by the raw terror surging through her veins. But Chiu Chang, hardened by years of combat experience, did not flinch, did not hesitate. And instead of backing down, she reacted with ruthless precision, raising her hand and delivering a devastating slap directly to the intruder's most vulnerable point, landing a strike so unforgiving that it could only be described as an execution of legendary proportions. And in the aftermath of that moment, the illusion shattered, revealing none other than Ping, who had, in his infinite wisdom, used the Stygian mist to disguise himself as a terrifying spirit, hoping to scare them for his own amusement, only to receive divine retribution in the form of unimaginable pain. His entire body freezing as a searing agony radiated from the impact site, his vision blurring, his breath stalling, his mind momentarily going blank as he staggered, caught in a silent battle with himself as he tried not to crumble from the sheer force of Chiu Chang's merciless strike. And though the pain eventually dulled to a bearable level, the psychological damage remained, a harsh reminder that some pranks were simply not worth the cost. Moments later, as he stood before them once more, drenched in sweat, trying and failing to act as though nothing had happened, Chiu Chang, still shielding Zon behind her, demanded to know who he was. Her defensive stance not yet relaxed, forcing Ping, still gripping onto the pain both physically and emotionally, to dispel his mask and reveal his identity. which left both girls momentarily speechless before Chiyo Chang. Upon regaining her composure, stormed up to him, grabbed his head, and proceeded to ruffle his hair in frustration and mock affection, calling him a bastard for scaring them so badly, demanding to know why he hadn't told them he was coming back. While Ping, still grinning despite everything, admitted that he had only wanted to add to the atmosphere, having overheard them talking about savage villages and deciding to play along, only to be met with instant retaliation. And though Chiyo Chang ultimately let him go, she did so with a lingering glare before grabbing her cape, informing him that she was leaving the city to investigate a new clue regarding Shannan, leaving Ping to watch over Uncle Lu in her absence before disappearing, while Zan, still blushing, hesitated at the doorway before, softly, almost shyly, admitting that she was glad he had come back safely, leaving Ping standing there, watching her retreating figure, realizing just how long he had truly been in this world. For the first time since arriving in this world, Ping felt a strange warmth settle within him, a feeling of belonging that he hadn't realized he had been searching for. The familiarity of the forge, the laughter of friends, the teasing and camaraderie it all, made him feel like he was truly part of something, no longer just a wanderer caught between battles, but a person with connections, with a life that mattered beyond just survival. However, his moment of reflection was abruptly shattered when an old man suddenly appeared beside him, his presence as unexpected as the sharp voice that followed. Lu, the forge master, had materialized without a sound, his expression unreadable as he asked why Ping was standing there alone, grinning like an idiot. The sudden intrusion startled Ping so much that he physically jumped, letting out an involuntary yelp, his body reacting on instinct before his brain could even catch up. But Lu remained unfazed, his old, sharp eyes observing him with an almost amused indifference. Before Ping could properly respond, the old man waved a hand dismissively and got straight to the point, telling him that first thing tomorrow morning, he needed to go to his daughter and tell her that he was seriously ill, that she couldn't leave the city. The instructions were so bizarrely specific and out of nowhere that Ping immediately frowned, confused, and his body tensed as he turned to look at the old man, concern creeping into his voice as he tried to understand what was going on. But before he could get a single word out, Lu smacked him on the head with his smoking pipe, the dull impact making a thud as Ping recoiled in pain. Lu simply scowled and told him not to look at him like that, insisting that he wasn't stupid or senile, he was simply pretending to be a fool for a reason. Ping, rubbing the sore spot on his head, still didn't fully understand, but as he listened, Lu's tone shifted, carrying a weight that Ping hadn't heard before. Shannon had been missing for a long time, and it was likely that something terrible had happened to her. The mere mention of her disappearance sent a chill down Ping's spine because if Lu, of all people, was acknowledging the worst-case scenario, then things were much graver than they had initially assumed. Lu, his usual sharpness momentarily dulling under the weight of the truth, lowered himself onto a chair, exhaling slowly as he admitted that he knew his daughter's strength better than anyone else. Knew that she wasn't the type to be reckless, which only made her disappearance even more suspicious. And now, his second daughter, Chiyo Chang, wanted to search for her, wanted to leave the city in pursuit of answers, but Lu couldn't allow it. He was afraid that something bad might happen to her as well, and so in a desperate attempt to stall her, to protect her, he had been playing the part of a senile old fool, hoping she wouldn't have the time or opportunity to take any reckless actions. Ping scratched his head, realizing that Lu had been planning this for a while, quietly manipulating the situation from behind the scenes to keep his family safe. As if sensing his thoughts, Lu lit a cigarette, the glow of the embers casting shadows against his aged features, and muttered that Chiyo Chang was a stubborn girl. Once she got something in her head, she wouldn't let it go easily, so it was better to prevent her from taking unnecessary risks than to chase after her once it was too late. Ping smiled slightly at the sentiment, acknowledging the old man's struggles as both a father and a guardian. Lu, shaking off the moment of sentimentality, shook the excess tobacco from his pipe and changed the subject entirely, saying that while he was exceptionally skilled in forging, his daughter still had a long way to go. She wasn't bad, but she wasn't good either, and the mistakes she made were still too many to be ignored, which meant that in the near future he was going to personally train Ping in the true art of forging. It was a technique unique to the Lu clan, and though it wasn't some great secret, it was powerful enough that it had remained within their family for generations. Lu's voice suddenly boomed with authority as he instructed Ping to learn it by heart, to master it until he could wield it as easily as he could a weapon. Ping, at first caught off guard, soon clenched his fists in determination, the fire of ambition reigniting in his chest as he shouted his agreement, vowing to live up to Lu's expectations. Later that night, as he sat alone in the forge, staring into the dancing flames of the furnace, lost in thought, something unusual happened. A voice, faint yet familiar, whispered his name. Jin. The sound sent a jolt through his body as he turned sharply, eyes scanning the room, but there was no one there. The voice came again, soft, distant, almost ethereal, calling out to him, telling him not to be discouraged, that she would wait for him. A wave of déjà vu crashed over him as the realization settled in. He had heard this voice before. But how? Jin Yao was supposed to be dead, wasn't she? And yet, here she was, her presence lingering like an echo from the past, a phantom that refused to fade. A single enchanted leaf drifted down in front of the smithy, landing without a sound. As Lu had mentioned earlier, his daughter hadn't left the city, and in secret, he had begun teaching Ping the real art of forging, something that had quickly proven to be more useful than expected when Ping had used it on Stygian mist, allowing the mist to take on a more precise shape, increasing its potential power exponentially. Meanwhile, Zan had also managed to master the first 3 styles of the Monkey King style, furthering her growth, though neither of them could shake the lingering feeling that something was off. That night, after hearing the mysterious voice, Ping couldn't shake the sensation of being watched, of something unseen lurking just beyond his perception. To confirm his suspicions, he reached out to the cleanup crew, contacting the captain and informing him that there was a celestial fox disguise near the blacksmith shop. He had heard it clearly, unmistakably. But C2's response was unsettling. There had been no foxes in the area. The sweep team had already cleared the sector, ensuring it was free of enemy activity. So if there were no foxes, then what had he heard? If it wasn't an enemy, then what was it? The question haunted him for days, and the only answer that made sense terrified him. Jin Yao, was she truly dead, or was she still alive? And if she was alive, then where was she? For the sake of revenge, for the sake of answers, Ping would tear the mask off Jin Yao with his own hands. 3 days later, in the dead of night, a masked figure silently approached a door, his movements calculated and quiet. The iron rod in his hand gleamed under the faint moonlight as he pressed it against the lock, forcing it open with a sharp, practiced motion. The door creaked slightly, but it wasn't enough to wake the occupant inside. A girl lay sleeping soundly, her breath slow and steady, unaware of the danger creeping toward her. The masked man stepped closer, his eyes filled with something dark and vile as he loomed over her, whispering to himself that the medicine he had given her earlier had worked perfectly, leaving her in a deep, helpless slumber. A twisted grin formed beneath the mask as he pulled the blanket off her, his gaze trailing over her soft, pale skin, her delicate features, his fingers twitching as he reached out to touch her, whispering about the rumors of Miss Sue's beauty, her flawless figure, her porcelain-white skin, her lovely face, and how tonight he would be the one to confirm if all of it was true. But before his fingers could graze her, the room darkened, a shadow moved. A deep, inhuman voice rumbled through the air, calling his name. The masked man froze. A dark blue energy coiled around the room. A whisper laced with something old and vengeful filled the silence. Shorty Teddy, 1 meter and 82 centimeters tall, looks obscene and cheap. The masked man's blood ran cold, his body trembled. He turned sharply, his voice breaking as he demanded, Who's there?" The voice came again, slithering from the darkness. "I don't like women," and then the shadows moved. San was overwhelmed with panic as he realized the extent of the horrors that had taken place over the past decade. His mind struggled to grasp the reality of the situation, the sheer weight of it pressing down on him. Darkness loomed around him, thick and suffocating, as a figure emerged from within it. The silhouette of a man materialized, his presence carrying an eerie aura of finality. He had come with a purpose, a mission that had been assigned to him. He was here to take a life. The realization struck like a bolt of lightning. The moment stretched, heavy with silence, as the man stood there, unable to process what he was hearing. His thoughts were scattered, his breath shallow, his pulse pounding in his ears. Panic seized him, and before reason could take hold, his body acted on instinct. He turned and ran toward the exit, desperate to escape the unseen horror that had emerged from the darkness. The thought gnawed at his mind the Su family must have been drugged by him. His fear only grew as he questioned what he was up against. Was this figure a human being or something far worse? The entity that had formed from the dark energy did not let him flee so easily. It pursued him with an unnatural speed, closing the distance in an instant. Before he could make it any farther, a beam of energy shot forth, striking his calf with brutal precision. A sharp, searing pain tore through his leg, and the force of the attack sent him crashing onto the asphalt. His body crumpled under the weight of his own agony, his strength failing him as he lay there, helpless. The dark energy halted in front of him, looming ominously. The presence watched him, cold and calculating, as a system window materialized in the air before it. A reading appeared. Fear had increased the supply of Stygian mist by a significant amount. The numbers reflected the growing terror radiating from the wounded man, his fear feeding something beyond his comprehension. His mind spiraled into chaos as he screamed, his voice ragged with pain and desperation. Clutching his injured leg, he gasped for air, but there was no relief to be found. The silhouette of dark energy addressed him, questioning whether he still intended to struggle. But he could do little more than beg for it to stay away. His mind and body were in complete disarray, unable to process or resist what was happening. The presence moved closer, its advance unrelenting. The overwhelming dread proved too much. His body gave in to sheer terror, and his consciousness faded. His body, in a final act of weakness, succumbed completely, humiliating him further as he lost control of himself. From within the dark energy, another figure emerged. Moving with purpose, this entity, known as Pin, stepped forward. With an air of disappointment, he regarded the man on the ground, disgust evident in his stance. He had expected more. Perhaps he had assumed that all serial killers carried a certain dark charisma. But this was pathetic. He nudged the unconscious figure with his foot, unamused by how easily he had fallen. This was not the end yet, though. There was still more to be done. The mission had reached its final stage. The mask worn by the fallen man dissolved, revealing the face beneath. Pin knew that the man needed to be taken elsewhere, that the others had to see him for what he truly was. The identification process began, the system recognizing and analyzing the target. A window of information appeared. The man's name was Inan. His race human, his height 2 stars, his power rank a medium-level awakener, his talent medicinal mastery, an ability that allowed him to analyze substances and use them for the creation of medicines. Yet despite such a gift, he had chosen a path of cruelty. The mask he had worn, the peach blossom mask, was of common rarity, but its presence carried a sickening weight. It was the very mask he had hidden behind while committing his atrocities. Pin regarded the information with disdain. To possess such power and squander it on evil was a disgrace. A system notification appeared again, offering a playback. In an instant, memories belonging to Inan flooded forth, forcing their way into the observer's mind. A scene unraveled. A woman lay on the floor, her body shaking, her eyes filled with desperation. Tears ran down her face as she pleaded for her daughter's life. Her voice was hoarse, broken by sorrow and fear. But there he stood, towering over her with a menacing presence. There was no mercy in his expression, no hesitation in his words. He reminded her that she had taken his pills, that she had no right to plead. If she wanted to curse someone, she should blame her worthless husband for not being there. If he had stayed, none of this would have happened. The mention of a patrolman surfaced, a man who had once sworn to protect Pearl City, to fight for its safety. Inan scoffed at the idea, laughing at the notion of the patrolman's so-called sacrifice. What use was a dead protector? He mocked the very idea, finding amusement in the tragedy. The woman collapsed again, her strength completely drained. Nearby, the girl, her daughter, reached out with trembling hands, calling for her mother through choked sobs. The scene was heartbreaking, horrifying in its raw cruelty. And then, the final act, Inan approached the girl, seizing her head with rough hands, forcing her still. His tongue trailed over her face, his voice filled with twisted pleasure. He assured her that she had no reason to fear. He would send her to the same place as her mother once he had finished. They were all merely his playthings. The playback ended, but the weight of it remained, burning into Pin's mind. His body tensed, his breath slow and deliberate as fury took hold. The victims, their suffering, their terror. It was all there, laid bare before him. He had witnessed it, felt it as if he had been there himself. The anger in him simmered, dark energy surging around him. On the ground, Inan stirred. His consciousness returned in a haze of pain and fear. He tried to crawl away, his mind scrambling for an escape. Desperation gave him strength, and in a sudden movement, he lunged forward, attempting to strike the figure before him. A vicious grin stretched across his face, his intent clear. But his attack never landed. A protective barrier formed, stopping him in his tracks. A shift in the air signaled the coming storm. Fog rolled in, lightning cracked across the sky, and rain began to pour. Inan's voice rang out in frustration, his rage barely masking his fear. His day had been ruined, everything had crumbled around him, and now he was at the mercy of the one before him. But mercy would not be granted. It was time to end it. Pin declared that enough was enough. He raised his hand, gripping the mask that had once belonged to the monster before him. In a violent display, he shattered it, breaking it into pieces. This man deserved nothing less than absolute ruin. Inan's panic escalated. He did not understand why his abilities had failed him. Was it the rain? His mind raced for explanations, but there were none that could save him now. Darkness gathered, swirling around the Avenger's hand. A single decisive movement, and a blade of energy cleaved through the air. The strike landed with brutal precision. A scream of agony ripped through the night. Inan clutched his arm, or rather, the place where it had been. Blood spilled, his body convulsed with pain, his mind drowning in terror. He could do nothing but watch as his fate unraveled before him. Pin stepped forward, dark energy radiating from him. His voice was unwavering as he prepared the final blow. This was for the mother who had sacrificed everything to protect her daughter. Power surged, its intensity growing, forming into a deadly force. The next strike was for the girl who had suffered unspeakable horror. The darkness descended. The dark energy surged with an uncontrollable intensity, manifesting into countless magic daggers that plunged into the writhing figure of Sean. His body convulsed violently, his screams filling the air as pain tore through him. Each dagger drove deeper, a relentless assault fueled by vengeance. The main character stood unwavering, his voice carrying the weight of justice, as he dedicated every strike to those who had suffered. This punishment, he declared, was in memory of the hero of the patrol. Sean's agony knew no bounds. His body trembled, snot and saliva mixing with the blood that poured from his wounds. His cries became more guttural, more desperate, but there was no mercy to be found in the one standing before him. Another strike followed, this one in remembrance of the righteous detective. The power in the blows did not wane. Each strike carried a meaning, a name, a soul that had been lost. A third was delivered in the name of the nameless ones, the victims whose identities had been swallowed by darkness, whose cries had never been heard. Another for the awakened one, whose fate had been unjustly sealed. The barrage of dark energy continued, relentless in its wrath. Every hit sent a spray of blood into the air, painting the ground in crimson streaks. Sean's body, once full of arrogance and cruelty, now lay broken and exhausted, drowning in his own suffering. His sobs mixed with laughter, hysteria creeping into his voice as he muttered incoherently, calling the one above him insane. The madness in his own mind mirrored the madness in his surroundings, the storm, the blood-soaked earth, the unyielding executioner standing before him. But the dark energy did not stop swirling. The Avenger's eyes burned with something beyond rage, beyond retribution. He had seen too much, felt too much. Still, there was something left to be done. Standing over the barely conscious figure, he finally spoke. With all the technology available in the present day, Sean's life could still be saved if he received medical attention in time. A chance. He would give him one chance. With a slow, deliberate motion, the main character raised a hand and pointed toward the road, toward the gate that led out of this blood-soaked place. If Sean could make it out, he would be spared. His life would be his own once more. It was a cruel mercy, one that made the weak man tremble. He had never before been forced to fight for his own survival. Now, in his weakest state, he had to crawl toward salvation with nothing but his broken body and fading will. The thought of escape rekindled something in Sean, a flicker of defiance, of hope twisted by malice. His breath was ragged, his body drenched in his own blood, but his mind was still stained with darkness. A smug grin played at the corners of his lips as he entertained a thought. Once he was better, once he had recovered, he would make the one before him suffer for this humiliation. He would skin him alive, make him regret ever crossing paths with him. There were still so many women left in the world. He couldn't die here. Not yet. With sheer willpower, he dragged himself across the ground, leaving a dark, bloody trail in his wake. The gate was close, so close he could taste victory. Each movement sent agony searing through his limbs, but he pushed on, clawing at the earth, inching toward freedom. His hand stretched toward the door handle, trembling violently, but the vision of escape urged him onward. Just a little more, just a bit further. He pounded against the door, his voice rising in desperation. His body was failing, but his mind refused to eighth person spit it. He struck the door again, and again, but it did not open. The realization dawned on him slowly, creeping in like an inescapable nightmare. His breaths turned ragged, his movements more frantic. He pounded harder, cursed louder, demanded that it open. A shadow loomed over him. The executioner watched in silence for a moment before finally speaking. Sean had been given a chance, yet he had failed to grasp it. He was too weak, too broken to even escape. Dark energy crackled as it gathered once more, swirling into the Avenger's palm. His expression twisted, madness reflecting in his eyes as he prepared the final strike. The storm raged, lightning illuminating the night as the moment of reckoning arrived. Sean's scream was lost in the roar of thunder. The dark energy struck with devastating force, consuming him entirely. Blood sprayed in every direction as his body convulsed in the final throes of agony. The executioner did not flinch, did not waver. The system window blinked before him, confirming the completion of his vengeance. His attributes had increased. His physical strength had risen to 28, his dexterity and power to 29, and his mental power had reached an infinite state. He stood amidst the carnage, his body stained with the blood of the fallen enemy. His gaze swept over the broken corpse before him, his thoughts distant yet firm. If he could eliminate all of the celestial foxes, if he could rid the city of these monsters, perhaps peace would return to Pearl City. Perhaps salvation was still within reach. The rain fell heavier now, mixing with the blood on the ground. It was a fitting scene, justice painted in red, vengeance sealed in water. He looked up toward the heavens, his mind clouded with doubt. Could people like this even be saved? Should they be? The question lingered, but the answer did not matter. What was done was done. There was no need to suffer over those who deserved their fate. Then, something shifted. A sound faint, carried by the wind. A voice. He listened intently, his sharp senses capturing the whispers carried through the storm. Something was happening elsewhere. The name High Academy surfaced, the significance of it immediately registering in his mind. Today was a special day, and someone was being taken away by force. His instincts flared. Another target. Another battle. The storm of dark energy around him settled as he turned, scanning his surroundings. Was there another Sean? Another monster lurking in the shadows? Without hesitation, he retrieved his communication device, swiftly contacting his captain. The message was brief but urgent. The sweep was finished. However, something else had arisen. Something was happening at High Academy, and it required immediate attention. A barrier had been erected, strong enough that even lightning could not penetrate it. Someone was attempting to steal something, and whatever it was, it had to be significant. At the same time, within the mopping up headquarters, Sitsu stood with the same device in hand. His expression was serious, his focus unwavering. Behind him, a semi-transparent girl with blue energy wrapped around her body pressed her index finger to the center of her forehead. Her brows furrowed as she concentrated, but something was wrong. She couldn't sense anything inside High Academy. A barrier had been erected, one that even her abilities couldn't penetrate. That meant one thing. This was new. This was dangerous. Sitsu made a swift decision. Addressing one of his men by name, he issued the command. The situation had to be assessed immediately. He was to go there first and report back with details. No rash actions were to be taken. Reinforcements were on their way. The executioner did not hesitate. The order was clear. He moved without delay, heading straight for High Academy. By the time he arrived, the red barrier loomed over the academy like a silent, impenetrable wall. Even lightning, with all its destructive power, could not break through. Something was waiting inside. The heavy rain drummed against the darkened building as three figures moved cautiously through the drenched pathways, their raincoats slick with water. Flashlights cut through the gloom, scanning every crevice as they searched with growing urgency. The blonde-haired man clenched his fists, frustration evident in his tense posture. Time was slipping away, and their target remained hidden. It had already been 15 minutes. Where the hell was Chining keeping those girls? The man with colored hair suddenly halted, his sharp gaze catching something unusual. His voice broke through the rain, addressing the blonde man as boss and urgently informing him that someone had penetrated the barrier. Alarm flickered across the big-lipped man's face as he immediately questioned whether they had been discovered. Fear crept into his voice. If they were found, everything they had worked for could crumble in an instant. But the blonde man dismissed the fear with a sharp reply. They had the dragon stone and the nightingale lamp. As long as both were intact, no one would be able to detect them. He reassured himself that even if someone had managed to cross the barrier and warn Jing, it wouldn't change the outcome. Their methods ensured complete concealment. Even if they held their breath, they would be able to take the girl without being noticed. Time was of the essence. They had to find the damsel no matter what. Issuing swift orders to his team, he motioned for them to move. Without hesitation, the group set off deeper into the building, vanishing into the dimly lit corridors. Outside, lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the rain-soaked academy grounds. Pin stood still, his gaze fixed on the towering structure before him. His eyes traced the intricate carvings along one of the pillars, noticing a fearsome dragon entwined around its surface. A sense of unease settled over him as he examined the artifact further. What was this? He activated his identification ability, and a system window materialized before his eyes. Identification South Persons Full. Dragonstone Yeast. Quality Epic. Function 4 of these stones can be placed together to form a dragon battle barrier, capable of blocking and destroying most borders. Pin narrowed his eyes. An artifact of this level was extremely rare. He barely had time to process its significance before another system window appeared, this time revealing a playback. The horrifying vision unfolded before him. Thousands of people were submerged in a massive cauldron, their bodies melting into a grotesque mixture of blood and flesh. The air was thick with their screams as their very essence became the fuel for the Dragonstone. The reality of its creation hit Pin like a strike to the gut. He had suspected it, but to see it confirmed was sickening. The Dragonstone was forged from human sacrifices, an atrocity that had long been banned among the general public. This revelation raised more questions than answers. Artifacts of this nature had been outlawed for centuries. Who was still using them? They didn't seem to belong to the big three families, but there was another possibility. Could they be remnants of the Luoshiyu family? His mind raced as he pieced together what he knew. The Zhu family, the instigators of it all, had started this nightmare. What was their true goal? Why were they bringing in the celestial foxes and gathering alienated beasts outside the city? Whatever their plan, it was far from over. Approaching the entrance of the academy, Pin remained alert. If the Zhu family was orchestrating something, perhaps this would be the moment to uncover a vital clue. As he neared the building, his heightened senses picked up the faintest sounds from a nearby window. His instincts flared he needed to hide. A system window appeared in front of him. Nightwalker ability activated. With a silent movement, he blended into the shadows, slipping inside the building unnoticed. Meanwhile, 3 figures in raincoats, each marked with red patterns, emerged from the opposite side. The blonde-haired man scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching. He seemed confident that their presence remained undetected. His focus shifted as the colored-haired man adjusted the weight of the limp body in his arms. They needed to be cautious. One wrong move, and everything could collapse. The blonde-haired man reassured his team that things would be fine. They simply had to remove the dragon stones and eliminate any traces of their involvement. The team moved toward the exit. From his concealed position, Pin observed them through the rain-streaked window. Every movement was deliberate, every action calculated. He had to act fast. Reaching for his communication device, he whispered his findings to the captain. The identification had been soothed persons full. He had pinpointed their enemy. The Zhu family was involved. Their team included a level 20 scorpion skill user, a level 20 probing skill user, a level 17 medium, and a level 15 hypnotist. Sitsu, receiving the transmission, processed the information immediately. Another system window appeared before Pin. Pin clenched his jaw. No wonder they had gone unnoticed. This artifact concealed every trace of their presence. But it seemed their energy supply was running low. Perhaps they weren't as invincible as they believed. His attention snapped back to the trio. A girl with pink hair was their target. The system panel revealed her identity. Properties. Panel, name Qin Junting. Ability: the blood in her body strengthens her attachment to living things and can turn all alienated beasts into fanatical followers. As she levels up, this ability can be transformed into a passive skill with a wider range of influence. A crucial note followed. Those who drink holy blood will lose the ability to use their powers and will be doomed. Pin's mind raced. This ability, it was absurdly powerful. If the Zhu family managed to control her, they could wield influence over the alienated beasts, turning them into their unquestioning servants. Whatever their endgame was, Qin Junting played a key role in it. His grip tightened. She was innocent in all of this. She could not fall into their hands. The Zhu family had already caused too much destruction. They couldn't be allowed to seize control over someone with this level of ability. The 3 figures disappeared from sight, vanishing near the academy building. Realizing he couldn't lose them, Pin rushed into the open, his voice ringing through the rain. Had they escaped? A system notification blinked before his eyes. Identification aborted. He gritted his teeth. They had masked themselves once more. Turning back to his communicator, he relayed the situation. They needed to track them down immediately. Time was running out. The Zhu family had made their move, and now it was time to stop them. At the same time, back at the mopping up base, Manny placed 2 fingers against her forehead, and a soft blue energy began to swirl around her. Her ability surged as she reached out with her mind, attempting to track down the escaping enemies. Within moments, her voice rang out with urgency. She had found them. They were heading out of town, moving swiftly, and at this rate there was little chance of catching up with them. The realization weighed heavily on the team. If they managed to escape beyond the city's borders, tracking them again would be nearly impossible, and all their efforts would be wasted. Pin, hearing this, did not hesitate. His voice was resolute as he declared that he could detain them. He knew he might not be strong enough to defeat them outright, but he could still stall them, slow them down long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Before he could act, C2's sharp voice cut through the communicator, warning him not to be reckless. He was ordered to prioritize his safety first and not engage blindly. But Pin was filled with a burning sense of justice. The Zhu family had to pay for everything they had done. There was no way he was going to stand back and let them escape. Even if he couldn't defeat them in direct combat, he could still hold them off with the Stygian Mist and buy time. He knew the risks, but letting them go was not an option. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the 3 men from the Zhu family were running at an incredible speed, weaving through the trees as they made their escape. The rain continued to pour, making the ground slippery beneath their feet, but they didn't slow down. They were desperate to get out of the city before anyone could catch up. The blonde-haired man, leading the group, suddenly tensed. His sharp instincts told him something was off. A faint sound rustled in the bushes ahead. His gaze snapped toward the movement, his muscles coiling in preparation for a fight. Before he could process what was happening, a dark energy wolf leaped from the underbrush, snarling violently. The sudden attack sent a jolt of panic through the group. They stumbled backward, their eyes wide with shock. The blonde man's voice rang out in alarm as he recognized the beast, a misaltered beast. It was impossible. What was a creature like this doing in the city? Little did they know, this was no ordinary beast. Pin was behind the illusion. Using the Stygian fog mask, he had crafted an elaborate disguise, appearing as the monstrous wolf to strike fear into his enemies. His deception was flawless, but he knew the risk. A level 20 appraiser was among them. If he wasn't careful, his cover could be blown. The blond man narrowed his eyes and quickly placed 2 fingers near his face, activating his assessment skill. His intent was clear. He wanted to gauge the wolf's level. If this beast was too powerful, they needed to change their approach. But just as the analysis was about to complete, the wolf growled. The dark energy surged, disrupting the assessment skill and cutting off the scan. The blond man flinched. His thoughts raced. What the hell was this? He had never encountered a beast capable of disrupting his abilities before. In that moment of hesitation, another form of dark energy appeared behind him, taking the shape of a second wolf. It was silent, deadly, and ready to attack. Just before the strike could land, the blond man's survival instincts kicked in. He turned at the last second, his heart pounding, and yelled for Hang San to hypnotize it. Hang San immediately raised his arms, and a pink energy swirled around him. His hypnotic abilities activated, spreading like an invisible net over the wolf. The creature hesitated, its body briefly faltering under the effect. For a moment, it seemed as if the hypnosis had worked. San smirked in satisfaction, thinking that the battle had already ended, but he was wrong. Pin, though disguised as the wolf, was immune to mind control. His mental power was infinite, making it impossible for anyone to affect his thoughts or control him. He realized this was his chance. If he pretended to be completely subdued, he could get close enough to strike. San, convinced that the wolf was under his command, stepped forward confidently. Reaching out, he ordered the wolf not to move. That was his mistake. In an instant, Pin attacked. The wolf lunged forward, moving with blinding speed. Its claws slashed through the air, nearly striking San across the face. San barely dodged, stumbling backward in shock. How was it still moving? His eyes widened in disbelief. The hypnosis had failed. The wolf roared in rage, dark energy crackling around its form. It lunged forward again, this time sinking its fangs deep into San's neck. A piercing scream ripped through the forest. San's body convulsed as blood gushed from the wound, spilling down his chest. He gasped for air, his voice raw with pain as he cried out for help. Desperation filled his voice as he screamed for the boss to save him. The blond-haired man shouted his name, but he remained frozen in place, horror written across his face. He had underestimated this enemy. The guy with colored hair, still carrying the captive girl on his shoulder, reacted quickly. His free hand surged with energy, and with a roar of frustration, he unleashed a blast of power, knocking the wolf away. Pin was thrown back, but the attack had done little to damage him. As he got back to his feet, a system window appeared before him. Level up to 9th, all properties increased by 1 point for defeating a higher level enemy. Contract gem level upgraded to 6th. Pin exhaled. He was getting stronger. All he had to do now was stall them a little longer. But before he could make his next move, the guy with colored hair gathered energy into his hand once more. His voice rang through the forest as he activated psychokinesis hypergravity. The shift in gravity was instant. Inside the illusion, Pin felt an unbearable force slam down onto him. His body crashed into the ground, pinned down by an overwhelming weight. He tried to move, but his limbs refused to obey. This can't be happening. Above him, the blond-haired man stepped forward, his posture exuding confidence. A cruel smirk stretched across his lips. Recognition flashed in his eyes. He knew who Pin was. His voice dripped with mockery as he spoke. So his name was Pin? A mere level 9 novice from the Iron Spirit Forge in the sweep squad. A system window confirmed the identification. Pin's mind raced. The blond man sneered, saying that since Pin was C2's man, he couldn't be allowed to live. The gravity increased, pressing him deeper into the ground. His body strained under the force, every movement feeling like he was dragging himself through solid stone. He gritted his teeth. The captain had used this same supergravity technique on him before. He had survived it then, and he would survive it now. He just needed to find a way out. The storm had reached its peak, raging with unrelenting fury as lightning illuminated the battlefield in quick, blinding flashes. The darkened sky churned violently, thick clouds rolling together as the downpour intensified. The streets were nearly impossible to see through the sheets of rain, and the crackling energy in the air made every movement feel heavier. Pin stood his ground, his breathing steady despite the immense weight of the confrontation. His mind raced as he analyzed his opponent. The appraiser, though not at full strength, still possessed a weapon that was far from ordinary. It was epic grade, something formidable enough to turn the tide of battle. The blond-haired man wasted no time. Drawing his bow with precision, he notched an energy-infused yellow arrow and released it with terrifying speed, the projectile whistling as it tore through the storm. Pin barely managed to evade it, twisting his body to the side as the arrow passed just inches from him. His sharp instincts had saved him, But it was clear now the Zhu family's strength was heavily reliant on their equipment. Their weapons were of an advanced tier, their attacks relentless, but Pin still had an advantage. The suppression he was experiencing, the gravitational force that weighed upon him, did not affect his Stygian mist. This was his moment. Summoning 10 units of mist, he unleashed several jets of dark energy, sending them surging toward his opponents. The dark tendrils struck them head-on, yet to his surprise, they barely reacted. Something wasn't right. Why hadn't the appraiser used his mind to fend off the attack? There had been no defensive maneuver, no psychic shield, just an eerie stillness. Before Pin could analyze further, another lightning arrow was loosed from the blonde man's bow. This time the projectile hit its mark, slamming into Pin's side. A searing pain erupted through his body as the energy scorched his flesh. He barely held himself upright, gritting his teeth through the agony. His opponent took note of this and smirked. He raised his bow once again and taunted him, mocking the drain on his energy. The moment was tense. Pin steadied himself, suppressing his pain, and made a decision. The illusion of the dark energy wolf dissolved, vanishing into the air like smoke. The blonde man, sensing a shift, narrowed his eyes. Had he already given up? The assumption was a mistake. As soon as the next arrow was released, Pin summoned a shield of dark energy, deflecting the attack mid-air. The projectile clashed against the shield with a crackling explosion, but it did not break through. Drawing more from his reserves, he expended 15 units of Stygian mist and another 5 units of fog. Pin was not done. He needed to try something new, something they wouldn't expect. Gathering dark energy into his hands, he formed an arrow infused with Stygian mist. Instead of firing it at his enemies, he drove it deep into the ground beneath them. The stock of Stygian fog now sat at 25 out of 100. His body ached from expending so much energy so quickly, but he had no choice. Another 15 units were used, this time manifesting dark energy knives that materialized in the air. The blades shot forward, aimed directly at the cloak-wearing duo. The blonde-haired man reacted instantly. Using his bow as a melee weapon, he slashed through the projectiles like they were nothing, parrying each one with remarkable speed. His voice was filled with disbelief. Pin was still alive. The attacks should have been enough to overwhelm him, yet he persisted. Then, something unexpected happened. A dark mist began to seep up from the ground, swirling around them. The cloak-wearing crew froze in place, confused. Their movements slowed, their eyes darting wildly as the realization set in they were being trapped. Pin, still kneeling on one knee, finally spoke. His voice was cold, deliberate. The only reason the appraiser wasn't deflecting his attacks was because he needed both hands free to activate his spell. A wave of dark energy coiled around their arms, locking them in place. The girl in the raincoat gasped, confusion clear in her voice. Pin had closed the distance. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a precise strike at the second man, plunging a dagger of dark energy directly into his stomach. The man called Hanger by his allies let out a strangled cry of pain. Blood seeped from the wound, and his body trembled as the realization hit him he couldn't move. The mist on his hands dissipated, his control slipping. Rage burned in his eyes. Before Pin could withdraw, Hanger clenched his arm, using his telekinesis skill in a desperate act of self-mutilation. He tore the dagger from his own flesh, the act causing fresh waves of blood to spill forth, yet his grip on Pin tightened. He almost got away with it, but Hanger had forced his right arm free. The blonde-haired man grinned. Pin's energy reserves were running low. Hanger, though wounded, held onto his arm with unrelenting force. He sneered, ready to retaliate, his voice filled with confidence. An eye for an eye, a hand for a hand. He intended to strike back. But then, fire erupted around them. Flames roared to life, consuming the area. The burning heat coiled around them, spreading in a massive wave. Pin had activated his skill Flame Devour. Flame entanglement spread rapidly, ensnaring the enemy in an inferno. The intensity of the fire took them by surprise. Hanger was thrown backward, screaming as he hit the ground. His voice was hoarse with fury. He had not expected this. Pin barely had time to react before another lightning arrow shot toward him. His instincts screamed danger. He tried to dodge, but this time he was too slow. The arrow struck him directly in the chest. A searing pain ripped through his body, forcing him to his knees. He exhaled sharply, clutching the wound as his breath came in ragged gasps. Hanger, despite his injuries, let out a mocking laugh. Pin had tricks, sure, but so did they. Pin gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The battle was turning against him. He had to act fast. His body ached, his energy was draining, and his enemies still had their weapons. The blonde-haired man aimed his bow at him again. Hanger raised his hand, gathering energy for a final strike. This was it, but Pin refused to fall. A massive surge of water appeared behind him, rushing toward his enemies. The force was undeniable. It crashed into Hanger first, impaling him before he could speak. Another jet of water sliced past the blonde-haired man, barely missing him. His face twisted in fear. This shouldn't be happening. Where was this power coming from? His hand trembled as he notched another arrow. His voice was laced with panic. A single stream of water wasn't enough to save Pin. He fired. The arrow found its mark, piercing Pin's left shoulder. The force sent him staggering back. Pin knew he had to move. He forced his body to react right. As he moved, Hanger collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. The storm continued to rage, but the battle was far from over. The persons appeared behind the blonde-haired man, her ice sword gleaming with a chilling light. He turned quickly, his instincts warning him of an imminent threat. Panic surged through him as he realized the danger, his thoughts racing. The woman before him had taken down others in a single strike, and now she was after him. He immediately called for reinforcements, knowing he could not handle this alone. Cece wasted no time. With a swift motion, she thrust her ice sword toward him, her attack precise and lethal. The blonde-haired man reacted instantly, raising his bow to block the incoming strike. The force behind her attack was immense, and though he managed to deflect it, the impact sent a sharp tremor through his arms. Defending himself with a bow in such close combat was far from ideal. The collision of their weapons created a burst of energy, and before he could recover, he was sent flying backward. His body crashed against the hard ground, his breath knocked out of him. Pain coursed through his limbs as he struggled to push himself up. His mind reeled as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. The woman before him remained still, her icy gaze locked onto him, revealing nothing. A silent predator. She advanced once more, her grip tightening around her sword, preparing to strike again. Blows came in rapid succession. The first one hit him hard, forcing him back further. The second was just as brutal, and before he could brace himself, the third sent him flying yet again. His body tumbled across the ground, his thoughts growing frantic. He had wasted too much time earlier, distracted by another fight. Now, he was at a severe disadvantage. His fingers fumbled for the object hidden in his pocket, a small ring. His mind raced as he considered his options. There was no choice left. If he wanted to survive, he had to use it. Sliding the ring onto his finger, he focused his remaining energy into it, gathering power. Cece, ready for another attack, suddenly hesitated. Confusion flickered in her expression as she noticed something change. A deep rumble echoed through the sky, growing louder by the second. Lightning struck. A massive, crackling bolt descended with terrifying force, illuminating the battlefield with an intense light. The sheer power of the strike sent a shockwave through the ground, scattering stones and debris in every direction. Dust rose thickly in the air, obscuring everything in sight. Through the settling dust, Cece remained unfazed. Reaching down, she grabbed the main character by the scruff of his neck, dragging him forward with ease. Relief washed over her as she confirmed that he was still alive. The blonde-haired man was gone. The residual energy from the lightning still lingered in the air, but he had disappeared without a trace. He had used the power to escape. Regret settled in. The remaining members of the Zhu family had eluded capture. The battle had ended, but not as it should have. On the ground, Pin lay motionless, his body exhausted and drained. Every muscle ached, his strength nearly spent. A sudden voice crackled through the communication device. Manny's calm tone broke the tense silence, instructing her to slow down. The main character, barely able to form words, weakly inquired about the situation. Manny responded with grim news: the enlightened canopy had been destroyed. Shock coursed through Cece. The weight of the revelation settled in, her mind struggling to process what had happened. Elsewhere, rain poured steadily over the city. A figure stood atop a building, holding an umbrella, her presence commanding. A statuesque man approached her, his steps measured. He bowed before speaking, addressing her with respect. She inquired about the gathering of alienated beasts outside the city. His response was immediate. Everything had been prepared. A sudden flash of lightning cut through the sky, striking near the city with a powerful crack. Both of them turned their attention to the disturbance. A sense of unease stirred within her. The sound was unnatural, reminiscent of something familiar. Thoughts raced through her mind. The possibility that Zhang had encountered trouble became apparent. If that was the case, then something had gone terribly wrong. Beside her, the man's reaction betrayed his nervousness. He attempted to dismiss the notion, attributing it to natural thunder. She studied him closely, sensing his unease. The fox-like glint in her eyes sharpened as she analyzed his demeanor. His uneasiness was apparent, his body language betraying his words. His denials did little to convince her. Suspicion took root as she considered the implications. Her instincts had never failed her before. The nervousness in his stance only confirmed her suspicions. Turning away from him, her mind replayed past events. Something was concealed within the city, hidden beyond ordinary sight. The disturbances aligned too perfectly with what had happened before. A memory surfaced, a time when someone had been gravely injured, their survival seemingly impossible. Yet they had vanished without a trace. The more she thought about it, the more it became clear. It had not been mere luck or skill. It had been an advanced form of deception. The realization solidified. Illusions. Not direct ones, but ones that worked in indirect ways, blinding her people to the truth. The implications were staggering. She leaped from the rooftop, her body light against the stormy backdrop. Suspended in the air, she reached a conclusion: Pearl City itself could be nothing more than a massive cover. A deception hiding something far greater. A surge of anger filled her. The strategy was brilliant but infuriatingly effective. Power radiated from her as she activated her abilities. Darkness expanded outward, its reach extending rapidly. Energy surged into the sky, merging with the rain, creating a spectacle visible even through the storm. Elsewhere, Cece's gaze lifted toward the heavens. Unease crept into her thoughts. The girl from Hayes Academy was nowhere to be seen. Turning back toward the battlefield, she struggled to understand what was happening. The enlightened canopy was disappearing before her eyes. The main character, still writhing in pain, weakly pointed at a nearby lamp. His trembling fingers barely managed to indicate his intent. Urgency flickered in his weak movements. The lamp held significance. She questioned its nature, its purpose unclear. A dense red mist began to seep through the air. Within it, something stirred. From the darkness, a pair of eyes gleamed ominously. Shu observed from the shadows, her gaze unblinking. A realization dawned. A presence had been discovered. A mouse had entered the trap. Zan ran swiftly through the dimly lit streets, his arms securely holding the captive. His mind raced as he realized that in the chaos of everything, he had nearly forgotten to take the girl with him. The urgency of the situation pressed down on him, but there was no time to dwell on his mistake. Escape was the only priority now. Shay's voice rang out in the stillness of the city, demanding to know who was fleeing at such an unusual hour. A respectable man who happened to overhear this stiffened in fear, his thoughts spiraling toward a terrifying possibility. If she had truly discovered them, then their entire operation was in jeopardy. Shine wasted no time. With an abrupt movement, she darted away from the building, her form disappearing into the darkness. The man watching her reacted immediately, shouting for her to stop, but his voice was laced with frustration. His emotions got the better of him, and his words escalated into angry cries. He could no longer maintain his composure. He had lost control of the situation. Near the city walls, a squad cloaked in raincoats stood stationed in position, their presence blending into the night. Zan, still moving quickly, transmitted critical information through his communication device, his voice sharp with urgency. The news he relayed was dire. Pin, a spy from the sweep squad, was still alive in town. The events of the previous night had already been compromised. Sun and Air were dead. Reinforcements had arrived, and when faced with no other choice, he had been forced to use the Thunderbolt. The squad listened intently to the transmission. The man on the other end of the comm unit, his voice shaking, addressed him as brother and demanded clarification. The question was clear: was Pin truly still alive? Sujuan confirmed the worst. Not only was Pin alive, but this fact had already been discovered. More than that, he had been stripped of any disguises, his real identity exposed. The implications of this revelation sent a chill through those listening. Aside from his ties to the sweep squad, Pin had additional connections. He belonged to the same family and was associated with a blacksmith shop, Spirit of Iron. The realization dawned quickly, and the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. There was no more time for discussion. The priority was clear: getting the girl out of the city had to come first. Sujuan turned, his thoughts momentarily interrupted by an unexpected presence. His surprise was evident as he questioned Luo Shiyu's involvement. His voice carried disbelief. Why was she even here? What business did she have in all of this? The response that followed only fueled his frustration. His temper flared, his voice rising in anger. The one listening on the other end of the communication device sensed the shift in tone and reacted with unease. Panic crept into his voice as he demanded an explanation. The sudden hostility from Sujuan unsettled him. A solidly built man approached the squad, observing the heated exchange. His expression was unreadable as he assessed the situation. Without hesitation, he called out Sujuan's actions, labeling him a fool. His voice was firm, cutting through the tension. There was no need to shout. Such recklessness would only expose them further. The plan had already failed, and there was no point in losing control now. Siguan had been eliminated, killed by a fox. The weight of this news settled heavily over the squad. One of them, overwhelmed by frustration, smashed the communication device against the ground, his rage spilling out in a vicious curse. Everything they had worked for over the years gone to waste. A dignified man, calm despite the chaos, spoke next. He refuted the claim that everything was lost. There was still one key advantage left: the Holy Virgin was still alive. That changed everything. She was the Fox's greatest adversary. A powerful shift would occur once the Moon Prince realized that killing her was beyond his reach. When that happened, he would have no choice but to return her to the town hall. One of the squad members, visibly agitated, stepped forward. His voice was filled with urgency as he asked what they were supposed to do now. Without the Holy Virgin, controlling the fox was impossible. The dignified man remained composed, his response measured. There was still an option. A secret passage existed beneath the town hall, leading out of the city through underground channels. He was the only one who knew its exact location. This passage was their way forward. The plan would be simple but effective. The goon would send alienated beasts through the secret passage, unleashing chaos upon the foxes. In the midst of that disorder, an opportunity would present itself, one they would seize to retrieve the Holy Virgin. A purple-haired man, seated on a raised platform, listened in displeasure. His expression betrayed his skepticism. Words were easy, but execution was another matter entirely. The Moon Prince stood guard over the city lord's mansion, a formidable barrier to any action. Even with the alienated beast they had gathered, there was no telling if their strategy would hold. The dignified man considered his concerns carefully before offering a solution. Their best chance lay in utilizing Pin as a spy. Now that the Moon Prince had his attention fixed on the city, he would undoubtedly react at the first sign of trouble. If anything were to go awry, he would take action on his own. The next move would be crucial. The plan was laid out meticulously. The best of the best would be sent to attack Pin directly at the blacksmith shop. This deliberate assault would serve a purpose. It would force the sweep squad to respond, drawing them into the conflict. At the same time, it would catch the Moon Prince's attention, pulling him into the fray. While they fought amongst themselves, the alienated beasts would be released upon the Lord's mansion, launching a surprise attack. The squad absorbed the plan in silence. The implications were massive. The purple-haired man leaned forward slightly, his expression darkening. If this plan worked, it would be the equivalent of dealing a direct blow to the celestial fox. The dignified man made his stance clear. Soothperson's S was imperative. Failure was not an option. The operation had to proceed flawlessly, and under no circumstances could their identities be revealed. A murmur of agreement rippled through the squad. The goon nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the mission. The man before them was no ordinary figure, his lineage traced back to the Jew family. That in itself was reason enough to trust his word. The purple-haired man's eyes burned with intensity. Their goal was set. They would continue their support in the Vice Lord. Game time passed. In the aftermath, Pin's consciousness wavered. Slowly, his eyes flickered open, his surroundings gradually coming into focus. A voice addressed him, filled with concern. C hovered over him, watching closely. She inquired about his condition, wondering if he was unwell. His vision steadied. Weakly, he pushed himself upright, his mind still sluggish. His eyes scanned the room, confusion settling in. The environment was unfamiliar. The realization hit him he had been taken somewhere else. Standing nearby, the girl spoke carefully. They had brought him to the base of the sweep squad. There had been no other option. They had to act immediately. Pin's gaze drifted. His attention landed on the couch beside him, where another figure lay motionless. Bo, his body wrapped in bandages, remained unconscious. The sight stirred something within him. He had heard whispers before the person's condition was her doing. Before he could dwell further, a presence entered the room. The footsteps were steady, unfazed. The newcomer wasted no time acknowledging the situation. Pin had woken up much faster than expected. His recovery was progressing far better than anticipated. A girl clad in green observed him closely, her expression unreadable. She noted something remarkable. Despite facing 3 opponents, more than 10 levels above him, he had managed to survive. That alone was an achievement. The implications of this revelation were far-reaching. The realization settled heavily over the group. Pin had not only survived against stronger opponents, but had even managed to kill one of them. The weight of this fact was not lost on those around him. How had he done it? His skill level should not have allowed for such an outcome, and yet he had accomplished what seemed impossible. A girl stepped forward, her sharp gaze fixed on him. She analyzed him carefully, her expression unreadable. If he could eliminate an opponent who was more than 10 levels above him, then with just 5 levels of difference, he should be able to kill in mere seconds. Her tone was clinical, calculating. The persons responded to her statement, her voice even. The opponent he had taken down was Suya. She explained that Suya had possessed a unique ability, the power to enrich sunlight. That ability had granted her immense strength in battle, yet Pin had still managed to defeat her. The implications were significant. Pin, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, knew he had to tread carefully. He had to keep a low profile. At this moment, revealing too much about his true capabilities could attract unnecessary attention. The girl then revealed another fact: she had been the one to heal him. A small laugh escaped Pin as he processed the revelation. Fortune seemed to favor him once again. He thought about the old saying, if he survived death, then he would surely be blessed. This time, that sentiment rang especially true. If not for her, he would have long since perished. He acknowledged her efforts with genuine gratitude, knowing that he owed his life to her intervention. Though he had heard of Suk before, and of her reputation for being harsh and unyielding, she had not seemed that way to him at all. Perhaps there was more to her than the rumors suggested. Suk, on the other hand, dismissed his gratitude. To her, it had been nothing more than a small favor. With the enlightened Canopy no longer needing her protection at the moment, she had the time to spare. She quickly moved past the sentimentality, shifting back to business. Now that Pin was awake, there were more pressing matters to attend to. There was no time to dwell on pleasantries. They needed answers. At that same time, in another wing of the sweep headquarters, a different scene was unfolding. Chinavia sat slouched in a chair, her head tilted as she dozed off. Nearby, Manny sat at another table, frustration etched across her face. There was always something to do, endless tasks that never seemed to stop. With a groan, she laid her head down on the table, exhaustion seeping into her bones. She needed a break. The relentless nature of their work had worn her down, and at this moment, she could only think about asking the captain for a vacation. Beside her, Luo Shiyu dozed off, completely oblivious to the world around her. Even in her sleep, she mumbled softly, expressing her agreement. Manny turned her tired gaze toward her, irritation bubbling up. She knew that Luo Shiyu was pretending. With narrowed eyes, she demanded that she wake up and share the workload. Luo Shiyu, however, remained motionless. Her deep breathing was exaggerated, an obvious act. Manny's patience snapped. Her frustration spilled over as she crumpled the paper in her hands, her irritation turning into full-blown anger. Without warning, she shook Luo Shiyu violently, trying to force her awake. Just as the commotion reached its peak, Captain entered the room. He observed the chaotic scene for a moment before laughing. There was little else to do. This was the state of their headquarters. With the shortage of staff, these kinds of moments were bound to happen. For now, patience was necessary. Luo Shiyu, still deep in sleep, rolled off the chair and onto the floor. Manny turned abruptly as the doors opened again. Two figures stepped inside Su and Pin. As soon as Pin entered, he addressed the captain directly. C2, upon seeing him, acknowledged his presence. He had returned. Manny wasted no time. She immediately jumped into Su's arms. A wide smile spread across her face as she expressed her relief. The girl in green, standing nearby, assured her that she would handle the work for her. Manny, pleased with this outcome, happily eighth person spid. She was still being taken care of by her sister, and that was more than enough for her. C2, however, wasted no time in getting to the point. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out a document and laid it in front of them. His expression hardened as he explained what they had previously assumed: the Zhu family had allied themselves with the Celestial Fox to eliminate those who rebelled against them. However, he now believed that this partnership was not entirely genuine. The clues had been there all along. The Luo Shiyu family had set up a protective boundary around certain areas. They must have known about the existence of the enlightened canopy, yet they had chosen not to reveal this information to the Celestial Fox. This meant only one thing: they intended to use the Celestial Fox, not serve it. The Zhu family was not known for submitting to others. It was not in their nature to follow someone else's command. However, at their current strength, they were no match for the Celestial Fox. This meant they had another plan in mind. The answer likely lay in the girl they had brought back from Ha Academy last night. Her presence might be the key to fighting the Celestial Fox. Su carefully examined the documents in front of her. The information outlined the history of Chinelli, the head of High Academy. According to the records, Chinelli had only ever had one son, Chinan. However, rumors stated that Chinan had died 14 years ago. He had never married or had any children. Yet that same year, Shuel had suddenly declared that he had a granddaughter, Junting. The details surrounding her origin were vague at best. An investigation revealed that Junting was not from the Pearl City bloodline. She had likely come from a village outside the city. For the past 14 years, Shuel had gone to great lengths to keep her hidden. He had avoided contact with others, keeping her existence as a secret. Her official records were pristine. No history of awakening, no records of her abilities, nothing. It was as if she had been erased from existence. Pin, however, held the missing piece of the puzzle. Without hesitation, he revealed that he had already identified her abilities. Captain and the girl in green were both visibly shocked. Pin explained that her power was known as the Holy Maiden's Blood. C2's thoughts raced. He knew that outside the city there existed the Holy Maiden and the sacred ancestral village. There was no way this was a mere coincidence. Pin simply spread his hands, stating what he had already discovered. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Junting and Shu sat together at a grand dining table, enjoying an assortment of sweets. Junting, happily munching on a sweet bun, marveled at the vastness of the mansion. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she took in her surroundings. She asked if Shu had always lived in such a place. Shu, ever composed, gave her a simple, firm response. Junting, intrigued, pressed on with another question. Shu's expression remained stern as she refuted Junting's words with unwavering certainty. Junting, undeterred, rose from her seat and moved gracefully toward the table, reaching for the teapot. A smile played on her lips as she poured a fresh cup of tea. Her voice carried a lighthearted tone as she mentioned something her grandfather had always told her to eat more whenever she felt unhappy. With a warm, inviting gesture, she offered the tea, hoping to ease the tension in the air. But the moment shattered in an instant. Something within Shu snapped. A wave of dark energy surged from her, raw and untamed, exploding outward with deadly intent. It lashed toward Junting, seeking to consume her, almost killing her in that very moment. Yet, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. Her eyes widened as she found herself back in the same spot. Everything exactly as it had been before. The violent outburst had vanished as if it had never happened. She was left in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend what had just occurred. Junting, unfazed, continued with her usual warmth. She handed Shu a sweet cookie, her expression cheerful. She didn't even seem to notice what had just happened. With a smile, she innocently asked why her little sister wasn't eating. Shu, still reeling from the bizarre turn of events, took the cookie begrudgingly. The moment the treat touched her tongue, a realization struck her she had tasted this before. The flavor melted in her mouth, unexpectedly pleasant. Confusion flickered across her mind. Why couldn't she do anything? Why did she fail to harm Junting? With hesitation, she picked up another cookie and ate it reluctantly. Junting watched her reaction with delight. The warmth of her joy was unsettling. Shu felt a sudden wave of shame wash over her. It was a strange, alien emotion, guilt. Why should she feel guilty for trying to eliminate a mere human? She was the prince of the Fox clan. Junting took a sip of the tea, and almost immediately her expression contorted. She coughed, her face twisting in disgust before exclaiming in horror. The taste was terrible. Coughing violently, she declared that whoever had made this tea must have been an absolute idiot. Shu, stiffening at her words, felt a strange discomfort creep in. The realization dawned upon her she was the one who had made the tea. Junting's laughter was light, almost teasing. It was no wonder her little sister was upset. She watched her, saying nothing. Junting, full of energy, suddenly leapt up with the teapot in hand, announcing that she would brew another batch herself. She ran off, calling for Shu to wait patiently. She remained still, deep in thought. Something was wrong. This feeling, why was she hesitating? Why did she feel this strange sense of regret? As the prince of the Fox clan, she should not have such trivial concerns. It wasn't just Junting. Something about this entire situation felt unnatural. Her thoughts turned back to the man. Who was he? Meanwhile, in the sweep group's practice room, Cece lunged at Pin, her attacks swift and relentless. Her movements were fluid, her voice sharp as she analyzed his abilities in the midst of combat. His Stig and Mist, she noted, bore similarities to her own water element. Both possessed mind manipulation capabilities and free-form adaptability. However, there was a fundamental difference. Pin, gripping his dagger tightly, prepared for her next attack. Cece continued, demonstrating her techniques as she spoke. Her water element could be restored and recycled endlessly. His Stig and Mist, however, was a one-time use ability. Pin dodged quickly, parrying her strikes with graceful efficiency. She pointed out the flaw in his technique: his fog lacked reusability. Unlike water, which could shift between states liquid, gas, and solid, his mist was consumed upon use. If he could learn to manipulate its physical state at will, it would become far more versatile in combat. Despite this disadvantage, Pin recognized an advantage of his own. The lack of a solid form meant that he didn't need to carry a storage container like a pumpkin or flask to transport his mist. This gave him greater mobility. Cece suddenly launched a rapid attack. Her speed was far beyond his expectations. Before he could fully react, she closed the distance and struck him hard, sending him flying across the room. Pin barely managed to stop his fall, using 5 units of Stig and Mist as a shock absorber. The fog cushioned his impact, preventing further damage. Hovering in the air, Cece observed his reaction carefully. She pointed out another aspect of his power: his fog could absorb fear from creatures and transform it into more mist. This was useful, but it couldn't compensate for its lack of durability. Raising her hand, she summoned a blizzard within the training room. Pin, forced to react quickly, relied on acrobatic movements to avoid the deadly ice shards falling from above. Even as he dodged, his mind raced. He was still capable of evading attacks of this level, but under his feet, something was changing. At first, he didn't realize it. The ice on the ground had begun to melt into water. Before he could react, the liquid encircled his body, trapping his limbs. A sinking feeling settled in as he realized what had happened. He had been so focused on the blizzard above that he had overlooked the real threat beneath him. Cece approached confidently. She pointed out a major weakness in his mist: if the enemy did not fear him, the fog would dissipate quickly. Pin, undeterred, responded with a fierce smile. If the fog was ineffective, then he would simply need to attack with enough force to kill in a single strike. Activating his mist, he poured in 50 energy points. Above Cece's head, A dagger materialized out of pure mist. Her eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected this move. Before she could react, the dagger shot toward her with deadly precision. Instinctively, she conjured a water prison around herself. She was determined to see if his mist could truly break through. The dagger stopped inches from her forehead. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then, realization struck. His mist had penetrated her defense. Cece exhaled, momentarily shaken. She had lost acknowledging his skill. She admitted that his fog had far greater potential than she initially believed. Releasing herself from the water prison, she contemplated the nature of his power. There was only one explanation: the alienated beast from which the Stygian mist originated must have been a descendant of the royal alienated beasts. The significance of this revelation could not be ignored. The nature of Pin's Stygian mist had proven to be more extraordinary than anyone had anticipated, possessing characteristics that far exceeded its expected limitations. By some unknown inheritance, the mist had gained the ability to deliver significantly greater damage than its designated rank allowed. This revelation changed everything about how Pin would need to wield his power in combat. The persons, ever the composed observer, acknowledged his progress but did not hesitate to point out his deficiencies. His instincts had improved, and his adaptability was commendable, yet it was evident that he still lacked the refined experience required to survive a true battle. If this had been a real life-or-death struggle, he would have needed to recognize the perfect moment to strike, rather than hesitating. There was a crucial difference between raw potential and actual battlefield awareness, and until he honed his instincts further, he would always be vulnerable. Before he could fully process her words, a sudden, agonizing sensation overtook his body. The water surrounding him, which had once been cool and harmless, had begun to boil. The pain was immediate and unbearable, sending a sharp, searing agony through every inch of his skin. A scream tore from his throat as he instinctively tried to shake off the burning liquid, but it clung to him mercilessly, scalding him further. He staggered backward, the intensity of the heat making it difficult to think, let alone react. His mind raced as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever felt. Why was the water reacting this way? His body felt as though it was being cooked alive, the temperature rapidly escalating beyond anything natural. The persons, standing with an air of serene authority, regarded him with an almost detached patience, explaining that understanding the full scope of one's own abilities was essential. Without complete mastery, he would never truly be in control of his power. There was no excuse for ignorance in battle. If he failed to anticipate the properties of his own mist, the enemy would exploit it before he could. He crouched down, gasping for air, desperately blowing on his hands in an attempt to cool the relentless heat. His thoughts drifted toward the nature of water, how it could exist as a solid, a liquid, or even steam. If he could manipulate its properties in battle, turning it into ice, boiling liquid, or vapor at will, it could serve as a devastating advantage. However, at this moment, all he could think about was the pain still coursing through him. As the persons continued to lecture him, Pin's mind wandered elsewhere, drawn by an impulse he couldn't resist. Taking advantage of the moment, he gathered his mist and began to mold it into a familiar form. A mischievous grin crept onto his face as he shaped the dense fog into the likeness of a spider, its long, misty legs curling and twitching in an unnervingly realistic motion. Without warning, he thrust it forward, holding it up to the persons with a teasing glint in his eyes, watching for her reaction. The response was immediate and far more dramatic than expected. The moment her eyes landed on the spectral creature, her composure shattered. A high-pitched scream erupted from her as she stumbled backward, her body instinctively recoiling in sheer terror. Any trace of her usual calmness vanished as she panicked, reacting without thought. In a frantic attempt to rid herself of the nightmare before her, she unleashed a powerful jet of water directly into his face, the force strong enough to knock him backward. The sheer fear in her expression was unmistakable. She was terrified beyond reason. She continued to scream, demanding that he get rid of it immediately, her voice cracking under the weight of her panic. Pin, utterly delighted by the discovery of her fear, decided to take things a step further. Using an additional surge of his Stygian mist, he strengthened the illusion, causing the spider to expand in size, its spindly legs extending outward in an even more lifelike manner. The way it moved now was almost too realistic, a grotesque creation of misty tendrils that twitched unnaturally in the air. Her reaction escalated into full-blown hysteria, her breathing uneven as she lashed out wildly in a desperate attempt to destroy the illusion. However, in the midst of her panic, an even greater mistake occurred. In her struggle, a jet of water from her attack splashed directly into his open mouth. The taste of pure elemental water spread across his tongue, and before he could even react, he had swallowed it. Her expression went from terror to horror in an instant. In a blind panic, she lunged at him, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him violently, screaming for him to spit it out immediately. Her grip was so tight that it was difficult for him to breathe. His body jolted with each forceful shake as she continued to cry out that her water was pure elemental energy, meaning that if consumed improperly, it could be incredibly toxic to a normal person. Pin, still reeling from the sudden chaos, tried to argue through gasped breaths that if the water didn't kill him, she certainly would at this rate. Realizing how aggressively she was holding him, she quickly released him, her face burning with a mixture of frustration and flustered embarrassment. However, before he could regain his balance, an entirely new sensation took over his body. A strange weightlessness spread through him, an unfamiliar feeling unlike anything he had ever experienced before. His limbs tingled, then faded, as though they were no longer solid. His entire form lost cohesion, and within seconds he felt himself disintegrate into a liquid state. His body collapsed into a shapeless pool of water, his clothes slipping off and pooling beside him on the floor. For a long moment there was nothing but stunned silence. Pin, in complete disbelief, attempted to move, but how could he? Where his hands should have been, there was nothing but shifting water. Where his legs should have stood, there was only a spreading puddle. His entire body had turned into a formless liquid mass. His mind reeled as he struggled to process what had just happened, but the only thought running through his head was the sheer horror of his missing limbs. The persons, equally stunned, gawked at him in shock, unable to comprehend what had just unfolded. Had he melted? Had the water poisoned him? Was he still alive? 1,000 questions flashed through her mind as she watched the shimmering puddle that had once been Pin. He too was left without answers, unable to fathom what had just happened to his body. Desperate for an explanation, he instinctively activated his identification technique, and a translucent system window flickered before his eyes, listing his new abilities. His pure water body had awakened, granting him the ability to transform into a liquid form at will, rendering him immune to most physical attacks. Additionally, another newly acquired trait, Alienated Devourer, remained a mystery to him. However, the significance of this development could not be understated. His entire physical being had changed. Testing his limits, he attempted to reshape himself, first forming a simple humanoid shape with stubby limbs. Encouraged by his South persons, he experimented further, morphing into a twisted, half-melted form before finally reverting to his original human body. Feeling satisfied with his control over his new ability, he turned proudly to the persons for acknowledgement, only to realize she was pointedly looking away, her face flushed deep red. It took him a moment to understand why. His clothes had been left behind when he liquefied. A mortified silence filled the space between them. The persons, refusing to look at him, muttered with barely concealed exasperation that he needed to put on his clothes immediately. Realization hit him like a thunderbolt, and he scrambled to dress as quickly as possible, the earlier triumph of his transformation completely overshadowed by sheer embarrassment. Even after he was clothed again, the air between them remained unbearably awkward. The persons mumbled something about how ridiculous his growth rate was, particularly his newfound pure water body, which was something that even elite water elementalists struggled to achieve. Before the awkwardness could drag on any further, the sharp chime of a communication device cut through the air.
Chaos erupted at Iron Soul Blacksmith Shop. Masked assassins attacked unexpectedly, catching everyone completely off guard. Captain Liao barked commands urgently, dispatching search teams while assessing the fallen guards scattered across the courtyard. Zhang Ping sprinted towards his family's residence, shouting desperately for Uncle Liu, Wang Jian, and Sis Qiang. Behind the corner, Sis Qiang staggered weakly, clutching a bleeding wound, her strength fading rapidly. Zhang Ping's heart raced. He rushed forward, eyes wide, screaming, "Sis Qiang!" Before everything turned silent, Zhang Ping called frantically again, hoping Uncle Liu or Wang Jian would answer, but only silence followed. A distant voice confirmed their location. Zhang Ping rushed, supporting the weakened Sis Qiang carefully with urgency. Silver-haired Captain Liao spotted them from afar, signaling his squad before sprinting toward Zhang Ping's position directly. Captain Liao stopped briefly, issuing commands. "I'll check on them. Stay here and protect her carefully." Zhang Ping gently held her trembling hand, horrified by the blood-soaked bandages. "Sis Qiang, your hand, it's bleeding." Sis Qiang forced a weak smile, whispering faintly, "I'll be fine. Losing one hand won't kill me." Footsteps thundered across the courtyard. Captain Liao's reinforcements arrived quickly, their formation disciplined and tightly coordinated. Captain Liao ordered immediately, "Take the wounded back for treatment." His voice echoed, decisive and full of authority. Wang Jian crouched beside Sis Qiang, concern filling his eyes. She reassured him calmly, "I'll be fine." The soldiers escorted the wounded away efficiently, heading towards the rear infirmary hidden behind the western courtyard. Captain Liao spoke firmly, "These assassins weren't random. They came targeting you, Zhang Ping. Prepare yourself." Zhang Ping knelt beside Sis Qiang, smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry about me, sis. Just focus on healing." Captain Liao advised urgently, the city isn't safe anymore. Move the injured quickly before another ambush arrives unexpectedly. Zhang Ping clenched his fists. The energy fluctuation is still nearby. Could the real threat remain hidden? Dark energy pulsed ominously. Zhang Ping realized so many of my friends and family suffered. Hidden in shadows, the assassin struck without hesitation, a deadly crimson energy hurtling toward Zhang Ping. Captain Liao reacted instantly, shoving Zhang Ping aside while shouting, "Look out!" Narrowly avoiding the deadly attack, the assassin smirked confidently. "Impressive. You sense my presence despite my perfected concealment. That's quite unexpected." Captain Liao checked Zhang Ping urgently, asking, "Are you all right?" Zhang Ping nodded, eyes fixed on the assassin. Zhang Ping clenched his fists. How could she gather intelligence so fast? Operation was supposed to be secret. Zhang Ping realized too late. She wasn't just monitoring the area. She controlled surveillance over the entire city. The assassin's crimson eyes locked onto Zhang Ping. "So, you're Zhang Ping? Interesting." Sun Clan's successor himself. Captain Liao activated his defensive analysis system. "Leave, I'll hold her off," he shouted, preparing his frost abilities. With incredible speed, Captain Liao unleashed his full power. "Blizzard!" he roared, releasing a devastating ice storm attack. Surrounded by swirling ice, the assassin smirked confidently. "My flames aren't just strong. They devour freezing storms effortlessly." The assassin calmly summoned her blazing vortex. "Flames of the red serpent. Devour everything in your path." Captain Liao stood firm despite the overwhelming heat. His visor flickered, detecting something unexpected within her fiery attack. With perfect precision, Captain Liao shattered the blazing vortex using a concentrated ice burst, halting her assault instantly. Captain Liao's thoughts raced. She neutralized my strongest freezing field, with single counterattack. Just how strong is she? The assassin smirked coldly. Being just strong isn't enough. True strength shapes destiny far beyond mere raw power. The assassin rose above, encased in blazing serpents. "Let's see you block this," she challenged arrogantly. Captain Liao stood his ground. "Not this time," he muttered, summoning powerful ice walls reinforced by energy cores. Zhang Ping shouted desperately, "Sis Chang!" As Captain Liao braced for the oncoming fiery storm above them. Captain Liao rapidly activated defensive barriers. "Deploy a double-layer formation. If one fails, the second must hold." The assassin's eyes narrowed, a cold smirk forming. "How long can you maintain this pathetic defense?" "Foolish." Zhang Ping's eyes widened as crimson energy rained down. His instincts screamed danger was approaching fast. Captain Liao yelled urgently, "Dodge with everything you've got." His voice barely rose above the roaring flames. The assassin smirked coldly. "At this moment, none of you realize you've already lost this pathetic struggle." Zhang Ping gritted his teeth. "I can't pause and save Sis Chang now. I must survive first." Captain Liao calculated options quickly. 3 choices to the left, 3 arches to the right. Move now. The assassin unleashed a deadly purple vortex. Zhang Ping barely dodged, shouting, "I need backup immediately." Panting heavily, Zhang Ping steadied himself. At this rate, her power could destroy the entire southern district. Captain Liao grimaced. "Impossible. Her strength's rising faster than our defensive formation can withstand. We're outmatched." Assassin laughed maniacally, gathering energy. "Don't die yet, Zhang Ping. I'm saving the grand finale just for you." Her power surged violently. "You won't be lucky this time, Zhang Ping. My next attack will end everything." Nethermist reserves dropped dangerously. Zhang Ping screamed through the pain, forcing every last ounce of energy forward. The assassin remained calm. "If you can barely hold yourself upright, how will you ever defeat me?" Nethermist reached 0. Zhang Ping collapsed, mind racing. "Is this it? Is this where it finally ends?" He appeared. Captain Liao's projection whispered, "Kid, I'll open one chance, use it well. Don't waste it." The assassin unleashed her final devastating blast. Energy swirled violently, threatening to tear apart everything surrounding them. A golden beam descended, shielding against the blast. The assassin's eyes narrowed. What is this strange power? Captain Liao's projection appeared. "Now, Zhang Ping, this is your moment." Zhang Ping stood, determination igniting within him. Zhang Ping clenched his fists, shouting, "Yes, sir!" before charging forward through the chaotic battlefield with purpose. Zhang Ping reached out, grabbing Captain Liao's projected hand, absorbing the last surge of remaining combat energy. Captain Liao's golden shield held briefly. Zhang Ping shouted, "Run! Let's go!" Before sprinting toward the extraction point. The assassin's fury erupted. "You're not getting away!" she screamed, hurling deadly crimson energy spears toward their retreating forms. Summoning monstrous soldiers, she commanded, "Listen to my orders. Find Zhang Ping. Don't let him escape alive." Terrifying beasts broke through the streets, their roars shaking buildings as they chased Zhang Ping relentlessly. Dozens of monstrous elites surged forward, overwhelming the city's defenses. Zhang Ping's escape route was nearly cut off. Outside Pearl City, Zhang Ping visited the infirmary, checking on Sis Chiang's condition after the brutal battle. Sis Chiang sighed. So, the future squad's involved now, and Pearl City fell into their hands completely? Zhang Ping lowered his head. I'm sorry. It's all because of me, Sis Chiang reassured him gently. Captain Liao promised firmly, I'll find a way to reclaim the blacksmith shop. We'll rebuild everything we lost, Captain Liao observed silently. He's grown, achieved so much already without me even noticing his silent progress. Sis Chiang smirked playfully. That little girl's waiting for you, you know. Zhang Ping looked surprised and confused. Walking through the corridor, Zhang Ping encountered her directly. Sis, did you need something from me? He asked. She raised an eyebrow. What did you just call me? Zhang Ping stammered nervously, trying to explain himself. Zhang Ping thought quickly. She calls me Big Sis Ping. Shortening, it makes it sound less weird, right? She sighed, masking her amusement. Never mind. Call me whatever you want. Now come with me immediately. She spoke seriously. Your identity's exposed. Stay away from Pearl City for now. Orders will follow soon. She handed him a vial. Consider this a reward. Your intel and flawless mission execution were invaluable. Zhang Ping examined the liquid closely. Is this golden blood? His voice trembled with stunned realization. Eyes wide, Zhang Ping muttered, Don't tell me it's... But the truth was already dawning on him. She explained calmly. Yes, Jin's golden blood. Its healing properties are unmatched, reserved for our top operatives. She warned calmly. One more thing, this blood unlocks a hidden bloodline ability, but results aren't guaranteed. Zhang Ping hesitated. My chances are low, but isn't life about risking everything sometimes? He swallowed hard. He tilted his head back and drank. Come on, awaken something. His mind filled with anticipation and fear. Looking at his hands, Zhang Ping muttered, Doesn't feel like anything's changed. His heart sank slightly in disappointment. Suddenly, his hand trembled violently. Crimson markings appeared, burning hot. Zhang Ping gasped. What's happening to me? Zhang Ping's body trembled. Suddenly, his system activated. It worked! A surge of new power overwhelmed him instantly. The woman noticed his glowing hand. What's happening to your hand? She asked, eyes narrowing with concern. Zhang Ping's perspective shifted drastically. His vision sharpened, he saw energy radiating clearly from everything around him. She sighed. So, that serum activated your hidden bloodline traits. You've awakened something far beyond expectations. Zhang Ping clenched his fist. With this power, I can protect those dear to me, no matter what. She nodded calmly. Now you can also heal, though that gift's energy comes at a steep price. Zhang Ping smirked confidently. As long as there's enough blood, I'll survive. This power changes everything. He clenched his fist tightly. Pure blood body for survival. But my heart still burns for protecting those I cherish. She turned away. Well, what are you waiting for? Go help Sis Chiang already. Zhang Ping nodded immediately. Zhang Ping smiled gently. Can we have a proper conversation later? Not as teammates, but as friends. Deep within the wilderness outside the city, the peaceful night was suddenly disturbed by ominous movements. Birds scattered frantically into the sky as nearby animals sensed an overwhelming, terrifying presence approaching rapidly. From beyond the dark horizon, a vast army of monstrous creatures advanced, shaking the earth with each step. At their lead, terrifying beasts howled, commanding the monstrous horde forward. Their invasion of the city had begun. A mysterious man entered the building with urgency. The woman sensed something unusual but said nothing yet. He examined classified documents about magical anomalies, confirming a pattern tied to a rising external energy surge. Their investigation pointed towards sealed relics being disturbed. Energy readings proved someone was forcefully awakening. Ancient power sources. A burning figure burst from a dimensional rift, summoned by unstable relics and centuries-old forbidden rituals. The entity hovered above the skyline, its presence warping space, signaling the return of a forgotten catastrophe. Citywide destruction reports increased. The team analyzed crater zones, realizing they matched ancient summoning site coordinates exactly. While sipping her drink, she recalled an encrypted file mentioning dormant vessels awakening near collapsed urban districts. 2 corrupted guardians had reappeared beneath the surface, guarding the last relic fragment from their ancient master's return. He warned her that even allies could become threats. Internal sabotage had already delayed their containment operation. As tension escalated, shadowed figures gathered. Their mission, retrieve the relic and restore balance before full reawakening. She remembered past missions, how 50 agents vanished investigating a relic linked to mass civilian disappearances. He confirmed the relic's aura was reactivated. It hadn't pulsed since the massacre at Halveth Caverns. The old man's voice turned grave. That relic once cursed an entire border village into silence. Surveillance teams traced recent activity to storage bunker number 003, located beneath ruins west of the city. Inside, a lone guardian awoke. Recognizing unfamiliar footsteps, they prepared defenses with immediate lethal activation protocols. Inside the recovery ward, Several injured agents lay unconscious. One technician monitored them while reviewing stored equipment. He found a depleted lantern core. Desperate, he questioned whether it could still be used defensively. Through experimentation and focus, the dormant relic pulsed alive again. His gamble to recharge it had succeeded. The technician was surprised. The lantern was presumed inactive, its flame long exhausted during earlier containment failures. He activated the relic using new binding magic, channeling fire directly through his body into the core. A student unleashed pure water body, harnessing elemental traits to defend against unstable relic energy surges. Another awakened pure blood body, controlling internal heat and regeneration, enhancing both physical resistance and reaction speed. He revealed Nether Mist body, channeling dark energy to stabilize cursed relics without corrupting his soul completely. With the ghost lantern partially restored, its scan began detecting sealed memories hidden within inactive relic containers. He smiled quietly. The sync worked, and the lantern's amplified range lit up the entire infirmary floor. A storm closed in. Squad Delta advanced towards Site 7, ordered to evaluate the relic containment breach. As they approached the site, corrupted beasts suddenly collapsed mid-charge, scattering across the hillside in silence. One operative paused. Traces of earlier magic usage were faint, suggesting a defensive countermeasure had activated remotely. Analysis confirmed. The beasts weren't killed. They were forcefully disconnected from the controlling signal near the central gate. Watching from above, he realized someone else had triggered a relic override. Without using the lantern or glyphs, scouts spotted movement across the valley. One operative shouted something massive was approaching from the tree line below. They climbed for a better view. Shock spread as they confirmed a wave of creatures advancing quickly. The creatures weren't aimless. Their synchronization revealed a command signal possibly emitted by an awakened corrupted controller nearby. An overwhelming army surged forward, 50,000 altered beings, once human, now weapons driven by cursed binding seals. Back at command, analysts confirmed it. The number matched the missing population count from District 7's fall. The director reviewed an old file, muttering about relic signatures reappearing from the pre-collapse disaster records. He moved quickly through headquarters, alerting top analysts. An energy fluctuation had been detected across all towers. Meanwhile, a sudden burst of pressure struck. Staff braced as the detection grid trembled without any source. One agent confirmed a match. Signal traces aligned with historical relic fragments sealed before containment protocols existed. Lightning surged overhead. The city's grid activated emergency defenses as hundreds of sealed cores blinked back online. Alarms blared across the command floor. The director ordered all available squads to mobilize toward active zones. Team Kilo prepared for departure. Orders were clear: reach the relic site before the barrier fails. The director summoned a containment token channeling secure field data into a central core for instant relay backup. Another field team awaited launch, stationed at Skyhub 03. Their task: intercept the corrupted signal near Site R. Each unit was cleared for deployment. Armed with relic-grade weapons, they launched toward the breach zones immediately. Inside the City Lord's mansion, a hidden figure received urgent updates about the relic synchronization failures. He reviewed the data crystal. Signal convergence from 3 zones was now heading toward a 4th terminal. This could trigger forced gateway activation. He ordered the secondary agents to prepare containment paths and engage. Someone had manually rerouted relic energy into the city grid. He suspected sabotage but couldn't confirm the source. He cursed the delays. If the relic plan failed now, years of preparation would be completely wasted. The official sensed something was off. Heavy footsteps approached, disrupting the secrecy of his ongoing discussion. City Guard Squad 1 entered. Their captain, Lunik, brought an unusually large presence for a routine visit. The official greeted them cautiously, masking unease. He questioned the timing and motive behind their unannounced appearance. Captain Lunik said nothing, brushing past. The silence felt intentional, as if avoiding unnecessary confrontation or alert. As they left, the official watched closely. Doubt surfaced: had the captain uncovered something he hadn't yet revealed? As the guards entered the hall, a strange energy ripple pulsed from behind the carved wall. The official froze. Something ancient stirred within the chamber, something neither the guards nor he anticipated today. A musical enchantment activated, distorting reality. It created an illusion around the corridor, shifting everyone's perception instantly. A young girl appeared calmly from the light. Her presence disrupted the magical pattern without resistance. From afar, a concealed watcher observed in silence, realizing she wasn't part of any known registry. The masked man awoke confused. Holding a glass, he questioned how he'd arrived inside the hall. Another operative hesitated, vaguely replying that Her Highness had summoned them, though he couldn't recall the moment clearly. Nearby, a warrior whispered to a teammate, concerned that even memories were being influenced by her presence. She calmly reminded them of their mission: protect the chamber, eliminate threats, and avoid wasting time. He kneeled instinctively before her. Her aura demanded loyalty, though he didn't fully understand why she mattered. Lady Sunless addressed the hall with grace, announcing her intent to command operations from within the capital. Without hesitation, the masked knight accepted her order and offered to escort her directly to the vault. Another guard hesitated. Her presence contradicted every classified record they were told Lady Sunless perished during the collapse. He whispered doubts to his captain, questioning if this Lady Sunless was truly who she claimed. Meanwhile, a hidden observer watched coldly, his eye glowing red, as he prepared to intervene, if trust fractured. The advisor greeted her warmly, masking intent. He subtly pressed her for details about her return. She smiled politely, pretending not to notice. Her responses remained vague, designed to deflect deeper questioning effortlessly. He joked about her absence, laughing loudly but carefully studied her posture, checking for inconsistencies in behavior. When she reached for her relic pendant, his tone shifted. Guards moved quietly to block the path. Sensing danger, she lunged forward, but her movement triggered an immediate reaction from the hidden enforcer waiting nearby. She stepped back and raised her voice. "Don't pretend you know me," she warned the advisor. Crowd tension rose. She challenged his knowledge of her name, demanding to know its origin and source. Whispers spread. Shadows flickered unnaturally as a dark influence rippled through the chamber without visible source. Several attendees collapsed. Eyes glowing red, they began transforming, flesh warping under the control of relic corruption. Elsewhere, near Safe House 003, a masked operative sensed the surge and prepared to intervene immediately. A masked fighter surged forward, unleashing pure water body mode to suppress spreading corruption near the vault. Another combatant emerged, activating nether mist energy. He stabilized the zone and shouted to strike while the seal weakened. Together, they created a counterwave, redirecting the relic's influence away from civilians still trapped inside the chamber. Their synchronized power shattered the corrupted floor, freezing the cursed aura before it could spread further outward. Without hesitation, both launched upward, blades drawn, spells charged, aiming to break through the central distortion core mid-air. The operative issued orders quickly, then activated defensive wards to suppress further surge pulses from the distortion. A brave fighter stepped in, offering to stall the corruption's advance while the others sealed escape paths. Dark spirits materialized, entities bound by corrupted relics. They howled with intent to crush all conscious resistance nearby. One corrupted host revealed its class, Nethermist 400. Its aura outmatched previous enemies by an overwhelming factor. Without delay, the awakened being launched forward, leading hundreds of possessed forms toward the Central Plaza's defenders. The winged corrupted entity soared above, commanding thousands of possessed beasts to converge on Sector 9 immediately. The army of infected began to chant, their rhythm matching pulse patterns from previous relic awakening events. On the ground, armored beasts howled. Defensive lines scrambled to intercept before their momentum reached evacuation zones. Despite being airborne, the corrupted general coordinated attacks precisely, signaling strikes to weaken perimeter walls ahead. From the ridge, a lone guardian prepared to intercept one whose contract had not been broken yet. The corrupted beast horde charged downhill, snarling under command. Their formation signaled a fully synchronized battlefield rush. A defender called for backup. Ice barriers erupted beneath him, slowing creatures and forcing them to separate. From above, a young warrior provided aerial cover, launching attacks that disrupted the enemy's leading assault line. The corrupted general noticed and redirected mid-tier hunters toward the frozen ridge to flank from both sides. Suddenly, flame burst from behind. The support squad arrived, unleashing coordinated strikes to stabilize the collapsing front. The corrupted general launched a massive energy blast, engulfing everything ahead in explosive flame and shadow force. A second elite joined in. His purple aura surged violently. Their synchronization meant the relic was fully active. The young fighter froze. Something was off. New enemies emerged, decayed, yet showing coordinated magical formations. He realized the undead weren't mindless. They wielded elemental skills, guided by cursed relics embedded inside their cores. He triggered a scan. Results confirmed. Zombie types retained mana signatures and combat memory from former lives. A massive, corrupted beast towered over the battlefield. Its presence echoed from the sealed Holy Ancestor village. The undead surged forward. One fighter realized the threat. They were linked to a deep necroquantum relay. He fought defensively, keeping them back. The enemy formation adapted quickly, prioritizing disruption of field positioning. Team leaders called for distance. The undead emitted reactive pulses that threatened to overload their formation nodes. Zhang Ping acknowledged the command, retreating just in time to avoid being drawn into the relay field. The giant beast took a direct hit, momentarily stunned. Ice magic surged through its corrupted veins violently. An energy spike erupted skyward. Soldiers on the ground scrambled, sensing the unstable magic core beneath them. A flame user activated fire detonator, Flame Bind, locking multiple targets and setting coordinates for direct bombardment. Dozens of fire zones fell like missiles, each detonating with precision to break corrupted movement formations apart. Elsewhere, another combatant prepared a blade technique, charging forward under cover of the explosions with silent speed. With intense focus, the masked warrior dashed forward, channeling water energy through a spiraling blade strike. Enemies lunged, but she twisted midair, slicing cleanly through multiple targets in a fluid arc of motion. Her blade severed limbs as she landed, clearing space for the next wave to regroup properly. She called out a warning. The main corrupted unit had reformed, gathering power for a larger spell. Dark energy condensed overhead. The beast grinned, declaring its next move would erase their souls completely. He questioned how zombies could retain spellcasting. She replied they weren't true undead, just puppet vessels empowered artificially. He realized their magic wasn't revived instinct. It was remotely directed using living memories and forced mana loops. The Elder confirmed it. These husks weren't self-aware. They were battlefield tools controlled by relic-bound remote operators. Their intel linked the signal origin to the ruins beneath the forgotten Holy Ancestor Village perimeter sector. Upon hearing the name, the operative froze. That village's records had been erased from all known archives. The scout advanced carefully, green mist swirling around her boots, its texture thick, heavy with arcane residue. From behind the fog, a mysterious woman in dark robes emerged, her presence bending the air. She smirked beneath glowing eyes. Her aura radiated confidence, cloaked in corrupted energy from the ancestral seal. Zhang Ping's ally warned him this gas wasn't natural. It was laced with blood-reactive toxin particles. Zhang Ping hesitated. The scent was familiar, tied to something buried in his memory from long ago. The building ignited violently. Flames erupted from beneath, signaling a trap laid long before their arrival. Zhang Ping realized the gas wasn't meant to kill. It was crafted to detonate under heat compression. His ally questioned his pause, but he signaled her to wait. His next move was intentional, controlled. He triggered fire detonate, flame bind, hurling the mark directly into the core of the toxic mist. The blast engulfed the zone, cleansing the cursed fumes with fire before the toxin could fully spread. Zhang Ping shielded his ally with flame reserves, burning away residual toxin as their health values stabilized. Their core systems recharged. He restored 218 fire energy. While she replenished shield buffers within seconds, Zhang Ping noticed movement in the distance. A second undead wave approached earlier than intelligence reports predicted. He initiated Analyze to scan the unexpected threat. Its form wasn't listed in any known bestiary files. A new enemy observed from afar. Intrigued, it noted their survival and began recalculating its approach strategy. Zhang Ping focused his scan. The enemy commander wasn't just strong, it was coordinating all battlefield signals directly. He realized the red-armored entity served as a living transmitter for every zombie unit in range. If that signal broke, all linked enemies might collapse. He marked the commander as the primary objective. The system confirmed analysis. Target, fallen Gravemaker, a mutated corpse general with tactical awareness and voice relay. They prepared for battle. Zhang Ping asked what fallen meant. His ally replied it signaled a cursed former hero. 2 elite corrupted warriors emerged, veterans of ancient wars, now repurposed to execute tactical destruction for Gravemaker. Zhang Ping's scan confirmed they weren't ordinary summons. These units retained consciousness and martial instinct from before death. He warned the others. The corrupted elites were closing fast, signaling a full-line charge to breach formation. A mutated scout lunged first. Zhang Ping blocked instinctively, using reinforced motion paths to shift his defense angle. The corrupted brute pressed forward. Ping countered low, striking with Ice Blade technique to rupture its shoulder. The masked fighter struck with precision, forcing the brute back while conserving energy for larger incoming threats. She spotted a towering undead rider and awakened elite atop a corrupted beast charging toward the city wall. Alarms rang out. The enemy was level 90, leading the second wave directly into urban sectors. Zhang Ping initiated a scan. Target registered. Zombie, Holy Ancestor faction. High potential threat level confirmed at 90. He raised his gauntlet, channeling control energy. Let's see if I can seize its mind first. Zhang Ping launched control chains toward the zombie commander, attempting to suppress its aggressive core through force. The creature resisted violently. Unlike others, this one retained higher-level cognition and resisted psychic suppression through brute strength. Analysis confirmed this zombie was mutation tier, enhanced through forbidden relic exposure deep within ancestral vault layers. Suddenly, a corrupted pulse surged across the landscape, originating from another relic zone near the distant seal boundary. Sensing the echo, Zhang Ping realized a separate relic had awakened. Far beyond their current defense perimeter, at Pearl City's northern gate, reinforcements assembled. Enemy forces surged forward under the cover of twilight. A frontline warrior stepped up, activating inner flame circuits. His aura pulsed heavily with high-density mana output. He unleashed a flame burst to scatter the vanguard, holding the line before full breach occurred. Despite limited backup, he remained calm. His orders were clear: hold position until all units were ready. With tightened fists, he braced. His relic-linked body channels began to activate in perfect synchronization with terrain. The gate commander stepped forward, flanked by fighters. His presence stabilized morale as undead forces approached rapidly. He rallied everyone with a clear goal: defend Pearl City's gate at all costs. No exceptions allowed. The frontline unit launched. Trained warriors collided with undead beasts, striking hard to disrupt the enemy's initial wave. Among the chaos, a green glowing elite zombie surged forward, its hands pulsing with toxic energy-enhanced strikes. The commander intercepted directly, blocking the strike with his bare hand, his body reinforced by relic tattoos. The commander caught the zombie's strike barehanded, enduring a direct blow powered by toxic kinetic force. The elite undead paused briefly. Its eyes narrowed. The resistance it felt wasn't normal human durability. The commander retaliated, launching a flurry of strikes using precise palm techniques enhanced with internal flame control. Observers recognized the movement. His attack mirrored an ancient martial art once used by beast warriors in legend. The undead recoiled. For the first time, it questioned its opponent's identity and previous life connections. He leapt into the air, sword drawn, slashing downward as the beast lunged to intercept him. The beast's claw met his blade. Sparks flew as he was thrown backward from the force. He flipped midair, narrowed his eyes, then charged forward with burning energy pulsing from his feet. With fierce precision, he hurled 2 daggers ahead, forcing the beast to retreat deeper into the forest. He unleashed a blazing pillar from above, engulfing the creature in roaring flames that split the ground. The flames faded as he absorbed the energy, regaining full strength after the intense magical assault ended. Scanning the scorched ground, he noticed an unusual corpse lying still, untouched by fire yet unnaturally preserved. As he approached the body, a strange item near its hand caught his attention, an engraved metal plaque. He crouched, lifted the token, and studied it. The markings matched an old academy insignia once abandoned. Realization struck. The item belonged to someone missing for years, last seen during an elite tracking mission. A zombified warrior, once his senior, charged him violently, green energy pulsing uncontrollably from his corrupted form. He stood firm, recalling the past when his senior vanished during an underground investigation near forbidden ruins. The senior's body showed decayed control, but fragments of memory surfaced. He demanded he end his cursed state. They clashed midair, both unleashing explosive force. He hesitated, realizing his brother might still be partially conscious. A flashback emerged years ago, during training. His senior always pushed him harder, preparing him for this moment. In the training yard, he struggled to land a hit while his senior effortlessly dodged every attack. Despite the gap in skill, his senior praised his growth, acknowledging his rapid improvement through determination. Smiling, the senior encouraged more practice, eager to pass down everything he knew before facing greater challenges. He promised once he was strong enough, they'd challenge their strict instructor and prove their combined strength. Now in the present, his eyes filled with tears, remembering that promise buried beneath loss and regret. He launched a powerful strike, sending the corrupted senior flying across the snowy field with explosive force. He clenched his fists tightly, flames building as raw anger overtook him, memories and grief fueling his rage. Looking up, he made a vow. Whoever twisted you into this, I will destroy them all. Energy surged violently around him. His contract ignited, transforming his body as flames erupted from his core. Fully awakened, he emerged in blazing form, his final combat state activated by fury and unshakable purpose. He soared upward, fire trailing behind him, as he prepared to unleash his most devastating technique. He dove straight down, fist blazing, aiming a precise blow toward the enemy's exposed chest. The impact created a shockwave, launching debris skyward as the enemy's body cracked beneath the force. He roared midair, igniting a spiraling inferno that engulfed everything around him in controlled destruction. Far below, a hidden observer watched the battle unfold, eyes narrowed, lips forming a silent command. From the fire's edge, the corrupted senior launched one final strike, showing lingering strength before collapse. With his final breath, he acknowledged his growth, words calm, his body slowly dissolving into ash. He watched his brother fade, floating above the battlefield, silently mourning the price of this victory. Elsewhere, a hidden figure observed coldly, displeased that his prized creation had been defeated so easily. He stepped forward, targeting he now. You'll replace him. He turned sharply, sensing a new threat emerge. His instincts flared as a sudden presence approached, powerful, cold, and completely unfamiliar in its aura. The dark figure emerged from a rift, cloaked in shadows, his energy thick with unnatural corruption. He studied he calmly, amused. This isn't an accident. You were always meant to reach this point. With a glare, he opened his hand, revealing an eye-shaped sigil pulsing with cursed energy. Beneath him, an endless army of twisted undead surged forward, ready to crush he without hesitation. Zhu family operatives fled the academy after their plan to abduct the Saintess was swiftly exposed. The Purge Squad began investigating the Zhu family's links to violent blacksmith assassinations across the city. Their failed attempt to unleash mutated beasts backfired when the zombie horde overwhelmed their unstable creatures. Their plan to extract the Saintess from the city lord's mansion was stopped by unexpected resistance. At Purge Squad headquarters, leaders revealed Zhu's true goals: control celestial foxes, use Saintess, dominate the city. Investigators confirmed the zombie outbreak's origin traced back to suspicious activities within Holy Ancestor Village territory. In response, the Celestial Curtain Barrier was activated to rally and shield the city's top defenders. Zombie forces advanced from the north while flanking movements pressed toward both eastern and western city gates. Currently, the northern gate holds strong, protected by elite students from martial arts schools and government forces. Meanwhile, Holy Ancestor Village elders began mobilizing, their intentions unclear but connected to the zombie threat. The city leader confirmed all teams had assembled, each assigned to eliminate roaming zombies within city limits. She gave strict orders to locate and destroy hidden horde cells before advancing to major threats. The team was warned any discovery of the Saintess required immediate rescue. No delay or hesitation allowed. One member questioned the presence of a powerful beast nearby and its potential interference with their mission. He also asked about their true goal, wondering why they pursued the Saintess even after her declaration. The commander confirmed the presence of an ancient beast, an old fox biding time for the right moment. Concern rose. One asked if attacking now would provoke retaliation, while that beast remained fully aware. She calmly reassured them, confident the fox wouldn't interfere unless its true target, the Saintess, was removed. Although not fully awakened, the Saintess still held powerful influence, enough to delay even high-level enemies. They all agreed to take Pearl City. The real threats were Shiban and the Purge Squad. The enemy began massing forces under the archway, preparing a coordinated assault from 3 directions at once. To protect Pearl City's outer zones, guards were ordered to split into mobile units and rotate shifts. Meanwhile, the Elder activated his light-based relic to shield the Saintess and disrupt enemy necromancy rituals. He warned they must secure her immediately. Once the city's shield breaks, there'd be no second chance. Elsewhere, a scout returned with updates. Infiltration had begun, and enemy units were tracking internal defense patterns. City defenders repositioned toward the forest perimeter, expecting ambushes as the terrain narrowed near the southern walls. They moved cautiously, watching shadows. One squad halted tracks, showed something had passed through only minutes earlier. A cloaked figure stood nearby, observing the soldiers with interest. Her energy was masked, her intent hidden. Suddenly she vanished. A soldier muttered, "Move fast. We might be next," as they resumed marching forward. Without warning, dark energy erupted behind them in ambush. A fierce battle ignited with multiple enemies striking simultaneously. A dark claw lashed out from the horde, narrowly missing a soldier who rolled away instinctively. Another soldier raised his weapon, eyes wide, as a mutated brute charged with crushing force and speed. Just before impact, a swift fighter dashed in. Liu Xishan blocked the strike midair with a glowing blade. She activated her visor, tracking movements, slashing through enemies with precision, as allies shouted warnings behind her. Liu Xishan struck downward, unleashing a focused energy blast that erupted through the ground, scattering the attackers instantly. Liu Xishan was knocked back midair, her sword slipping as she lost balance from a surprise strike. Before she could recover, a second enemy lunged forward, aiming directly for her exposed side. Nearby, her teammate's nether-mist energy dropped to critical, his reserves nearly depleted from constant defense and offense. Surrounded and nearly overwhelmed, he shouted in frustration, realizing his skills were now severely limited by exhaustion. Spotting another attacker behind Liu Xishan, he screamed, "Watch out!" His voice filled with urgency and growing desperation. A powerful energy wave deflected the incoming attack, revealing a heavily armored warrior shielding the team from harm. The warrior advanced, revealing reinforced gear, his shield inherited from an elder, built for heavy frontline disruption. Liu Xishan recognized his insignia. He was from a long-lost division once thought eliminated in earlier wars. Without delay, he led a rapid counterattack, launching multiple energy traces that pierced through the enemy's flank. Another ally emerged nearby, summoning spectral blades that moved independently, targeting key enemy units with relentless accuracy. A new fighter descended at high speed, delivering a crushing kick that launched the brute backward mid-charge. He continued forward, clearing space with quick strikes, ensuring safe ground for allies to regroup and reposition. Another warrior joined the fray, her movements sharp and controlled, part of a long-awaited support squad reinforcement. The squad synchronized their assault, launching coordinated energy blasts that overwhelmed enemy lines and disrupted formations instantly. One fighter raised a barrier shield, absorbing retaliatory strikes while teammates repositioned behind his fortified defense point. Chen Ming arrived calmly, assessing the battlefield while Liu Xishan steadied herself, regaining focus beside her crystal blade. A green brute resisted their strikes, roaring wildly as coordinated sword attacks battered its thick outer skin. Finally, a clean strike broke through its core, Liu Xishan's blade finding the weak point during its lunge. The squad regrouped quickly, confirming the creature's defeat as they discussed its strange structure and unstable energy. One member warned he to stay alert, suggesting another wave might emerge from the surrounding forest. Chen Ming advanced rapidly, slashing multiple hostiles with controlled precision, his blade circling in calculated arcs. He was launched through the air by the brute's strike, barely regaining balance before hitting a tree. He analyzed the brute's defense patterns, realizing normal strikes wouldn't be enough to break through anymore. Activating his secret weapon, he charged his blade with corrupted energy, enhancing its penetration with risky precision. His nethermist reserve hit 0, triggering system overload. He had seconds before total power shutdown disabled further combat. With no choice, he initiated a desperate override, forcing his contract into unstable overdrive for one last strike. He unleashed his final technique, Devourer Flame Bind, engulfing the brute in fire enhanced by overloaded contract energy. The burning strike broke through its defenses, vaporizing the creature instantly and scattering ashes across the field. He collapsed forward, exhausted. His power faded as teammates rushed in to confirm the creature's full destruction. Liu Xishan assessed his condition quickly, warning him not to overuse contract power again without backup nearby. The team regrouped. Chen Ming noted they still needed to secure the next sector toward Pearl City. Chen Ming reported the city was holding, but the rear flank still required reinforcement and protection. He instructed He's group to press forward while his unit handled the remaining threats behind the lines. He agreed, requesting they guard Chen Ming's position closely as the next phase of battle began. Chen Ming and Liu Xishan headed east, preparing to scout enemy flanks before they circled toward city walls. Liu Xishan warned the area ahead lacked civilians. Any threats they encountered would be elite units or traps. Zhang Ping advanced ahead without orders, forcing Liu Xishan to break formation and pursue him through rocky terrain. They descended toward the battlefield near Pearl City's northern gate, where the largest clash was intensifying quickly. Fire engulfed the front lines. He activated Hunger State, overwhelming enemies with speed and continuous transformation damage output. In wolf form, he tore through the ranks. Ground units marked him as the primary threat. Recognizing his overwhelming power, enemy commanders called for a retreat to regroup and reassess their defensive positions. A concentrated fire blast descended from above, exploding on impact and eliminating dozens of enemies instantly. The blast radius spread, creating a scorched zone around He, as enemy soldiers collapsed from heat damage. He taunted survivors, daring them to attack, fully confident in his current unmatched offensive output and stamina. A cloaked observer appeared in the distance, intrigued by He's power but unfazed by the display. He noted He's flaws allowed limited endurance under prolonged battle, then quietly activated a hidden mark from long ago. He was suddenly struck mid-air by a powerful blow, disrupting his momentum and weakening his flame aura. Despite injuries, he forced himself upright, shouting defiantly as his burning fists reignited with wild, unstable energy. Driven by fury, he countered with a massive flame uppercut, sending his attacker flying backward in flames. Without pause, he shouted "Blast!" unleashing a concentrated explosion that lit up the battlefield and scattered debris. Fire rained from the sky, marking the battlefield with dozens of smoldering craters and collapsing enemies below. As he prepared to regroup, a soldier warned that the zombies should be collapsing, but weren't falling. One zombie was suddenly pierced by a violet spike, yet it continued shambling forward without any reaction. Confused, he noticed multiple corpses reanimating unnaturally. Despite being completely incinerated or decapitated moments earlier in battle, a figure emerged, stabbing He's side, activating zombie toxin corpse usurpation, seizing control of battlefield corpses in real time.